The boy who just participated in the weapon selection rite caused the clan elders to be stunned in amazement, simply because he caused all the clan's St. Hall-class weapons to resonate simultaneously. Even weapons that already had owners were responding to him. One must know that resonating with just one St. Hall-class weapon is already a rare genius. So, just how great a genius is this boy who is recognized by all weapons? And Li Qion vowed that he would make everyone acknowledge him. However, fate played a fatal joke on him. He was found to have damaged mana channels, destined to never practice magic. No matter how hard he tried, he could only reach rank 9 warrior. For a martial clan that worshipped strength, this was absolutely fatal. His selection by the holy swords became nothing more than an accident in the eyes of others. Even so, Li Qion never gave up on himself. He trained desperately, wanting to prove the physician wrong. Finally, at age 25, he reached rank 7 warrior. Though his siblings reached this before even maturing, he was still overjoyed. But that joy was short-lived. At age 30, Li Qion was expelled from the clan. For Li Qion, this was already the best possible outcome. Because if his eldest brother hadn't intervened, he might not have even kept his life. From then on, Li Qion lived a life on the run for 10 years. Chaotic era arrived. Unexplored lands continued to expand. Monster incursions also became more frequent. But something even bigger happened. That was the death of Li Qion's father, the man known as the pinnacle of martial arts. He was also found by the Shadow Sword Squad, the clan head's personal unit. Li Qion asked how they had found him, but they ignored his question, simply handing him a letter and saying it was a mission for him. Li Qion sighed helplessly. Would this cursed blood follow him until death? From the letter, Li Qion learned his third brother had become the clan head. But what about his eldest brother? The Shadow Sword Squad leader turned and told Li Qion they would meet later. Li Qion asked in a cold voice what had happened to his eldest brother, but once again the question was ignored. Li Qion continued, I'm a rank 7 warrior who hasn't held a sword in 10 years. Why force me to explore unexplored lands? The leader turned back and sneered. So, do you wish to refuse the mission? Refusing a mission without a valid reason meant death. Helpless, Li Qion had no choice but to agree. An hour later, Li Qion followed the Shadow Sword Squad to a ruined building. Other clan members were also with Li Qion. As soon as they stepped through the main gate, they saw 2 massive monster skeletons and giant bones scattered across the ground. But before they could understand the situation, the members of the Shadow Sword Squad attacked and began slaughtering everyone. Li Qion ran one man through with his sword, demanding to know who was pulling the strings. The man grabbed the blade with one hand and spoke. We were ordered to bring you here and kill you all as cleanly as possible. With that, he crushed the blade with his bare hands. Immediately after, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. Li Qion was kicked away by the man. A single blow completely stripped Li Qion of his ability to fight. But he still refused to give up. He looked around, trying to find a weapon. Finally, he saw a sword stuck in the mouth of a monster skeleton. It was the sword that had killed this monster. Though rusted and pitted, it might still be usable. Li Qion desperately pulled the iron sword down. But the sword began to crumble. Meanwhile, his opponent had already appeared behind Li Qion. He swung his sword down without hesitation. Li Qion collapsed helplessly to the ground. Am I really going to die like this? I tried so hard just to keep living. If only I could live just one more time. Li Qion gradually regained consciousness. First thing he heard was his father's voice. Opening his eyes, he found his father looking much younger. Even the butler was incredibly young, and his own hands were as small as an infant's. What on earth is happening? Have I been reincarnated? His father, Li Taixin, told the butler, treat him like the other children. Assign him a maid and a Shadow Sword Guard unit, and let him join my 8th child in the weapon selection rite. A moment later, the two left the room. Li Qion breathed a small sigh of relief. Though he hadn't seen his father in a long time, the man's oppressive presence remained unchanged. Li Qion flailed his arms, lost in thought. What exactly is going on? Recalling his father's words, in his past life, he had indeed joined his sister in the selection rite. Though he found it hard to believe, it seemed he truly had returned to that cursed past. Just like that, several months passed. The most special day for the Li family arrived, the weapon selection rite. The clan's descendants would show their talent by being chosen by various weapons. His father was once chosen by dozens of swords, making him the strongest swordsman of his time. His eldest brother was chosen by a sword, a magic book, and a staff, gaining fame for mastering both swordsmanship and magic. And today it was Li Qion's turn to participate in the selection rite. A maid stood before Li Qion and smiled. Our young master looks so handsome today. You don't even cry in a strange environment. You're very mature. The maid picked Li Qion up. I'm sure you will achieve great results. The maid, Manhwa, cared for Li Qion as if she were his own mother. But because of Li Qion's other siblings, she was eventually driven away. She was the only one who had stayed by his side, weeping for his loneliness. Li Qion vowed he wouldn't let that happen. He would protect Manhwa at all costs. A short while later, the selection rite began. People in the courtyard looked at Li Qion and began to gossip. Isn't that the bastard child participating in the rite too? Clan head Li Taixin stepped into the center of the courtyard and declared the start of the rite. The eighth child, Li Hua, was first. Li Taixin took Li Hua's hand. Then he used a sharp object to prick her finger. Li Hua burst into tears from the pain as fresh blood dripped onto the ground. The ancient sword deep inside suddenly emitted a blinding light. It was the renowned Peak Saint class treasure, the Jingqing sword, which hadn't reacted for generations. Li Taixin reached out and pulled the sword into his hand. From now on, this sword belongs to Li Hua. Someone immediately congratulated the great madam of the Li family, Baek Hairan. Another talent has appeared in this clan. Baek Hairan nodded in thanks. It was Li Qion's turn. People in the courtyard whispered about why a bastard was allowed to participate in the selection rite. Li Taixin picked Li Qion up. Even when his finger was pricked, Li Qion did not cry. Seeing this, Li Taixin patted Li Qion's head and praised him. Well done. Inside, Li Qion felt a bit nervous. In his past life, he was known as the Heavenly Advent Sword, Qingqing. So will it change in this life? The boy who just participated in the weapon selection rite caused the clan elder's jaws to drop in shock. Simply because he caused all the clan's St. Hall-class weapons to resonate simultaneously. Even weapons that already had owners were responding to him. One must know that resonating with just one St. Hall-class weapon is already a rare genius. So, just how great a genius is this boy who is recognized by all weapons? The clan head asked everyone present to be silent, then made a loud announcement. By clan rules, all resonating weapons belong to him. But that is clearly impossible. I want to hear your opinions. Someone raised their hand. I have a suggestion. While giving him these weapons follows clan rules, it goes against the meaning of the selection rite. This is a mandatory ritual passed down through generations. So, how about letting him choose one weapon himself? Clan head Li Taixin immediately agreed with the man's proposal. Then Li Taixin laid the weapons out before Li Qion. Now, my son, choose a weapon you like. Though Li Qion wasn't sure why the result differed from his past life, the current situation was more favorable. This way, he would change the fate of his previous life. Li Qion kept crawling further inside. He ignored every powerful weapon and divine artifact, until he crawled in front of a different sword. A dark, majestic sword. This sword, named Black Knight, was a treasure found by the first Li clan head in the unexplored lands. It was a weapon full of mystery. No one knew how to activate its hidden power. Its known abilities weren't enough to make it St. Hall class. It was placed in the St. Hall class area only out of respect for the first clan head. For hundreds of years, this sword had never chosen a master. It seemed this was just a meaningless choice by an ignorant child. Could this be another form of divine will? The clan head picked Li Qion up, took Black Knight, and announced loudly, "He has chosen the Black Knight. The rite is over." The great madam sat above, staring coldly at Li Qion. This lowly bastard. If he dares to obstruct us, he must be eliminated. Just like that, 9 years passed. On that day, Li Qion went to the training grounds to practice as usual. But Manhwa was worried and insisted on seeing him off. On the way, Manhwa asked why the other training grounds were empty, yet he insisted on going to training ground number 1. Furthermore, training ground number 1 wasn't even spacious. Li Qion said that someone was waiting for him at training ground number 1. Just then, they heard the sound of practice echoing. Li Qion looked inside and said casually, "Is that father's 8th child?" Manhwa hurriedly said, "You must call her sister. We'll be in trouble if anyone hears you." No matter how Li Hua swung her sword, the instructor said she didn't meet the requirements. Furious, Li Hua threw her sword to the ground and threw a tantrum. The instructor lowered his voice and leaned down to comfort her. Li Qion asked Manhwa who the struggling man was. Manhwa replied, "He is the commander of the Black Dawn squad, Baek Riphayan." Li Qion remarked casually, "He's too old-fashioned and rigid. He's not suitable for teaching a 9-year-old. Manhwa looked at Li Qion with concern, then gently comforted him. "Soon there will be a great teacher who appreciates your talent, young master. I'm sorry for being useless and unable to care for you as well as Lady Hua, who has had high-grade nutrition since she was little." Li Qion said seriously to Manhwa, "There you go again. I've told you many times that I'm truly grateful for everything you do. I don't need people like them anyway. They're all just aiming for the Lee family's reputation. Besides, I already have a good teacher. A while later, Lee Cheon arrived at training ground number 1. This place symbolized the glorious history of the Lee family. Now, it was more of a symbolic area than an actual training ground. But Lee Cheon came here for a reason. Compared to other training grounds, the weapons kept here were mostly very old. Lee Cheon searched the armory and found an old, shattered iron sword. After his regression, Lee Cheon discovered he had a special ability. He could read the memories of weapons. The older the weapon, the more memories it held. Gripping the old sword, fragments of its memories flooded into Lee Cheon's mind. Following the memories, Lee Cheon swung the iron sword repeatedly. In this way, he mentally completed the 7-star sword set. After 2 long years of practice, Lee Cheon finally mastered the sword completely. Just then, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. It's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect 7-star sword set. A man walked in. It was Lee Cheon's uncle, a rank 4 master named Tae Hyung. Born to a concubine, his strength was recognized, and he now held the rank of general. In both lives, he was one of the few who were truly kind to Lee Cheon. Lee Cheon bowed. Tae Hyung patted his head, told him not to be so formal, and smiled at him. I'm very proud that you come to the training ground every day. I see you every day after work. It's very difficult being looked down on by your siblings, isn't it? But I hope you can overcome it. Lee Cheon replied calmly. Infine. Regardless, I carry the Lee family bloodline. Using the sword to prove oneself, I understand that is the meaning behind our family name. Therefore, I will use my own strength to prove everything. Tae Hyung was shaken by Lee Cheon's words, then sighed softly, wondering why such a child had to be illegitimate. Then Tae Hyung spoke. You're also approaching the age for the naming ceremony. Though it's a bit late, I'm willing to be your teacher before the ceremony. Well, are you happy? Lee Cheon shook his head in refusal, making Tae Hyung ask in disbelief, why? Are you not satisfied with me as your teacher? Lee Cheon waved his hand. Isn't there a rule against taking a master before the naming trial? I don't want to put you in a difficult position, uncle. The other siblings openly break every rule, using great teachers and high-grade supplements since childhood. Lee Cheon took Tae Hyung's hand and said, I believe rules should not be broken, even if everyone else is breaking them. Just as I said before, I want to rely on my own strength to be recognized. Tae Hyung was stunned. This was only a 9-year-old child. Yet why does that gaze feel like I'm looking at my eldest brother? Tae Hyung let out a sigh. It seemed he couldn't change the boy's mind. You are just as stubborn as your father. What a headache. Then there's nothing more I can do to help. I'm truly at a loss. This is quite troubling. Is there anything else you need from me? Lee Cheon's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been waiting for those exact words. Lee Cheon scratched his head and said, Actually, I do have one favor to ask. Tae Hyung immediately replied, What is it? Speak up. Lee Cheon curled his lips into a smile. I want to enter the secret armory. Tae Hyung agreed to his request. Lee Cheon followed him to the secret vault. It was said that the Lee family's secret vault housed countless divine weapons. Lee Cheon looked forward to this immensely. What he sought was definitely in here. Tae Hyung told Lee Cheon that the basement was where weapons were kept, sealed away for special reasons. Lee Cheon feigned innocent childhood excitement and asked, I heard some weapons are like monsters that devour their masters. Tae Hyung smiled and nodded, saying in a low voice, If you hold those weapons, they will consume your heart and body. So, are you afraid? Lee Cheon replied boldly, I'm not afraid. A moment later, the elevator reached the basement. Tae Hyung told Lee Cheon to look around while he handled other business. After seeing Tae Hyung off, Lee Cheon breathed a sigh of relief. Playing the child was truly exhausting. The basement of the secret vault was known as the weapon grave. Countless weapons and relics were sealed here. I came all this way to find that specific weapon. A broken blade named Mujin. Simply infusing it with mana, it can transform into any type of weapon at will. In my past life, my third brother Lee Gunheng obtained this weapon. Thanks to Mujin's power, he earned the title, the Thousand-Faced Master. This was why he became the clan head, and after taking that position, Lee Gunheng sent assassins to purge me. That is all I know for now, and to prevent that future from happening, I must seize Mujin. Black energy surged from Lee Cheon's hands. He then read the memories of each weapon in the pile of broken swords one by one. But even after an hour had passed, he still hadn't found it. Mujin must be in here somewhere. Just as Lee Cheon was about to head deeper to continue his search, a rusty dagger fell to the ground. Lee Cheon reached out to grab the dagger, but the moment he was about to touch it, The energy in his hand was sucked directly into the dagger. In the blink of an eye, black aura enveloped it. Li Qian's presence became faint. Immediately after, he was pulled into a battlefield filled with corpses and rivers of blood. Is this the memory of this dagger? Why is it so different from the other weapons? Everything is so vivid, as if I truly exist here. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying pressure descended. Li Qian suddenly turned his head to look, only to see a giant monster standing right behind him. It was a world-ending beast from ancient times. Emerging from that black hole, Li Qian's legs trembled uncontrollably. Am I going to die here? I can't possibly defeat a monster like that. I must escape quickly. At that moment, a blood-soaked man appeared behind Li Qian. The man leaped into the air in a single bound and unleashed a strike called the demon-slaying slash. A single slash split the monster right in half. Li Qian was stunned into silence. How could one blow kill such a powerful monster? When the smoke cleared, the man was standing right in front of Li Qian. He then turned to Li Qian and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? Can he see me?" Before Li Qian could steady his emotions, the man immediately swung the sword in his hand. "I will give you a painless death." With that, he slashed directly at Li Qian. The next second, Li Qian jolted awake, shivering. He had successfully returned to reality, but his entire body wouldn't stop shaking. What on earth was that? The crushing pressure that made my heart race felt terrifyingly real. At that moment, the rust on the dagger beside him began to flake off. Li Qian looked at the dagger. There was no mistake. This was it. Li Qian used the blade to cut a slit on his thumb. He thought to himself, "I will become the master of the 10,000 arms." Immediately, a blue light surged from the sword. The sword seemed to awaken. Li Qian stared intently at it. Then he tried swinging the sword. Li Qian then took a defensive stance, wanting to try one more time. Li Qian swung a powerful horizontal slash in the basement. The sword transformed its shape once again. Li Qian smiled with satisfaction. "I found you, Mujin." Time passed quickly. One day, under the bright sun, the sound of rhythmic shouting echoed. "Ha! Ya!" Li Qian struck the wooden dummy with force, but it remained unscathed. He frowned in displeasure. "Humph! Another failure?" A week had passed since he obtained Mujin. The Mujin that Li Qian had retrieved from the underground armory that day. He currently kept it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. Li Qian gripped the ring, wondering, what exactly happened that day? The stance the man took when he swung the sword, the demon-slaying slash. It was as if to remind him he wasn't worthy yet. The black aura only showed the technique and its name. He fell deep into thought. Power aside, the man's movements alone exuded an elegant beauty. Yet no matter how hard I try to mimic them, I can't pull it off. Li Qian smiled and picked up the sword. However, he bolstered his spirit and continued practicing each move with that sword. Even so, I don't feel rushed. Li Qian reflected. In his past life, he was just a despised nobody. He wasn't even taught the clan's basic martial arts. It's just one move, but this is my first time encountering high-level martial arts. His face filled with confidence. I can do it. I remember how he moved in that memory more clearly than anyone. Suddenly, Li Qian paused as a realization struck him. Wait, that man. He looked down at the ring and the sword in his hand, thinking, I'm not an adult like him. I'm just a 9-year-old child. If I try to perfectly mimic the movements of an adult, naturally, I won't be able to unleash its full power. Li Qian gripped the sword tightly, thinking, I must accept this body. Slowly, naturally. He closed his eyes, trying to regulate his breathing. Then Li Qian raised his sword high, swinging it in a way that suited his own body. Finally, he tried a powerful downward strike. The destructive force was so great that the ground shattered into pieces. When the dust settled, the sword remained intact, but the ground beneath it had cracked significantly. Li Qian cheered happily. Great! It seems I've finally gotten the hang of it. He clenched his fist, showing his inner resolve. Now, it's just a matter of applying mana. No matter how many times I try the method from the memory, it still feels like an important part is missing. I can't replicate it at all. Li Qian sighed to himself. In the end, I have no choice but to keep experimenting. While being watched by some fanatic, Li Qian comforted himself. All right, let's start again. He repeatedly raised his sword and slashed down. A person suddenly ran out from the corner, revealing long, smooth hair. She stepped forward and grabbed the sword with her bare hands. Seeing Li Qian's panicked expression, the person called out, Little one.
Guion HW flashed a wicked smile.
Where did you learn that technique? Li Qian frowned suspiciously and asked, Who are you? He quietly observed her jet-black hair and brown eyes. Li Chen asked again, "Who is it?" GWI Honghua was surprised. "Ah, you don't know me?" And she realized, "Ah, right? Well, it's possible you don't, since I don't show my face often." GWI Honghua reached out her hand. "So, what's your name?" Li Qion replied, "I am Yong." GWI Honghua happily grabbed his hand and spun him around. "Oh, your name is so special, right? I'm GWI Honghua. Nice to meet you." Li Qion was speechless. "My youngest aunt, GWI Honghua." He recalled Li Jaehong's words. "That child, your aunt, is a bit different from everyone else. Your grandfather couldn't accept it." Li Chen pondered. "My uncle told me that story in my past life." He closed his eyes tightly to steady his dizziness. "But more than that," GWI Honghua remarked. Your body is a bit weak." Li Qion silently retorted, "Don't you think I'm strong at all?" Suddenly, GWI Honghua approached him. "So, kiddo." She flashed another scheming smile. "Where did you learn that technique?" Li Chen was a bit confused. "Why do you ask?" GWI Honghua explained gently. "That's ancient martial arts. Your aunt here absolutely loves ancient combat styles." She rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a book. "That was the era when ancient monsters ran rampant, right?" GWI Honghua held out the old book. "So, this is a gift for you." Li Qion was surprised. "A gift?" GWI Honghua replied. "Yeah, open it." Li Qion opened it and was shocked. "This is..." He looked closely at the words, thinking, "The handwriting is so bad it's hard to read, but is this magic? Not just magic, but martial arts records too. The level is quite high to the point I can't easily understand it all. Perhaps the rumors about her were wrong." Suddenly, Li Qion noticed a line on the page. "This is..." GWI Honghua quickly explained. Those are ancient magics based on mana pathways. In the past, magic only used the body's mana pathways without needing a core. Modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic really be considered obsolete? Li Qion was secretly amazed. "This is a perspective I never considered." GWI Honghua's gaze suddenly turned cold. Perhaps the mana control techniques of that time were even superior to now. "That's why I'm researching amplification and conversion. But the records are too scarce." Li Qion was startled. "Mujin's magic." He hurriedly ran off. "Aunt, please wait a moment." GWI Honghua was dazed. "Huh, what is it?" Li Chen picked up the sword from before. He closed his eyes and sensed it. Mana from his core spread through his body. But instead of absorbing it back into the core, from his heart, the mana began to spread to his limbs. He was only using it through the mana pathways. Li Qion opened his eyes, which were shining with determination. "The mana application method of the man in the memory that I couldn't understand." He tried swinging the sword once more. "All right, I can do this." This time, the sword strike Li Qion unleashed possessed terrifying power. It caused a shockwave that shattered the rocky ground below. Both Li Qion and GWI Honghua widened their eyes in shock at the sight. Li Qion cheered joyfully. "I did it! I did it!" GWI Honghua grabbed his shoulders in astonishment. "What was that?" "That was an amplification technique, right?" Li Qion avoided her gaze and replied, "It was indeed amplification." She was stunned. "What? How did you do that?" Li Qion said guiltily, "I just could do it." GWI Honghua got annoyed. "What do you mean? How did you do it?" Li Qion looked hesitant. "Why should I tell you?" GWI Honghua quickly explained. "Because you only knew thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've lived my whole life for this." GWI Honghua said sadly. "I've been searching for this for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of the house. I beg you, if I do something for you, can you show me?" Li Qion calmly held up 3 fingers. "Then you must promise me 3 things." GWI Honghua was surprised. "A promise?" Li Qion replied. "Yes. First, you must not tell anyone about me without my permission. Naturally, neither my brothers nor my father can know." GWI Honghua asked blankly, "Why?" Li Qion explained. "Because I don't like people talking about me behind my back." GWI Honghua looked timid again. "Ah, I understand. I'm the same way," Li Qion thought, confused. Why does she look so unhappy? He quickly turned serious again. "Second, you must not lie to me, because we must trust each other. I will also be honest with you to the best of my ability." GWI Honghua quickly got a headache from these conditions and groaned. "Ugh." Finally, GWI Honghua asked with determination, "Fine, what's the last thing?" Li Qion continued, "The last thing is..." In a flash, a year had passed. At the training ground, where Li Qion was practicing diligently, Mangawa came running in a panic, shouting repeatedly, "Young master! Young master!" He was only 10 years old now, and seeing her rush all the way here, he couldn't help but wonder. "Nanny, what's wrong that you've run all the way to the training ground?" Mangawa had used all her strength to run here and was out of breath, as she hurriedly handed him a letter. "Here, look at this." Gwi Honghua was also curious and tilted her head. "What is it?" But Li Qion didn't seem surprised by the letter's contents. It's finally here. What he had been waiting for had arrived. The summons for the naming ceremony, requiring participants to gather at the Central Martial Arts Field before 10 a.m. on September 10th. Any prohibited items would result in severe punishment. Only now did he notice the signature and seal on the summons, wondering in confusion. Representative of the clan head, Li Myong-ung-dung. Li Qion was preoccupied, wondering if his father wasn't home since he hadn't heard news of his absence. Unaware she was trembling with rage beside him. It wasn't until Gwi Honghua exploded in anger, her voice spitting fire, that he finally turned his head. "The naming ceremony?" Seeing her tearing her hair out in frustration, Li Qion asked blankly, "Why are you suddenly so agitated?" To Gwi Honghua, this timing was critical. Everything had just started falling into place. This was the most vital moment. Thus, she couldn't accept an obstacle appearing now. "If you participate in the naming ceremony, you'll be tied down there and lose your freedom." Li Qion suddenly remembered that in the year since his pact with his aunt, they had been researching magic together. Modern magic focuses on the mana core, while ancient magic relies on mana channels. Combining these two systems creates an entirely new type of magic. That was the lifelong dream she wanted to achieve. His eyes were filled with calculating resolve. The mana core stores and alters mana, while the channels control and operate it. He ignored Gwi Honghua's trembling mumbles. "This is truly." He remained focused, realizing his magic application far surpassed peers his age. However, her dejected voice kept ringing out, making it impossible for him to continue. "Can't you just not go? Researching magic is much more interesting." Li Qion could only counter her with one fatal question. "You know that's impossible, right?" Having no choice, Gwi Honghua tried to look cute with teary eyes. But just one sentence from him snapped her out of it instantly. "Don't worry, even if my time is cut short, I'll continue training and restoring ancient magic." Gwi Honghua stopped crying and asked suspiciously, "Huh?" She truly couldn't bear to see him struggle. "How can you do that?" "The training for the naming ceremony will be intense." Li Qion had already made up his mind, his gaze firm as he replied, "I will do both at the same time." To prepare for the ceremony, the instructor quickly summoned them. "Training begins today. First, endure magic attacks for 30 minutes. Blood Tiger Squad leader, Instructor Jong-guk, noticed instantly, he's different again. As soon as the signal started, high-intensity magic like electric currents surged continuously. The currents spread relentlessly through every cell. He assumed that normally, a young master without basic training should have been shocked into collapsing immediately. Yet what was happening was entirely different, leaving Jong-guk in doubt. It was as if he was countering everything with magic. Suddenly, Li Qion opened his eyes, glancing coldly as if seeing through everything. Caught off guard, he stared in shock, looking dazed for a moment. Finally, Jong-guk realized the boy's true purpose. The kid is experimenting, observing the 8th lady to gauge his own level while forcing the instructors to go higher. An illegitimate son of only 10 dares to do this? At that thought, a self-mocking smile touched his lips. Damn it, calling him an illegitimate son? No, with such ability, that title is an insult to a martial artist. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Jong-guk became even more certain. He needed to reflect on himself. As a professional instructor, Jong-guk was convinced this was no longer a simple preparatory session, but an opportunity to teach him with everything he had. Sitting in there for so long made Li Qion's whole body ache. Once finished, he stretched and sighed in relief. It's over. He shuddered, thinking of those who were shocked the moment they entered. This clan is insane. To train magic resistance, they just throw us into the device. Now, Li Qion found it hard to believe. And yet, the moment Jong-guk bowed in apology and other positive changes occurred. I didn't expect him to apologize first. At some point, the way everyone looks at me changed. Regardless, Li Qion just wanted to set those matters aside. Anyway, I should rest for a bit. Then, Li Hua appeared, hiding right behind him. But when she launched a move, Li Qion seemed to have anticipated it, easily raising his hand to block her. Her first words were thick with hostility and contempt. "Hey, you illegitimate brat." 8th young lady of the Sungmu clan's direct line, Li Hua, ordered immediately, "Come here for a moment." Even as an illegitimate son, Li Qion wouldn't let her bully him. He brushed off Li Wa's hand and asked coldly, "What kind of trick are you playing?" That attitude instantly enraged her, and she shouted a warning, "Watch your mouth. I'm the child of the legal wife and you're just a bastard. Besides, I'm a year older than you." Stuck between two training schedules, he was feeling blunt as she blocked his path. "How annoying. I don't have time to bicker with you." Seeing this, Li Wa refused to let it go, intending to settle it with her fists. Don't you dare ignore me." This surprised Li Qion slightly, and he thought, she even dares to use mana? Her action happened to provoke him, as Li Qion had initially told himself to just let it slide. But now, the moment Li Wa struck with mana, he simply pivoted to dodge. Not only that, Li Qion quickly seized the initiative, lifting her up like a chicken before she could even react. He looked straight into Li Wa's eyes, clutching her collar as a warning. "If you want to whine, go home and whine to your mother. Don't bother me. I'm busy." With that, Li Chen pushed Li Wa away with distaste, showing her absolutely no respect. Seemed like the end, but she kept blaming him for everything. "It's all your fault. Because of what you said at the awakening rite, I'm constantly compared to you. Know your place as a bastard and stay quiet." Thus, Li Wa's existing dislike for him deepened into pure resentment. "It's so unfair. I lose sleep and skip meals to train every day, yet you were born with superior talent." In her anger, she accidentally let out her inner thoughts and quickly covered her mouth. "I didn't want this, but my mother." Throughout it all, Li Qion remained calm, but his words were razor-sharp. "Blaming others must be a relief. As you said, I'm a bastard, and this status doesn't afford me such a luxury. You can't sleep? Then don't sleep. You can't keep up even without snacks? Then skip your main meals too." Ignoring Li Wa's expression, he continued to provoke her. "If I annoy you, then use every means to defeat me. Then force me to apologize to you." Li Qion's steps suddenly halted as he added fuel to the fire.
Arrogant brat.
Just as he predicted, Li Wa instantly flew into a rage and challenged him. "Fine. At the naming ceremony, I'll show you a performance far superior to yours. I'll force you to call me sister and beg on your knees. Remember those words." A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he replied expectantly, "Yeah, I'll be waiting to see it." Shortly after, at the training ground reserved for the direct line in Sector 7, the maid was surprised to see someone appearing there. The great madam of the Sungmu clan, Wajon, actually appeared there, making the servant bow hastily. "The madam has arrived." Her gaze was ice-cold as she ordered, "Leave. I have something to say to my daughter." They didn't dare delay. "Yes, madam." After her talk with Li Qion, Li Wa was burning with rage, training frantically to secure a victory. Wajon slowly approached and asked with displeasure, "What are you doing?" Only then did she turn back in surprise. "Mother." Knowing she was angry, Li Wa only dared to lower her head and reply, "I'm practicing." Upon arrival, Wajon showed no concern, only sternly rebuking her. "I've heard the news. You were actually overwhelmed by him." Her eyes were extremely sharp, reflecting the anger boiling within her. "I told you, if you can't suppress him, then crush him." Even since she arrived, Wajon had been spitting bitter reproaches. "How disappointing. If you're suffering this much just because of a punishment, then stop." Unlike before, Li Wa could now hold her head high and say, "I know what you think of my training, but I'm doing this because I want to." Leaving her mother in utter shock. "What?" For the first time, she dared to talk back and speak her mind. "I will defeat that guy, but not because you ordered me to. I'll do it because I want to. I'll decide for myself." Even so, that didn't make Wajon respect her more. Instead, she mocked her. "Are you being provoked by that nobody?" Li Wa suddenly became flustered as if her thoughts had been read, stammering incoherently. "That? You?" She cruelly lifted Li Wa's chin, forcing her to face that cold gaze. "You are a child of the Sungmu clan's legal wife. You and he were never the same from the starting line. Beating him is a given. Yet, if you're provoked..." Wajon then pulled out a vial containing a strange liquid. And obviously, her scheme was anything but benevolent as she revealed. "This is Mong, a deadly poison." She then handed it to her like a tool for cheating and reminded her, "If you can't surpass him, then trample him." To Wajon, only by doing so would it be the way of the Sungmu clan. At the same time, at Li Qion's residence, everything was unusually peaceful. Mangawa seemed unable to believe her eyes, her voice trembling. This is impossible." In the 14th week scoreboard, Li Qion's overall ranking was at the top in first place. So he asked with a bright smile, "How is it? Nanny, are you less worried now?" Seeing that, she became even happier and hugged him. I haven't been able to help you at all, yet you've done so well. But Li Qion gently comforted her. You've helped me so much, don't say that. Suddenly, a noise erupted, making the two of them freeze for a moment. They saw GWI Honghua joyfully pushing the door open to summon him. Kid, let's go train. Because of that, Li Qian replied reluctantly with a dark face. I just finished practicing. She wouldn't miss this rare chance, laughing as she bluffed. That's why you have to keep practicing. Mana arts will help you feel less tired. He knew GWI Honghua was lying but couldn't prove it, staring at her. I've never heard of it having that effect. Yet she still wouldn't admit it, clearly lying but trying to act. Really, probably. Having no choice, Li Qion compromised. Fine anyway. I have something to show you. She was a bit surprised and blurted out, huh? But with her sharp intuition, GWI Honghua had already guessed part of it. Could it be? Seeing him smile confidently like that, she became even more certain. Have you reached the first star? Theoretically, mana control techniques must go through 3 stages. Body enhancement, reaching the body strengthening realm. The next stage is the transformation of mana properties, reaching the Qigong realm. And finally, everything culminates in manifesting superhuman power through mana, reaching the Qi Force realm. But her mana art system was different. Even at stage 1, it could do more and manifest various other abilities. Thus, her system was divided into levels called stars. To confirm her guess, GWI Honghua quickly checked him over and exclaimed with satisfaction. Perfect. It really is the first star. Did you feel anything strange when using your mana channels? I thought it would take at least another year. This question made him recall certain things, and he recounted with a pale face and trembling body. I realized this while studying the theory. Looking back, it was a crazy kind of training. If I failed to control the mana, the balance between my mana heart and channels could have completely collapsed. Although the process was a bit terrifying to recount, it was through it that Li Qion suddenly realized a truth. But in reality, just letting everything happen naturally was enough. Mana is like flowing water. It follows its own laws. In the end, our bodies are just vessels for mana. Those words left GWI Honghua dazed for a moment, her mind repeating, the body is a vessel. She seemed to have realized the truth to resolve her own bottleneck. Kid, I think I can do it too. It'll take time, but I can do it. Seeing this, Li Qian felt happy inside and sighed in relief, wondering, did she just comprehend something? He was so lost in thought that he was caught off guard when she lunged forward and hugged him tightly in joy. Thank you, my little lucky charm. Li Qion could only cry out in vain. My ribs are going to break. After her enlightenment, GWI Honghua's power surged, and she immediately decided, now, on to the second star. Still shaken and looking like he had almost died, he muttered blankly, already? Right from the start, she pointed out seriously. From the beginning, you knew your first star was different from the usual stage 1, right? Li Qian answered honestly, I know. Then GWI Honghua suddenly asked, so in your opinion, what are you best at using? He thought very carefully. What I'm best at? I think it's the sword. Yet she suddenly denied it, surprising him. In my opinion, it's not. Li Qion couldn't understand and asked in confusion. But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship? GWI Honghua revealed. I have, a few times when I was free. It is just that right now, she does not know how to convey it so you can understand. I mean, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It is hard to explain in words. Overall, she feels that your greatest talent is actually your mana. Li Qian could not believe it and gasped in shock. Every word GWI Honghua spoke was beyond his expectations. Your mana talent is so overwhelming that it overshadows everything else. I have tried teaching my original mana arts to many, but no one could do it. Li Qion still vividly remembered being mocked for his inability to use mana before his regression. Now she stood before him, asserting firmly, but for you now, reaching the second star is not a difficult task. If you succeed with the second star, GWI Honghua also placed special emphasis. Once you reach that realm, the naming ceremony will be nothing more than child's play. Just thinking about it was enough to make her excited. Now I will teach you the real techniques. So he happily cooperated. Yes, I understand. Li Qion thought about it but could not understand. So he spoke up to ask. By the way, Auntie, what is that thing next to you? Hearing that, GWI Honghua turned back to look at him with a bit of surprise and asked, Once she realized Li Qion's curiosity, she smiled and lightly patted the box, replying, oh, this? Taking the chance to test its durability, she fired a bead that grazed past his ear before he could even react. GWI Honghua stood there with a silly smile and explained, these are lethal beads. She spoke while demonstrating so he could easily grasp the core of the matter. You must learn to release mana while moving. If you only use it while standing still, that mana art is as good as useless. Alright. Suddenly, her gaze turned cold as she gripped a bead in her hand and lowered her voice. Let us begin. That terrifying gaze and deadly smile were enough to leave Li Qion speechless, leaving him no choice but to focus on absorbing the knowledge. At the same time, to prepare for the naming ceremony, he was trained in countless other skills as well. That was the reason for this man's appearance today. I am the leader of the Blood Tiger Squad, Li Dongguan. From now on, I will instruct you in the secret arts of the Sungmu clan. Before starting, Dongguan ordered the two of them. Choose the weapons you will use and bring them here. He then reminded them, I give you 1 minute, do not dawdle. So they could only run off immediately. Understood. For some reason, Li Hua kept taking side glances at him as they walked. Even without turning his head, Li Qin could tell. Veins popped on his forehead as he sighed helplessly. Honestly. Finally, he could not hold back and turned around to ask. What are you looking at? Do you have something to say? Caught off guard, Li Hua jumped and denied it vehemently. Looking at what? I have nothing to say. However, she still could not help but whisper. Hey, you use a sword too, right? But he denied it instantly. No. Li Hua stared blankly as he carried a pile of various weapons, her head full of question marks. Huh? But when I saw you practicing before, it was clearly... Even Dongguan frowned the moment he saw him and asked, What are you doing? Li Qion simply repeated his words. You told me to choose my weapons and bring them here. Thinking the boy misunderstood, he emphasized again. I told you to choose the one you use. But Li Qin remained firm. These are the ones I use. This time, Dongguan was truly speechless, looking at him with a gaze that was 30% judgment and 70% disbelief. Finally, he could not resist mocking. I thought you were not that stupid, but it turns out you are a blockhead. But that no longer mattered. He quickly drew his own weapon and reminded them. Engrave the words I am about to say into your hearts. Next, Dongguan swung a powerful blow downward. I said I would teach you secret arts, but it is not about techniques or stances. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he carefully revealed. In the Sungmu clan, there are countless secret techniques called intent. He then turned his gaze toward the two of them and emphasized. To comprehend those secret techniques, you must first awaken the instinct sleeping in your blood. Li Qion immediately entered a combat stance as the man approached. From now on, I will help you open it up. Additionally, Dongguan did not forget to advise. Do not worry too much about awakening your instinct. Sharp gaze and agile movement made Li Hua feel restless and worried. What is he planning to do? Suddenly, before they knew it, Dongguan rushed forward like a gust of wind and said in a low voice, If you do not want to be knocked out from the start, get ready. His eyes showed clear astonishment as if he could not have anticipated this surprise. It was not until both of them were sent flying far away that Li Qion could regain his senses. Even so, for a brief moment, Li Qion had managed to resist a little. This left Dongguan surprised, as he had not intended to think much of the boy from the start. You blocked it? Having landed successfully, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I did not expect to go through this crazy thing once again. In his mind, he involuntarily remembered. In my past life, I could not even finish this training course. To the current Li Qion, that was entirely a story of the past because, however, this life is different. Throughout this special training process, he did not know how many times he had been sent flying by the man. Li Hua's outcome was not much better. Every time she rushed in, she ended up hitting the ground miserably. Li Qion sat dazed on the ground, thinking. So a month has passed since I began training with Li Dongguan. For him, regardless of the effectiveness, a 10-year-old child having to undergo training that results in broken bones and internal injuries like this. Li Qion would still keep his head high and stand up without ever giving up, even if it was not a training meant for children. But he had no intention of complaining. He was gradually grasping the feeling. Right then, Li Hua suddenly snapped awake after being knocked down. But since this was not the first time, she was not very surprised. Did I faint again? Every time that happened, he would carefully calculate. That is right. This is your 22nd time. I have only fainted 16 times. Li Hua felt angry inside and a bit regretful. If only I had prepared better on the first day. During all that time, Dongguan had been silently evaluating. The 8th young lady, this child has an extraordinary constitution. I used a bit too much force, yet she was never seriously injured. But strangely, he could not explain one thing. As for that illegitimate son, from the very first day he gave off the feeling that he is something valuable. Recalling that time, Dongguan had simply thought. At first, seeing him bring a whole pile of weapons, I thought he was some kind of fool. But his proficiency with each type of weapon is quite good, and his practical application exceeds expectations. Everything now was beyond his initial plans. Furthermore, in just 1 month, results are gradually showing. Interesting. After relaxing for a bit, Dongguan gave the order again. Let us resume training. Everyone back to your positions. Because they had been beaten quite a bit by him, both were always in a state of high alert. However, Li Qion suddenly had an idea. Hey, seeing this, she was initially a bit bewildered. Huh, are you calling me? And he took the initiative to suggest, I will give the signal, you try to block him once. Li Hua was a bit confused. Why should I do that? So he simply emphasized, if you do not want to, then forget it. I just thought we could land a blow on the old man. Hearing that was like a bolt from the blue to her. She wanted to say something but then stopped. Even so, over the past month, Li Hua knew well that attacking alone was ineffective, so she asked cautiously, Are you sure? And Li Qion was certain of it, so he replied bluntly, Positive. Surprisingly, she actually agreed to cooperate. Quickly rushing toward him, she did not forget to remind, You owe me for this. More than anyone, Li Qion knew best that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, attacking individually would be meaningless. Thus, they could only take advantage of their numbers. Dongguan rarely saw the two of them in such accord and had to acknowledge. Working together? Not a bad choice. Their seamless coordination made him form a hypothesis. If the plan succeeded, Li Qion remained focused on his calculations. Right now, on the right. Next, as Dongguan launched the following blow, he would quickly spin around and then counterattack. It could be said that his strength was becoming more refined, which he found increasingly interesting. Without stopping there, Dongguan continued to charge with superior speed. In that moment, both of them immediately prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Realizing the opportunity had come, Li Qion shouted to inform her. Now! Immediately, Li Hua appeared, leaping into the air and quickly drawing his focus. Thanks to that, she successfully held Dongguan back for him to prepare the next step. Li Qion's sword radiated magic while his mind remained calmly reflective. There is only one strike that can cause damage. Each of his footsteps now radiated significant power. The sword he obtained from Mujin. And the moment Li Hua was knocked away by him was also when his opportunity appeared. With his keen perception, Dongguan also realized it, but he was still in shock. Immediately, his weapon changed direction, aiming straight at the boy who was charging forward powerfully. Li Qion rushed up, convinced, this time it will hit. Just like that, he poured all his heart and soul into attacking Dongguan with a proper blow. Li Qion thought he had hit the mark, so a confident smile appeared on his lips. Yet that strike was unexpectedly blocked, leaving Li Qion even more stunned. It did not work. By the time he realized it, he had already been hit by a counterattack without even knowing it. And this time, Li Qion was sent flying by him, smashing into the wall behind without any chance to defend. Dongguan looked at him amidst the rubble, merely muttering his calculations. So it took 37 days. He then brushed the dust off his clothes and declared with a smirk, Congratulations, you have awakened the sixth sense. Having said that, he looked over at Li Hua, knocking her away with a single move, and emphasized, As for the young lady, she is still far from it. After giving them both a thorough beating, leaving them each huddled against a wall, Dongguan finally announced with satisfaction, That is all for today. She was still harboring resentment and reproached. You said we could land a blow. I actually trusted you, you brat. Meanwhile, he looked at his bruised palm and pondered, thinking to himself, in the end, even though I activated it, did it only penetrate a little? Even if it was a small amount, I broke the taboo of not using mana. Even so, Dongguan was certain that such a technique combined with excellent combat instincts would become something the pillars of the family would fear. On the 47th day after Li Hua awakened her sixth sense, the training with Li Dongguan ended. The remaining time was spent on rest and reviewing what had been learned. And at that time, the person who came to find him was someone he could not believe. You are Qion, right? Li Qion's eldest brother, Li Myung-hoon. But he still called out vaguely, Brother, Li Myung-hoon, the eldest son of Li Taishin. His title is Song Song, an unprecedented master who reached standard grade 2 in magic and primary grade 2 in martial arts. Everyone both admired and feared him, but to the boy, his eldest brother was his only brother. As soon as he entered, he felt guilty toward the boy. I apologize for being a bit busy lately and unable to look after you. But Li Qion politely replied, It is all right, I am fine. Thinking back, Li Myung-hoon could not help but wonder curiously. This must be our first meeting, so how did you know exactly who I am? Standing before his elder brother, he did not hesitate to confess. Of course, even if I am an incomplete child, as your younger brother, how could I not know my eldest brother's face? Hearing this, his voice suddenly choked up. Incomplete? Never say that again. Though we have different mothers, we are still brothers. This left him deep in thought. A child who had not even had his naming ceremony already called himself incomplete. Li Qion habitually scratched his head and smiled shyly. I am sorry. Li Myung-hoon sighed and gently explained. No need to apologize, as long as you understand. Furthermore, he specifically instructed. Next time, there is no need for such formal greetings. We are brothers, after all. He also cooperated with an obedient smile. Yes, I understand. In his mind, he thought, brother was still like this when he was young, huh? Li Myung-hoon quickly took a gift from his pocket. This is a meeting gift. I obtained it while studying at the Eiffel Magic University in France. I think it will be useful to you. It was an exquisite box containing a divine medicine called nectar. He held the gift, his heart full of doubt. Nectar is a high-grade elixir that the magic tower only produces 500 milliliters of every 10 years. He wondered, brother, why are you giving me something so precious? He then thanked him sincerely, which greatly surprised the man. From their very first meeting, the boy gave him a feeling, you are a bit different, aren't you? But Li Qion did not quite understand the meaning. Yes? What do you mean by that? In Li Myung-hoon's impression, his previous younger siblings all considered him a rival, so this feeling was both strange and pleasant. Suddenly, the boy spoke up to deny it, leaving him stunned. Brother, you have misunderstood. A 10-year-old child like Li Qion spoke words he never expected. It is not that I do not consider you a rival. Because I was born into this family, you are also my rival, brother. Li Qion looked straight into his eyes and said firmly, so don't just see me as a cute child. One day I might be your greatest rival. I hope we have an interesting competition. Li Myung-hoon finally couldn't help but burst into a happy laugh. He gently patted his head like a promise. All right, I'll wait for that day. In Li Qion's heart, this eldest brother always loved and protected him, the person he treated with all his sincere affection. He promised himself that this time he would definitely protect him. A few days later, when the special training ended, both were taken to an island. The day of the Sungmu family's second trial, the naming ceremony, had arrived. Crimson Blue Island, where the soil color changes with mana density, has long been the site for the Sungmu clan's naming ceremony. As the island appeared, he spoke. I will now provide instructions for the naming ceremony trial. Then he explained the rules. Young ladies and masters must survive on the island for 3 weeks to prove yourselves. He pointed to the prepared items. This device is for tracking your location. Unless it's an emergency, you must keep it with you. Li Wa put on the device while listening intently. The final gate will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Before heading down to the island, Li Qion also urgently prepared the necessary items. Once finished, both set foot on the island with a wish. Good luck to you all. When no one was left, Li Wa hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. Hey, I have something to say. Li Qion wasn't surprised at all, as this was within his expectations. It seems you've made your decision. She was stunned. Huh, what? He answered bluntly. You've intended to say something since training. Caught off guard, Li Wa blushed and stammered. How did you know? Li Qion looked at her with disdain, taking it as obvious. How could I not know? Though he didn't know what she planned to say, he was willing. Speak. I'm listening. Then, Li Wa suddenly took off the tracking device. She signaled him with her eyes. You take off all your gear too. Li Qion complied and calmly asked. It's done. What's the matter? Once certain they were alone, Li Wa took out the vial her mother had given her. She didn't hide it and revealed. This is a poison called Mimong. Li Wa explained its effect. It only works on children under 15 and evaporates after 5 minutes of air exposure. Once absorbed, it blocks mana for a long time. Li Qion knew she couldn't have gotten this herself, so he asked directly, who did you get it from? Although she told him everything else, she kept this secret. I don't intend to tell you that. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wa smashed the vial, letting the sea waves wash it away. In an instant, Mimong vanished as if it never existed. See, now there's no evidence left. She did this because she wanted a fair fight. I will defeat you fair and square, without using this poison. Li Wa's momentum and mature voice left him stunned. So you must also give your all in the competition. On this point, Li Qion saw they shared the same goal. We understand each other without needing words. Victory must be fair, so the two became more united. It's good that we've decided this. Though Li Wa wanted to win, she still worried for him. Put the device back on. Don't go to the island's center until you're familiar with the terrain. It's dangerous. Li Qion felt helpless. I know. Are you actually worried about me? She stubbornly refused to admit it. Who's worried? I'm just afraid you'll die somewhere before fighting me. Before splitting up, Li Wa didn't forget to warn him. Don't you dare die. Once finished, she felt at ease to say goodbye. I'm heading out first. Looking at Li Wa's back, he secretly sighed in relief. She's gone. Despite what I said, My goal isn't the outskirts. Lee Cheon was full of momentum and ready to start. All right, I should head out too. Despite the warning, his goal from the start was to head straight for the center of Crimson Blue Island. Thanks to the transmitted signal, she received many positive reactions from the elders. The 8th child of Sungmu has completed her first hunting mission. On the screen, everyone praised the number of monsters she defeated. After all, this is her first real combat. Lee Myung-young was satisfied with her talent. But those senses weren't born naturally. Then he skillfully boasted about his old record of 47 days. Only Dong Guan, the one who directly trained her, understood clearly. This child wasn't like this before. I thought it would take at least 2 months. He realized. She has talent, but only to a certain extent. Someone must have stimulated her. Unlike Li Hua, Dong Guan was particularly impressed with the youngest, Lee Cheon. Lee Mengyang wondered, what on earth is that brat doing? Then he guessed, it looks like he's looking for a place to hide. Lee Cheon, with his status as a secondary son, was already disliked and now faced more criticism. He's like a little mouse running away. What coward, truly a disgrace to the Sungmu lineage. Lee Myung-hoon couldn't listen anymore and reminded them, stop talking. He calmly defended Lee Cheon. In such a dangerous place, finding shelter first is wise. There's nothing to criticize. Ashamed, they laughed awkwardly. That's true. Perhaps we've watched the 8th young lady too much, so our standards have become too high. Just when it seemed over, Lee Myung-young said mockingly, in the house of Sungmu, being ordinary is a sin. Though he was smiling, his words were full of ridicule. Isn't that right? The crowd followed suit, making Lee Myung-hoon clench his fists. Indeed, it's truly ridiculous for someone with Sungmu blood to act so mediocre. He didn't understand why they mocked a child for his background. Since when did our clan become like this? Or perhaps this clan had always been this way without him knowing. Despite defending him, he himself couldn't explain it. What exactly is Lee Cheon planning by heading toward the center of the island? Suddenly, his judgmental gaze turned toward the person sitting next to him. Taehyung was also restless. What the hell is this kid thinking? Lee Myung-hoon realized he wasn't the only one confused. What exactly are you going to do, Lee Cheon? As for him, after a period of surveying, he found a suitable spot. This place will do. Immediately after, Lee Cheon burned several types of herbs. He even used leaves to block the entrance entirely. They had to admit, his stealth skills aren't bad at all. Suddenly, Lee Myung-young shouted in surprise, wait! He was shocked to see Lee Cheon taking off all the equipment on his body. Hold on, what is that brat doing? He carefully placed it on a piece of leather and took another leaf. Seeing Lee Cheon approach with the leaf, they vaguely guessed, could it be? Sure enough, the monitoring screen immediately lost sight of what he was doing. Dong Guan, who had been watching silently, couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing Lee Cheon like that, he burst out laughing in delight. Truly unpredictable. The other two could only watch helplessly. Lee Cheon did this simply because he thought it was unnecessary for others to see. Now that no one could disturb him, his face became more excited. Now I can use Mujin. He always remembered his goal. Since I've entered Crimson Blue Island, I must harvest as much as possible. It was time for Lee Cheon to begin. Now let's go. However, before long, his face changed to one of panic. Lee Cheon looked confused at the result he made according to the formula. It looked strange. Even though he made it himself, he was still skeptical. It's finished, but it looks terrible. Is this even drinkable? It doesn't look like mana herbal water at all. As he prepared to use it, he still doubted. In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap elixirs, so I had to follow a pharmacist to find herbs. He remembered the advice. Crimson Blue Island is overflowing with mana. I must use it to increase my own mana capacity. He told himself. My aunt also said drinking herbal infusions would be more effective. Though he didn't want to try this flavor, he gathered his courage. All right. At this moment, the sunset gradually fell over Crimson Blue Island. Lee Cheon's pot of mana tea rolled across the floor. After tasting it, his soul seemed to leave his body. This flavor was truly from hell. The lonely 3-week battle officially began. In a flash, it was the 18th day of the naming ceremony at Lee Myung-hoon's office. While he was diligently processing documents, someone came to find him. Captain, may I come in? Stepping in, the man felt apologetic. Sorry for disturbing you. Lee Myung-hoon was polite. It's fine. It seems like bad news. Vice Captain Yu Jang-hyun reported. A large group of displaced people seems to have infiltrated the northern region of Korea. He realized this wasn't simple. I thought they would go through the unexplored lands, but they're heading straight south toward the Lee family's mana stone mine. He thought calmly. Displaced people usually choose unexplored lands to move and commit crimes. Intuition told Lee Myung-hoon that those hyenas wouldn't naturally trespass unless there was a plot. Jang Hyun was concerned. They look like displaced people on the surface, but it could be a cover. We can't rule out a force pulling the strings. Combined with intelligence, things became more complex. Earlier, there was news that Nine Dragon City is moving forces toward the northern border. Nine Dragon City is a massive power in the Central Plains. They have provoked the Lee family many times by trespassing on territory. Lee Myung-hoon guessed. Perhaps news of father's absence leaked. This is a favorable time for the enemy to strike. He asked, does our intelligence branch know about this? Jang Hyun replied, I knew before them because you told me to keep an eye on the situation. Lee Myung-hoon instructed, coordinate with the intelligence department to investigate further. His heart was uneasy. I have a feeling this isn't simple at all. Even so, he still hoped it was just a bad premonition. As moonlight illuminated the forest, a magic circle suddenly appeared. In a place no one knew, it silently emitted a terrifying surge of power. A crack appeared in space, as if someone was about to appear. From the spatial rift, a magic staff slowly emerged. Following it was the face of a mysterious person using spatial magic to arrive here. Nishizawa Sugo's cold voice rang out. 2 nights are more than enough to kill a bastard child. Early the next morning, as the sun shone brightly, monsters in the forest rose up frantically, making the ground shake violently. A rank 7 Draco monster was growling angrily, as if wanting to cause chaos in the whole region. Through several days of real combat, Lee Chin had accumulated much experience but remained very vigilant. Suddenly, it lunged forward, taking a deep breath to prepare for an attack. Draco unleashed a powerful flame as if wanting to incinerate everything around it. But it didn't scare Lee Chin. The 10-year-old boy still stood firm without wavering. The fire burned fiercely and accidentally brushed against his collar, causing the flames to spread. Lee Chin didn't give up. He cast magic and tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. A 10-year-old boy dared to face such a monster without a hint of trembling. Lee Chin's entire body was enveloped in magic, his determination pushed to the extreme. When the opportunity came, he quickly unleashed a demon slash, aiming precisely at it. The massive monster couldn't stay upright and fell miserably to the ground with sparks of electricity. Although he won, there was no denying the battle had taken a lot of his strength. Lee Chin acknowledged, a dragon is indeed different. The level is completely distinct. If I had fought from the start, I would have collapsed. He sheathed his sword and thought that since entering the island, it took 14 days to reach the dragon's territory, but staying long would be a waste of time. Suddenly, a strange noise made him alert. Again! Lee Cheon listened silently and carefully to the sounds coming through. Though he didn't know what it was, at least it didn't make him passive. The sound got closer and closer. He hid in a nearby bush to observe. Everything gradually became clear, just as Lee Cheon had suspected. For some reason, right after defeating a rank 7 dragon, a group of rank 8 lizardmen appeared. This made him suspicious, as there had been abnormalities since yesterday. The lizardmen were supposed to be only at the edge of the island. Yet they pulled all the way into the center, continuously attacking and then running away. According to his knowledge, this group wasn't smart and their rank was low. Could they be influenced from the outside? Lee Cheon immediately rushed up to verify. If that's the case then... Sure enough, as soon as they saw him rush forward, they suddenly froze and then panicked as if they had seen a ghost. They ran for their lives even though Lee Cheon hadn't done anything yet. Everything happened just as predicted. Just as I thought. Though they fled, he quickly rushed to finish them all, not letting a single one escape. Intuition told him once was a coincidence, but the second time was definitely a problem. It was best to track them. At the same time, the sound of fighting continued to echo inside the forest. Then, dark energy from the magic circle appeared one after another. He found it hard to believe that such a small brat could fight off so many monsters alone. Nishizawa Sugo remarked, the descendants of the Lee family are indeed different, but it's nothing to worry about. No matter how many monsters Lee Chin killed, to him he was still just a child. Beast tamer Nishizawa Sugo was certain this child would fall into this obvious trap. He was confident. I'm afraid there's no need to use Plan B. He kept talking incessantly, completely unaware of Lee Chin's presence. He was suspicious because the trap was too obvious. So it really is a trap. The ability to control monsters. Is he a beast tamer? Couldn't explain it. How could an outsider sneak all the way in here? Lee Cheon dismissed that possibility. No, if a teleportation circle was set up inside, it would be possible. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then the person behind this must be someone from the Lee family. Lee Cheon began to hesitate. Should he report back to the family for reinforcements? No. If I wait for them, it'll be too late. I won't be able to find the mastermind then. In this urgent situation, there is only one way. Li Qion didn't wait for backup and used stealth techniques to hide his presence. Only by concealing his existence could he approach the target. Li Qion immediately leaped down to the ground. He used his superior speed to take action himself. He wanted to use the fastest way possible, to finish him off. Nishizawa Sugo was still unaware of the danger behind him. Not until Li Qion was about to kill him did his magical artifact issue a violent warning. He turned back in shock and asked, "Since when?" Li Qion was still hidden but suspected he'd been found. Damn, does he have a danger-sensing artifact? Thanks to that warning, he escaped death by a hair's breadth. He admitted, "Li Clan bastard, you're better than I thought." He mocked, "Maybe you're just too weak." Nishizawa Sugo's blood boiled as he ordered the lizard men, "Shut up, attack him." But they were no match for him. 7-star sword, third form. Precise slashes finished off the lizard men in the blink of an eye. Heaven blue slash. Suddenly, Li Qion stopped for no apparent reason, leaving him stunned. His body felt as if it were bound by chains. He didn't understand why he couldn't move. Nishizawa Sugo burst out laughing in triumph. "You've fallen into my trap," he arrogantly declared. "This is a high-level mana-sealing formation. Without mana, you're just a useless brat. In helplessness." Hearing that, he still didn't panic. "Sealing my mana?" Li Qion's entire body was enveloped in magic as he growled. "In that case, the formation couldn't stop him. I'll just use my alternate mana channels instead." The sealing chains immediately shattered into pieces. Nishizawa Sugo was still unaware, as he never considered the boy a worthy opponent. Not until Li Qion caught up did he realize in a daze. He thought the formation was invincible and didn't expect Li Qion to escape so easily. The corner of his mouth curled up as he pointed his sword at him. "Aren't you going to run?" He asked in shock how he escaped. Li Qion replied indifferently, "I'm not obligated to tell you. I've reported to the clan, so surrender now." But for Nishizawa Sugo, it was too early to give up. He tried to reassure himself. Cornered, he grew desperate. "I'll kill you to win my freedom." He was surprised. "What?" A dark shadow appeared, covering his face. Li Qion questioned, "What on earth are you talking about?" Its appearance made him look tiny, and the sword in his hand shattered. Then it unleashed a powerful strike that knocked him back hundreds of meters. Li Qion couldn't defend in time and was slammed into a tree, screaming in pain. His whole body felt broken, but it wouldn't let him go. He vaguely guessed, could it be? Li Qion didn't expect to be tormented so miserably by it. This horrific monster was the mountain turtle head, the guardian of Crimson Blue Island. He wondered, a rank 3 monster that's a literal nightmare. How could a mediocre tamer like him control it? Nishizawa Sugo confidently revealed, "You catch on fast, but I haven't fully controlled it yet." He gloated, "But it will certainly follow a command to kill." Though he hadn't fully mastered the mountain turtle head, he remained arrogant. "You'd better give up on fighting." Facing him and this horrific monster was an immense challenge for Li Qion. He believed nothing was perfect. "Stay calm. If he hasn't controlled it yet, I just need to take down the tamer first." Fortunately, Li Qion had prepared in advance. "I prepared this just in case. I didn't expect to actually use it." He used a forbidden drug with severe side effects but massive benefits. It was a divine medicine that instantly boosted mana, causing Li Qion's power to skyrocket. But he still reminded himself, "There's one more thing." Li Qion clenched his fists, trying to apply everything he had learned. He was forced to use the technique Li Yonghua told him to use only in the direst danger. Finally, Li Qion felt the time had come. Heaven-defying art, an overwhelming power emerged. Sensing danger, the mountain turtle head also launched a counterattack. When Li Qion clashed with it, something unexpected happened. He thought, "I haven't even touched it yet, so why did it stop?" But that didn't matter anymore. "All right, I'll finish it with this move." Suddenly, the mountain turtle head let out a roar of pure panic. Li Qion immediately recognized this roar as a fear-inducing skill. In this critical life-or-death situation, the mana fluctuations made him unable to move. Damn it! At that moment, Li Qion's dark energy appeared simultaneously. He was surprised to find that the dark energy had countered the mountain turtle head's skill. Time was running out. Li Qion felt it. Now is the time. The power within him had reached the ultimate realm. Li Qion focused intensely and used the infinite skill. He combined it with the first form Demon Slash to enhance the attack. He spun around and delivered a spectacular finishing blow. The mountain turtle head roared again, attacking him with horrific vibrations. By now, it was getting dark, and the light was completely obscured. Despite his best efforts, Li Qion coughed up blood after every attack. He reminded himself, "There's no time left. The side effects of the enhancement and the ultimate art will soon leave me unable to move. Within 10 seconds, Li Qion had to find that beast tamer. He silently counted down in his head. 8 seconds. 4 seconds. In that moment, Li Qion's eyes suddenly flashed. Finally saw the key, a silk thread. The thread led deep into the forest. Li Qion timed it precisely, 3 seconds. Following the thread, he found Nishizawa Sugo's hiding place. He asked in confusion how it was possible, and the time to strike had arrived. 1 second. Li Qion rushed forward and reassured himself. The distance isn't enough yet, just a little more. If only I were a bit stronger. Finally, he thought of a way. Then I just need to extend the sword. The battle ended. He had personally eliminated Nishizawa Sugo. That was also when Li Qion collapsed from exhaustion, quickly tossing the sword aside. His whole body aching, he forced himself up. I have to take care of myself. If I pass out now, it's over. He had prepared for the worst. Li Yonghua told me to drink this if I used that move. Luckily, I brought the honey flower. He took action. Before the monsters arrive, I need to deal with this guy first. On the white ground, Li Qion gradually woke up after his exhaustion. He wondered, where is this? What happened to the tamer and the mountain turtle head? Suddenly, his body throbbed with intense pain, his eyes widening at the sudden agony. Trembling all over, Li Qion realized his body felt like it was about to shatter. From above, a large eye was wide open, watching him. So it finally turned out like this? Those things are too dangerous for a human to contain. How can both exist within one entity? I hoped you wouldn't wake up, but now let it eat. An object fell in front of Li Qion. This is? Its familiar shape made him realize. A purple honeycomb? Could it be purple cloud stone nectar? A voice rang out. Not you, but it needs to eat this. The era has shifted. Become stronger, child of humanity. Do not let yourself be swallowed by the era. Li Wa suddenly asked, are you awake? Seeing her, Li Qion called her name immediately. Li Wa. She scolded him. You brat. How dare you call me by my name? I'll let it slide since you're in pain. How's your condition? He closed his eyes to feel. Though my joints are severely damaged, my mana has surged tremendously. Did I really absorb the purple cloudstone nectar? Li Qion reported his status. A few mana channels are broken, organs are scrambled, bones are cracked, and muscles are torn in places. It's not too serious. Li Wa's face turned pale as she shouted. What? All that and it's not serious. Seeing her worry, he thought. The purple cloudstone nectar was originally what Li Wa intended to take, an elixir that strengthens the body and grants immunity to poison. I decided to take it on Crimson Blue Island, but I feel a bit guilty. Li Qion sat up and asked, wait, why are you here? Suddenly, a call rang out. Little brother. Li Myung-hoon appeared in the middle of the night. Elder brother. He held a medicine bottle and asked, are you all right? Let me heal you with mana and this medicinal liquid. He smiled and replied, thank you, brother. I don't need the healing, but I'll take the medicine. Li Myung-hoon watched Li Qion drink the medicine in silence, a pained expression on his face. He spoke up. Li Wa, could you step outside for a moment? She obeyed. Yes, I understand. When Li Wa left, he said, if you had died, I would have wiped out every organization related to this tamer, no matter how powerful they were. He remarked, that's reassuring to hear. He affirmed, as a member of the Sungmu clan, you are a model warrior, but as an elder brother, I see this as recklessness. Li Qion said sheepishly, I didn't anticipate the mountain turtle head. I'm sorry, brother. If I had known, I would have waited. Seeing him admit his mistake, he sighed. It's good that you can distinguish between recklessness and confidence. Li Qion said seriously, elder brother, since I dealt with the tamer, the information about him belongs to me. He held his head in exasperation. I knew you'd say that. He was once a sorcerer of Japan's Onmyorio, exiled for practicing forbidden arts. The mastermind provided him with charms and artifacts. They wanted to kill you and make it look like a monster did it. He got straight to the point. Haven't you found the mastermind yet? He replied, startling him. He's on the verge of death, so it's difficult to extract information immediately. He guessed right away. So I wasn't the main target. They were aiming for you. He asked back, why do you think that? Li Qion said, they wanted to damage your reputation, making everyone believe you reacted too slowly and failed to detect an intruder. Li Myung-hoon admitted, that is indeed the case. Gave a forced smile. It seems I can't pretend not to know. Li Qion asked, are you all right? He patted his head. I'm fine. A little damage to my reputation is insignificant. I can't be away for long, so I'll be heading back now. Suddenly, Li Qion grabbed his hand. Elder brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Say you anticipated the tamer's intrusion and gave me orders. I'll testify to that, making it look like you were prepared even beyond the clan's intelligence. He realized the point. Wouldn't it be better for you to testify to the truth? He replied. If they believe I did this on my own, they'll be even more wary and guarded against me. He was pleased. So that's why you call this a deal? What do you want? Li Qion got to the point. Give me access to the library of scriptures. 3 days will be enough. The agreement was accepted. All right, he said confidently. No need to thank me. This is just a deal. He laughed helplessly. Even if I hadn't agreed, you would have found a way to manage, wouldn't you? He hesitated. Well. Phone rang. The Blue Sword Squad is calling. I have to go. Lee Myung-hoon looked at him with a satisfied smile. Li Qion suddenly received a dagger from him. He instructed, I'll keep this matter a secret. He remarked tentatively. As expected, you're still not easy to deal with at all. After that, Li Hua guessed. It seems the conversation went well? He replied. Yeah. She asked dejectedly. So which gate will you challenge? It's been 3 weeks, so it should be open. He asked back. What about you? Where will you take the challenge? She screamed in anger. I asked first. Li Qion replied. If you want to know, answer me first. Li Hua said proudly. The most difficult challenge, of course. The Gate of Obsession. She asked him back, and he replied. The Gate of Struggle. She was surprised. Huh? Does that place even exist? Don't tell me it's some gate on the outskirts. He confirmed. Yeah, it's in the outskirts. Li Hua was disappointed. I misjudged you. I thought you were a better rival than me. He thought to himself, since everyone assumes location determines difficulty, they think I chose the outskirts because it's easy. Whatever, let them think what they want. Sunlight gradually began to appear over the forest. Li Qion searched for the way. I don't remember exactly, but it should be here. Before my regression, this was a cave I stumbled upon, where I'll complete the second trial. The Gate of Struggle. A flame flickered on a wooden branch. He looked at the ordinary wall with a look of disappointment. But of course, it's not that simple. Li Qion didn't hesitate for a moment. He slashed straight ahead, a blue light enveloping the surroundings. A metal door appeared behind the layer of earth and stone. He smiled happily. Found it. The dagger cut into his hand, and blood began to flow. Blue light radiated, surrounding his hand. Li Qion swung his hand toward the door. As the blood touched it, the door opened instantly. A luxurious place appeared before his eyes. The vast scenery made him fall silent instinctively. Li Qion walked toward the lamp. He dripped blood into the bowl. A descendant of the Sungmu clan requests to be challenged by the ancestors' trial. He declared war. Please grant permission. A requirement rang out. The challenge is to defeat yourself. An illusion of Li Qion appeared before his eyes. Unlimited attempts until victory is achieved. If you give up, you cannot leave. Let's begin. Li Qion was pushed back by a massive force. A slash grazed his neck. Ah! His neck was severed from his body. What the hell is happening? The illusion itself had struck, blood splattering through the air. He clutched his neck and coughed a few times in terror. He realized, my neck was just slashed. This is an illusion. I cannot die in here. The sensation is so realistic it's irritating. An ordinary person would have gone insane. Furthermore, can I really become that strong? The illusion allows me to utilize my power perfectly. This means I am still not performing at my full potential. If I could fully exploit it, I would have blocked that strike. All right, let's try one more time. The third time he was stabbed through the stomach. Dead. The fifth time his neck was snapped. Dead. 10th, 18th, 20th, 23rd time. He died every time. No matter how many times he died, he continued to attack without mercy. Li Qion was pushed back, his hands scraping against the floor. He panted exhaustedly. Is this the 75th or 80th time? I understand a bit now. I can learn everything. My greatest strength is my overwhelming freedom and adaptability. Combat style that is completely unpredictable. Li Qion manifested a new weapon with a confident smile. He charged forward with determination. This time, I must succeed. The two of them continued to clash blades. Gradually, his posture began to perfectly match the illusion. He swiftly dodged the incoming attack. His eyes flared with fury as a powerful blue aura erupted. With his rage at its peak, Li Qion launched a direct assault. The sword pierced through, but not a single drop of blood fell. The illusion mocked him, leaving him stunned. You fool! The illusion's gaze was ruthless. I exposed that opening on purpose, idiot. Technique was unleashed, sending debris flying everywhere. Demon Breaker. As the slash descended, the illusion gradually faded away. He flashed a joyful smile just before it vanished completely. Thought, by passing the trial, the Sungmu bloodline releases hidden power. In my past life, it was just common augmentation. But in this life, a streak of golden energy flickered before his eyes. His entire body was enveloped in a strange aura, surprising him. This ability is? Outside the Iron Gate, a group of people stood staring at the pile of rubble. Li Gaihong's face was grim as he let out a helpless sigh. He said dejectedly, I thought he would be obedient, but this troublesome brat has caused a mess again. An announcement rang out. The mana density is shifting. The gate began to open. He walked out sullenly from the thick shroud of smoke. He rushed over in worry. Li Qion, are you all right? Wake up quickly. His lips were parched as he struggled to speak. Uncle, Guy. Li Qion's face was pale, and his stomach growled incessantly. Water? So hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted, leaving Li Gaihong unable to react. A surge of anger made him tremble. This kid is truly something else. A courtyard. A heart-wrenching cry rang out. Young master. Nanny Mangawa's eyes were filled with tears as her sorrow overflowed. She hugged him while venting her worries, but he quickly changed the subject. Nanny, I'm so dirty. I've been outdoors all month. She cupped his cheeks and laughed. I was going to scold you, but never mind. Welcome home, young master. Thank you. She wiped her tears. I have prepared your bathwater and a meal for you. He asked. By the way, Nanny, where's my aunt? I thought she would be the first to run here. She hesitated to answer, making him wonder. They met through the iron bars, and Manhwa was still smiling brightly. Has my dear nephew arrived? Seeing her there, Li Qion asked immediately. What on earth did you do? Ignoring the chains on her hands, Manhwa replied excitedly. Sorry, but seeing you safe is enough. But what did you do to make your mana skyrocket like that? You haven't even digested all the energy in your body yet. Sit down quickly. I will help you. Before she could finish, he interrupted with a serious tone. Aunt. Understanding the situation, she gave a forced smile and thought, it's fine. I didn't expect you to go this far for my sake. The past rushed back along with Manhwa's shout. It was you people, wasn't it? You did this. This reminded Li Chen why she was locked up. She had caused a riot in the control room with the elders and the eldest brother. Anger from that moment was still clear in her scream. Again, it's always the same. Recalling that, Manhwa worriedly touched his hand. I'm sorry, dear. I thought they had done something strange to you, so I couldn't control my temper. I just felt incredibly angry at the thought of never seeing you again. As she said this, her throat suddenly tightened with emotion. Looking at her, memories flashed by, making him realize. To be honest, I didn't fully trust you before, but, without realizing it, I've come to see you as part of my family. Without knowing when it happened, I have started to consider you a family member. Fine, I accept that now. After thinking, Li Chen turned away with a promise. I'll get you out soon. Please wait a bit longer. However, Manhwa stopped him. How can you do that? It's okay. Don't overexert yourself. Sensing her concern, he smiled brightly to reassure her. I won't do anything reckless. You'll be released soon anyway. See you next time. The dark of night, lights lined the entire path. As the plane landed, a group of people stood in a neat line to receive them. Steady footsteps descended. Walking toward the crowd, Li Taishin's stern face was visible under the lights as he was greeted. You have arrived, my lord. He approached Wajan and replied. I have kept you waiting. She replied without complaint. It is no trouble. The hot spring is ready. Please bathe and then have your meal. As Li Taishin responded, Li Chen glanced over. Very well. Thoughts quickly raced through his mind. After the events of this naming ceremony, I thought I had grown quite a bit, but just how far is the gap between me and my father? I still cannot measure it. Suddenly, Li Qion's eyes met his father's stern gaze. However, Li Taishin immediately looked away, making him wonder, did our eyes just meet? Li Chen watched his father's imposing figure as meaningful words echoed. I have always said that those who do not know how to fight are unnecessary for the clan. But, among them, there is only one child who carries a true desire to defeat me. These unexpected words sparked whispers. Who is he talking to? Is it the eldest brother? Knowing he was the one being referred to, he sighed helplessly. I tried so hard to suppress my emotions, yet he could still read me? The banquet hall of the Sungmu clan was a vast, luxurious space where everyone gathered. As the crowd moved past, Lee Chen felt a quiet stir within. This was a rare event for the Sungmu clan, making the scale of this banquet far grander than other naming ceremonies. The person is a mage, the youngest tower master ever known. The director of the Inyang Bureau. No, he is the deputy director now. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. Forgive my intrusion, youngest master. The clan head wishes to grant you an audience. Surprised by the sudden request, Lee Chen asked, Father. Butler Choi replied respectfully, Yes, please come this way. Sensing something unusual, he tried to calm himself. Why would father call for me privately? I hope it's nothing serious. Under the dim light of the night, Lee Tae-shin exuded an air of majesty. As soon as Lee Cheon arrived, he got straight to the point. Father, why did you call for me? Sensing the presence of a second person, he looked up. Seeing Lee Myung-dong standing with him, Lee Cheon became suspicious. Eldest brother? Realizing the situation, he looked resigned. Could it be? At that moment, Lee Tae-shin's voice rang out. I believe you know why I summoned you. I want to hear about the events of this naming ceremony. According to Lee Myung-dong, you discovered an outsider and ordered his capture. The whole affair was your plan, wasn't it? The words were as expected, yet Lee Cheon bit his lip in resignation. Just as I thought, father already knows. Unable to hide it, he replied seriously. Yes, that is correct. I was the one who proposed the deal to my brother. The condition was that I would have access to the library of scriptures for 3 days in exchange for helping him avoid the public backlash. Considering Lee Cheon's contribution, he decided to overlook it. In light of your merits in this matter, I will overlook your false report. However, Lee Tae-shin asserted, but there will not be a next time. He quickly replied, Yes, I understand. As soon as Lee Cheon finished, he turned seriously to the other. Conversely, Lee Myung-dong, you will receive an appropriate punishment later. Organizing this banquet is your duty. Return to your work. Hearing this, he assured, Yes, I will do so. Lee Myung-dong's serious expression softened into a smile as he walked past him. Even so, Lee Cheon thought worriedly, I wonder if brother will be all right. Before his worry could linger, his father's voice cut in. Aside from the false report, the credit for this belongs to you. You will receive the reward Lee Myung-dong promised. Finally, since you have discovered the trial of combat, I shall grant you an award. As soon as Lee Tae-shin finished, he couldn't help but respond immediately. If that's the case. Returning to the banquet hall, he spoke sternly from the high platform. I thank all the guests who have traveled here. I hope our 2 children, the protagonists of today's banquet, will be blessed on the path ahead. Now we shall proceed with the naming rite. Lee Hwa stepped forward. You were chosen by the holy sword and always shine like the sun to those around you. May you always maintain this brilliant path. I name you Lee Hwa, meaning eternal radiance. The nameplate appeared before her. She was happier than ever. Thank you, father. Once the first was finished, Lee Tae-shin narrowed his eyes and shifted his focus. Next, Lee Cheon stepped forward. The silence in the room made him think. Their reaction is no different from the weapon selection, right? But that's fine. At that moment, Lee Tae-shin's voice rang out. You are tough and sharp, yet flexible enough never to break. Like a blacksmith gathering iron from all directions to forge a single block, you have forged yourself. I can find no better word to describe you. Having said that, he snapped his fingers. A soft sound echoed, and then the nameplate fell. Therefore, I shall name you Lee Cheon. Looking at the nameplate, he couldn't help but reflect. In the past, I was named with the intent to live as resiliently as steel. But now that meaning has changed. Until I reach the pinnacle of the Sungmu clan, I will not stop. Lee Cheon was delighted with the name he was given. He placed his hand on his chest and thanked him. My name is Lee Cheon. Thank you, father. The isolation room of the Sungmu clan's judiciary was neat and orderly. A faint groan echoed through the silent space. GWI Honghwa's face was pale as she clutched her head and screamed violently. I want to get out. It's so suffocating and annoying. I couldn't even witness the kids' naming ceremony. She kept shouting. He said he'd let me out, so why is it taking so long? The guard on duty thought helplessly. Someone save me. Suddenly, the phone on the wall rang, and the screen lit up to show a call. However, Honghwa screamed so loud it drowned out the phone. I want out. Before she finished, someone pushed the door open. You may leave now. The sudden announcement left her dazed. Huh. On receiving approval, GWI Honghwa couldn't contain her joy. As for future discipline, there would be an announcement. But for now, she was permitted to leave isolation. As soon as the announcement ended, She excitedly kicked the door open. A voice from inside yelled, "Don't just kick things." While she was skipping along happily, Manhwa froze when she heard a call. "Wait, hold on a moment." Seeing Lee Cheon leaning against the wall, she rushed over joyfully. "Kid," Manhwa asked curiously, "was it really you who got me released?" "Yes, that's right." "What? How did you manage that?" Suddenly, she noticed the paper in his hand. What is this?" Manhwa carefully read the words on the paper. "Appoint Manhwa to the position of elder, and appoint her as the master of the 9th son, Lee Chin." Ignoring her look of surprise, he welcomed her with a bright smile. "I look forward to your guidance, master." The scene shifted. Lee Cheon put on a brand new outfit as a question reached his ears. "Starting today, right?" He adjusted his clothes and replied, "Yeah, this is only the beginning." Carrying his belongings on his shoulder, Lee Chin smiled and said goodbye. "Well, I'm off." "Good. My life as a freshman begins now." However, when he arrived, whispers began to circulate. "Hey, isn't that the illegitimate son?" "Yeah, the 9th child, Lee Cheon. I heard he caused quite a stir at the selection rite and naming ceremony." Every sound reached his ears. "It must have been luck. He's just a bastard after all. Achieving those results through luck is a bit much, right? I'm curious too." Those familiar words made Lee Chin complain internally. How many times must they say it? Illegitimate son. My head is killing me. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making him look over curiously. "Oh, it's the 8th young lady." Lee's confidence drew praise from the crowd. As expected of a direct descendant, her aura is completely different. Hearing the praise, Lee Chin realized, the reaction is completely different from mine. Seeing him, she approached to say hello. "Ah, kid." Lee Cheon replied immediately. "Yeah, long time no see." Suddenly, Leewa became awkward. "About that, you're not holding a grudge over the naming ceremony, are you?" Having forgotten the incident, he asked back, "The naming ceremony?" Thus, the old matter was brought up again. "No, it's about what I said regarding my disappointment." Hearing that, Lee Cheon remembered. "Ah," that expression made her silently remark. "Now that he's grown, he's no different from a cold-blooded person." Beside her, he sided off. "Fine, I don't mind." Hearing this, Leewa couldn't help but feel happy. "Really? Of course." After speaking, she smiled brightly and teased. "That's a relief, since you're a bit petty, aren't you?" For a moment, Lee Cheon looked at Leewa with a dark gaze. "Do you want to clarify that petty part?" However, she shifted to another topic. "By the way, I heard you're studying with our aunt, and even entered the library. We will now proceed with class assignments. Students whose names are called, please gather before the instructors in line." Anxious voices quickly rose. "What should I do? I'm getting nervous. If I'm put in a bad class, I'm finished." Understanding their mood, he sighed. "That reaction is understandable. The academy's training period is 3 years, so placement is crucial. Each grade has 5 classes. Elite students are placed in higher classes." At the same time, she received her assignment. "Lady Lee Hua, Class 1. Congratulations." She accepted it with joy. "Thank you." Just as he calculated, Lee Chin thought to himself. Lee Hua was placed in Class 1 as expected, and then it was his turn. Next, young Master Lee Cheon. He handed over his papers. "I'm here." After confirming, he took them. "Yes, thank you." Walking down the steps, Lee Chin felt uneasy. Their look of discomfort is quite obvious. Looking at the paper in his hand, he sighed in resignation. "I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect them to play such blatant tricks." Class 5, also known as the trash heap, where repeaters and rejects are gathered. Class placement for direct line descendants is based on the naming ceremony evaluation, and the evaluation committee is controlled by the Elders Council and Madam Beck. Yet Lee Chin did not complain. "They think they've disadvantaged me, but on the contrary, this is better for me. It saves me the effort." Suddenly, someone approached. "Young Master Lee Chin. Class 5 is this way." Seeing the guide had arrived, he followed. "Understood. I'm coming." He felt a gaze from behind. Lee Cheon turned back and saw her dissatisfied expression. "Yes." Guessing what Lee Hua would say. "Why are you like this? Aren't you going to complain immediately?" He thought helplessly. "Whoa, look at that face. I can tell just by looking that if I don't do something, that girl will take action herself." Nevertheless, Lee Chin turned away. "Even though I'm perfectly fine with it. What's more important now is..." Following his classmates into the room, voices of complaint rose continuously. "Damn it, Class 5? Can I even graduate? What should I tell my father? I can't be in Class 5. The family will laugh themselves to death." Seeing their expressions, he criticized them internally. How disappointing. How can students of the Sungmu clan have such an attitude? Suddenly, a classmate approached and asked, "Hey, you're the youngest master of the main family, right?" "That's right." Hearing the answer, Kim Han couldn't hide his joy. "As expected, I've really wanted to greet you." He placed a hand on his chest in greeting. "I am Kim Han, the son of a small blacksmith shop contracted by the Sungmu clan. It's an honor to study with you." However, in Lee Cheon's memory, he did not exist. "Kim Han, I have no memory of him from my previous life." Finding it strange, he asked, "Why me?" Hearing this, he replied shyly, "You're a prominent figure, young master, so I've always seen you as my idol." Sensing good intentions, Lee Chen thought, he's not lying. So he sighed and spoke, "Kim Han, right?" Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. "What do you think about being placed in class 5? Smiled brightly and replied without hesitation, "Well, I guess my current strength is only at that level. However, who knows what will happen in the future?" The unexpected opinion made Lee Cheon look over, surprise evident on his face. Pleased with the answer, he broke into a happy smile as if acknowledging his new friend. Lee Chen made an immediate decision, causing Kim Han to exclaim in surprise. Once inside, Inha, a 15-year-old student, and his friends welcomed him. "Nice to meet you. Rookie, we're counting on you." The friendly greetings made everyone confused. "Let's work hard together." "That's right. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask." Suddenly, the sound of clapping drew everyone's attention. "Now that greetings are over, everyone pay attention." Dung Ho cleared his throat and introduced himself. "I am Dung Ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Since we have a new student today, there will be no lesson, only a brief introduction." Seeing that appearance, Lee Chen suddenly remembered. He still looks as lacking in passion and determination as before. In my past life, he even tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up with him. At the same time, he looked at Inha and requested, "Very well, that's all for the introductions. Inha, you guide the new student through the rest." "Yes, instructor." After speaking, he shyly introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. Rookie, though it's a bit embarrassing, since I've been held back for 2 years, I'm still serving as the second-year class leader. You've been standing for a long time, you must be tired. Sit if you want. Now we'll choose a class leader." Even as students, there are times we're sent into actual combat, so the class leader is like a squad leader of martial artists. Unlike the instructor who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, the class leader can be seen as the one in power over everything else in the class. A hand was raised. So how is the class leader chosen?" Inha replied immediately, "I forgot to explain. I don't know about other classes. But here we'll hold a light match and then vote for the class leader." He clapped his hands and got straight to the point. "Very well. Let's start the matches now. Since this is a sparring match, mana cannot be used. There will be a break after each match." Before he could finish, he spoke with a dark tone, interrupting, "Are you actually serious?" Seeing that expression, Inha couldn't help but be wary. "Young Master Lee Cheon, do you have some grievance?" He replied bluntly, "Everything. Both what you are doing and what you have said." Lee Cheon stepped forward and drew his sword. "Wake up. This is the Sungmu clan. If you want to play student games, don't enter this academy. Go to a school in the safe zone instead." Displeased with the words, he showed clear discomfort. "Your words are a bit excessive. We just want to settle this peacefully." Immediately after, a loud noise and his voice rang out. "I guess you won't understand if I just talk like this, will you? Come up here one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you." Not long after, Lee Cheon tiredly gripped his sword hilt for support. His breath came in rapid, continuous gasps. Beneath his feet, the new students were trembling and begging for mercy. "Please, spare my life." Looking at the scene before him, Inha could not hide his astonishment. Unbelievable. Just how many people has he taken down by himself? Before he could think for long, his name was called. "Inha, call the next person, quickly." Lee Cheon's murderous gaze made him hesitate for a moment. The pressure is terrifying. This is the final match. Hearing that, his body felt refreshed, and he excitedly tapped the sword against his shoulder. "Is that so? Come at me, Inha." Immediately, the battle broke out. Neither of them held back, putting all their strength against the other. Lee Cheon's serious demeanor made a thought occur to him. Right? Why is he taking it this far? A match with no reward and no value. This is just a practice match in the academy. I'm not even capable of delivering a serious blow. No, actually, I know very well. I used to be like that too, wanting to win no matter what. I once thought compromise was another way of living. I thought accepting reality and maturing was the right thing. But I want to win. I crave victory so much it's driving me crazy. However, everything stopped when he delivered the decisive blow. I've won. Immediately after, with a passing slash, Inha's sword flew out of his hand. A look of resentment quickly covered his face. His hand froze in midair from the recent impact. Groans of pain quickly rang out. Inha knelt down, clutching his hand. Li Qion sighed helplessly. Phew! Take him to the infirmary. But it wasn't over yet. He screamed. It's not over yet. It's not finished. Despite the sudden impact, he remained alert and realized. Left-handed swordsmanship? Using his left hand because his right is injured. His gaze was completely different from before. Thought barely finished before Li Qion attacked. No, it's over. His face showed determination. Gripping his sword tightly, he rushed forward to counterattack. The sword immediately slammed straight into Inha's stomach. A cry of pain rang out instantly, and his eyes quickly rolled back. He collapsed onto the floor in pain, curled up and unconscious. Li Qion did not care in the slightest and coldly ordered, "Take him away. I have lived every second like an hour, every hour like a year. Who doesn't know that living in leisure is easier? But if I don't risk my life fighting every second, I will eventually lose everything. Therefore, even when I breathe, I fight. I fight myself and everything around me. Have any of you ever lived like that? That is what's called a struggle." Seeing his frantic state, Deng Ho stepped forward to reprimand him. "You've gone a bit too far. 4 people have broken bones, and 3 have internal injuries." Even so, Li Qion still believed in his view. If you want to survive in the Sungmu clan, you must at least know how to laugh in the face of such wounds. He immediately said, "Those kids all have their reasons." Before he could finish, he interrupted with a cold voice. "Instructor Deng Ho, even the students have understood. Do I really have to explain it to the instructor as well? People like you are rare in the Sungmu clan. You are a good person. But they are students of the Sungmu clan. If they go astray, even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty properly." As night fell, Li Qion walked out the door tiredly, continuously rotating his arms. "My whole body really aches. I overexerted myself a bit yesterday." Although some harbor hostility or feel uncomfortable, none of them are hiding or turning away. If they were still as fearful as yesterday, there would truly be no hope, but it seems not so bad. However, gossip was inevitable. "He's here, that piece of trash." Even as he passed, he stopped when he heard a call. "Young master, you've arrived." Seeing Kim Han, Li Qion greeted him cheerfully. "You're here early," he replied shyly. "Yes, I was afraid I performed too poorly in front of you yesterday." "Even so, Kim Han, you're worrying too much. We are still just students. Being unskilled is only natural." Putting that aside, he made his request. "Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question?" He replied generously, "Sure, feel free." Hearing that, Kim Han's face showed determination as he asked seriously, "What must I do to become as strong as you?" Li Qion smiled brightly and pointed to his head. "First of all, I'm not yet qualified to teach anyone, but you have very good eyes, or perhaps a rather sharp intuition." The sudden compliment confused Kim Han. "Huh." Hearing that, he explained, "You managed to dodge my attacks 3 times in a row yesterday, didn't you? Utilize that. I think you're better suited for technique than raw strength. If you stake your life on refining what you have, one day you will be different." Receiving advice from Li Qion, he replied hesitantly, "Thank you." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Greetings, young master." Seeing Inha's battered appearance, he exclaimed, "You look pathetic. In that state, you won't be able to train, will you?" He sighed helplessly. "If I decided to rest, would you leave me be? You'd probably say something about fighting and call me a coward." Inha continued seriously as he passed Li Qion. "I only came out here because I didn't want to hear those words anymore." Knowing that he had changed, he smiled secretly with joy. "He's changed, hasn't he?" Before they could rest for long, a command was shouted, "Assemble!" Deng Ho announced with a grim face. For on sick leave, 5 absent without reason. Only 11 left in total. Looking at the new students, he thought to himself, everyone looks exhausted. Furthermore, the atmosphere has changed. Just because there's a predator, these former students are this tense. Returning to the matter, Deng Ho spoke again. "We were supposed to have a basic physical fitness test today. But considering the current situation, I will change the plan. Right now, begin the physical fitness test." The physical fitness test is over. From now on, free training will be handled by the class leader. Finally finished, Li Qion sighed tiredly and thought, "It took a full 10 hours for the fitness test? I'm a bit tired too. But I cannot stop." On the other hand, the children now realized, hey, The instructor seems a bit unusual today, doesn't he? It's because of yesterday's match. So many were injured. In the past, he definitely would have given us a break. The chatter quickly stopped when he spoke. Attention! No need for further introductions. I am Lee Cheon, your class leader. As Inha said yesterday, the class leader has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. My training sessions will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up, do so, and I have no intention of dragging along those who cannot. Immediately, Kim Bo-sung cursed in dissatisfaction. This hateful brat. Without saying much, he tapped his sword on the floor to show authority. If you are dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. If you hit me just once, I will hand over the class leader position. Alright, no more words. Start now. Fight the person next to you. After observing the situation, Lee Cheon thought to himself, in the end, only 6 remain. The rest gave up halfway. With that thought, he spoke up to end the training session. Stop, that's enough for today. Dismissed, you did well. Everyone was exhausted after the battle, and the cursing began again. That damn bastard, we're suffering like this because of him. I really can't stand him. This makes no sense, and I have no intention of following someone like him. Despite his fatigue, Kim Han spoke up to defend Lee Cheon. Cut it out. To be honest, I feel bitter too. Even though he's exhausted, we couldn't land a single hit on him. Hearing that, the group turned their attention to her. Hey Inha, what do you think? We had so much fun last year. Or do you also find his blunt interference annoying? So fun that you ended up repeating a grade. The unexpected response made them blurt out, what? Inha stood up wearily. If I don't change this time, I'll truly live as a failure. Even if my arms and legs are broken, I want to try once. I really do. You all know him, that youngest bastard. No, I mean, you understand what he's trying to do, right? I'm going to try and fight. This might really be the last time. So wake up. Stop resisting pointlessly or pretending you don't know. The scene shifted. He was sitting in a chair, with a device attached to him. A voice whispered in his ear. Now kid, change its form. Suddenly, the flame in Lee Cheon's hand vanished. Stop. That's enough. Jidui Honghua held her forehead in frustration and sighed. Another failure. Every time you try to manifest aura, its form collapses. I didn't expect this problem to appear after reaching 3-star. If only there were records on how the ancients used mana, that would be great. Ignoring the voice in his ear, he pondered silently. If it's Mujin's memories, but I haven't been able to read the next memory yet. Regardless, the trip to the library was an unexpected harvest. That thing was covered in black energy that terrified the monsters. Even the kingdom's brave generals were defeated. Countless heroes sealed it at the northern 10,000 Demon Mountain. The king granted land to honor that achievement. The heroes, grateful for the king's favor, forged a sword. They named it Mujin. Finding information about Mujin is a major achievement. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by her excitement. Anyway, you've touched aura. Reaching 3-star on your own is truly impressive. Wi Honghua continued to comfort him. The current deadlock will be resolved soon. Actually, you've almost perfected the amplification and conversion techniques. Lee Cheon looked over happily. Yes, thank you for teaching me every time. Suddenly he remembered. That reminds me, Auntie, what will I learn next after reaching 3-star? She excitedly cupped her face and replied, you'll learn how to use hardening chi and aura skills, but it will take a long time to master them. After saying that, Gwi Honghua asked curiously, by the way, how is the trainee training going? You always look so tired. Lee Cheon sighed wearily. It's normal. Seeing him hesitate, she happily offered, is that so? If it's difficult, let me lend a hand. He asked back, confused, huh? How do you plan to help? Her energy immediately surged, and Gwi Honghua puffed out her chest with pride. You'll find out soon enough. Just trust me. Not long after, Lee Cheon's smile turned into a grimace. Hearing trust me already makes me worried. Gwi Honghua walked in happily as Deng Ho introduced her. Today there will be a special lecture on magic. Everyone, straighten your clothes and maintain your posture while waiting. This is Elder Gwi Honghua, a researcher from Sungmu. After speaking, he looked at the trainees and commanded, everyone, applaud. She smiled shyly. This is so embarrassing. Without much talk, Gwi Honghua winked and started immediately. I don't like dragging things out. Let's start the lecture right away. Looking at her, he quickly realized. It seems she's increasingly enjoying teaching. Finally, the class ended with her clapping her hands. All right, the boring part of the lecture ends here. Gwi Honghua smiled broadly and continued. Now for the fun part. I will pass on the improved version of the iron wire technique developed by the Research Institute. Hearing that, Dong-ho wondered, huh? Didn't the lesson just end? She immediately rolled up her sleeves and replied, what are you saying? The main part starts now. Everyone, sit properly in your places. I'll only demonstrate once, so you must focus. Seeing GWI Hanghua behind him, Lee Cheon wondered, what is happening? Without hesitation, she replied, when direct descendants enter the academy, they are usually supported this way. But since you have nothing, I'm putting in a little effort. Knowing GWI Hanghua was doing her best for him, he bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Auntie, she said immediately. All right, very good. GWI Hanghua quickly returned to the lesson. According to theory, your power will double. Isn't it great? Lee Cheon resignedly complied. Yes, you are amazing. Soon they moved outside. He clapped his hands and said loudly, everyone, pay attention. From now on, we will continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, find your opponent. While waiting for everyone, his name was suddenly called, Young Master, be my opponent. He stated seriously, I'm telling you now, I won't go easy on you. Naturally, Lee Cheon didn't hesitate to accept. It's an honor to fight you. I'll let you have the first move. Lee Cheon and Inha immediately swung their swords at each other. GWI Hanghua rubbed her chin and evaluated silently. Wow, my little kid is truly ruthless. He looks just like I did when I was young. Suddenly, an annoyed voice rang out. I really can't stand that kid. Two kids sitting on the steps talked about him. Even if he's a concubine's son facing discrimination, he's completely different from us. His physique is different and he even awakened a special ability. We started from different lines. That's right, we've tried our best too. But what does he know? She was nearby and couldn't listen anymore. So she intervened. Hey, you kids! The two of them turned around in shock. Huh? My lady? Ah, you haven't left yet. GWI Hanghua immediately radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. Leaning in close to ask, just now, were you talking about the kid? No, about my disciple? Sensing the situation was bad, the two bowed their heads in apology. We're sorry, we spoke too harshly. However, it still didn't appease her. What do you think you know to dare say such things to that child? Their bodies immediately trembled. Please forgive us. Kim Bo-song, who was nearby, wouldn't let it go and stepped forward to add fuel to the fire. Doesn't the young master also know nothing? We've also put in a lot of effort, but every time we're treated like we're nothing. It's natural to be different when growing up in different circumstances. Right? As soon as the question was asked, GWI Hanghua decisively turned away. Do you really know nothing? The question confused him. Huh? With a cold expression, she glanced back. Yes, perhaps it's better not to know. If you knew how different one day in that child's life is from yours, you'd realize your lives are nothing more than child's play. The clear criticism made Kim Bo-song clench his fists in anger and think, in the end, what is so different about that concubine's son? All right, fine, I'll show you. Time passed quickly, and an announcement rang out. Today's training session ends here. As soon as the announcement finished, he looked to the side with a dissatisfied gaze. Seeing Lee Cheon's exhaustion, Kim Bo-song was even more unwilling to accept it. See, what's the difference? All that talk about struggling, in the end, it's just because he was born different from us. From behind, he approached and asked, didn't you guys say you wanted to follow that youngest concubine's son today? He continued. But is it okay to move around the clan grounds so freely like this? He replied calmly. We are trainees, so it's fine. Besides, we're not going anywhere dangerous. And that concubine's son doesn't live in the main lines area. Kim Bo-song stated seriously. We can't keep letting him overshadow us like this. Today, I will see it with my own eyes. The sky quickly turned dark. He leaned against the wall and looked inside. How long has he been in the research area? It's already 9 p.m. After waiting for a long time, he rubbed his eyes and complained. Kim Bo-song, let's go back. Training during the day has made me so sleepy. I'm exhausted too. Fine, whatever that concubine's son is doing in there, we'll never know. So they stood up and waved goodbye. Weaklings. Just as they left, he also happened to finish his work. He's coming out. Lee Cheon, having just stepped off the stairs, put his hands on his hips and sighed. Phew, let's keep going. Seeing him walk away, he hid behind the wall and thought, finally going home, to the training ground. That area was reserved for the main line. He shouldn't be able to enter. Not long after, the sound of pain from inside echoed out, making them gasp. Curiosity quickly arose. What was that sound? The sound of training? Understanding the issue, he spoke up worriedly. Kim Bo-song. It seems that youngest young master is truly formidable. Let's stop. The young master didn't say anything wrong. We'll try hard like Inha. However, he remained firm in his thoughts. I never skip my personal training either. There's no difference at all. As the sound stopped, the two of them reluctantly looked at each other. Kim Bo-sung still couldn't accept it. What's the difference between me and that concubine's son? On the other hand, the two following him awkwardly left. Sorry, we're heading back first. Even though he was alone, Kim Bo-sung still hid behind the wall and waited until he stepped out. I will definitely prove that I'm not wrong. And so, with that thought, he decided to follow Lee Cheon the whole way. When he saw him enter the door, Kim Bo-sung finally felt relieved. He's finally home. At that moment, a light shone directly on him. Hey, someone stop right there. Seeing Kim Bo-sung, the guard exclaimed in surprise. What's this, a trainee? After a while, he looked confused again. Even though young Master Lee Cheon moves around at this hour every night, I didn't expect him to bring a trainee along. He immediately caught the key point. Every night. After thinking, Kim Bo-sung raised his hands harmlessly. I had some business, he said immediately. According to the rules, this isn't allowed. Go back quickly. Hearing that, he looked toward the room area and replied, yes. The lights were still on. It was already 2 a.m. Then I wish you success. Let's go. The next morning, at 5 a.m., at the training ground reserved for Class 5, Kim Bo-sung stood in the corner, holding his head in pain. As expected, I went home too late yesterday. Suddenly, his face showed surprise, his eyes widening. Looking at him looking exhausted, Kim Bo-sung thought, he looks really tired. Despite having a heaven-sent physique and the abundant mana of the main line, can a 13-year-old child endure a life of only 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? And what about me? When I go home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. I also do personal training, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and entertainment properly. Instinctively, he approached Lee Cheon. Seeing this, he asked, what is it? Kim Bo-sung spoke up and asked, aren't you tired? Immediately, Lee Cheon's eyebrows furrowed. The question made him realize, so you were among the people following me yesterday? Being caught, he admitted. That's right. You're from the main line, so you get support. Our starting points are different. And furthermore, knowing that Kim Bo-sung would continue to blame his circumstances, Lee Cheon interrupted seriously. I've lived like this since I was little. Before joining the trainee squad, my sleep time was a bit longer. Of course I'm tired if I don't get enough sleep. Not daring to face him, he bowed his head and wondered, then why do you go to such lengths? But instead of answering, Lee Cheon stepped forward and patted Kim Bo-sung's shoulder. You already know the answer. Knowing what he meant, he bit his lip in frustration. I'm just incompetent. The shame made Kim Bo-sung angry. Damn it! Elsewhere, Lee Tae-shin stood with his sword in a vast space. In the clan's great hall, he narrowed his eyes and looked behind him. Butler Choi approached and handed Lee Tae-shin a stack of documents, saying, Clan head, the paperwork for the mission you assigned has been processed. He reached out to take them. Let me see. Skimming through each document in his hand, Lee Tae-shin remarked, this isn't enough. Hearing that, he said immediately, these are rank 7 and 8 dungeons. With the current level of the trainee squad, it will be very dangerous. However, his request still had to be met. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now I need to create people who can survive. Butler Choi nodded in compliance. I understand. I will handle it according to your instructions. Matter wasn't over yet. He bowed slightly and continued. In addition, there is one more thing to report. After listening, Lee Tae-shin was silent for a moment and then spoke happily. The youngest did that? That kid, even from a young age, had different eyes. The eyes of someone who has been stripped of everything, once beaten down to the very bottom. But leading people and changing them is a completely different matter. Having said that, he made a request. Adjust the test content a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same class. Raise the difficulty level for the entire trainee squad. Butler Choi took the paper and replied, yes, I understand. Suddenly, Lee Tae-shin felt curious. Does that boy truly have the qualities to lead people? This time, I will observe him closely. A training ground dedicated to Class 5, Dongguan walked through the door. The sounds of the kids practicing surprised him. I lost. I surrender. Damn it. It's not over yet. Watching the children running and sparring, Dongguan thought to himself, these kids are out here since early morning on a weekend? Then there's no need to summon them. Seeing him, a boy greeted him. Oh, instructor, you're here? Dongguan replied immediately. Yeah, you're working hard for a weekend. Without waiting for an answer, he reminded them. If anyone isn't here yet, go call them back. There's an announcement to deliver. The boy replied, yes, sir. Once everyone was gathered, Dongguan announced, though it's a bit sudden, the schedule for the first quarterly evaluation has been moved up. Therefore, it's been decided to grant a week of leave first. Consider this your last break and rest well. Finally, looking at the smiling faces of the kids, he fell into thought, I don't need to tell them to maintain minimum training even during the break, right? His thoughts finished, Dongguan spoke cheerfully. I trust you'll handle yourselves. Good work. Dismissed. Followed by a firm response. Understood. Meanwhile, Li Qion rested his chin on his hand, calculating. A sudden leave like this. The evaluation was moved up. Will it be all right? Before he could find an answer, he turned back in confusion. Why hasn't everyone left yet? Kim Han replied with a bright smile. We're looking at you, young master. Inha then looked over seriously. What do you plan to do during this break, young master? But Li Qion asked back. Leave is personal time for everyone. Why ask me? Rest when you need to. I have no intention of forcing you during the break. As soon as he finished, whispers broke out. I didn't expect to hear those words from the young master. Honestly, we thought he'd throw us into hellish training. Like, is anyone actually planning to rest? Then force us into a focus session. Hearing that, he spoke dejectedly. Why don't you just say it louder? What do you kids take me for? Immediately after, Li Qion feigned a threat. Then during this break, should we try again like the first day? Hearing that, the kids went silent, bowing their heads. Seeing this, he smiled and sighed. Rest when you need to. Resting is important too. I know even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit idle. Manage yourselves. Rest well and see you after the break. Having said that, Li Qion turned and left. The kids behind him cheered in joy. GWI Honghua's research room was a luxurious and quiet place. Inside, she grumbled lazily. I heard you were on leave, yet you still come here to bother this lady? I have plenty of research to do myself. Meanwhile looking at documents, Li Qion replied. You were clearly just playing on your phone looking at random things earlier. Before he could finish, GWI Honghua shouted angrily. What do you mean random? I was reading about Han Min being recognized by the family head, and even his leukemia is cured. Jumbled words made Li Qion turn pale. Wait, what on earth are you watching? Returning to a serious demeanor, he asked. The evaluation being moved up, was it really by my father's order? She replied instantly. Yes, the direct order was sent down. Immediately, Li Qion speculated. Then this test will be harsher than imagined. Currently, I'm blocked by a mana wall. To overcome it, I might need to find Mujin's next memory. If the memory can't be read yet, it proves something is still missing. I tried to see if I could unlock the next memory by refining it, but that failed too. I guess I just have to keep looking for a way. Suddenly he blurted out, Oh! Seeing a pile of papers fall, Jabla Hanghua immediately screamed. What was that? You have to be careful. Seeing the papers on the floor, Li Qion criticized her. I told you that you should clean this place up. Huh. What is this? The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their intended target. It can be inferred that back then, human techniques focused on fighting monsters. The content he just read gave him an idea. The intended target? The demon slaying slash must be the same. The original demon slaying slash was an excessive technique. Thought finished, Li Qion stood up abruptly, making her ask curiously, Huh? What's wrong, kid? Right after, he hurriedly turned away. Auntie, I understand now. I'll explain later. I have to go to the training ground right now. However, GWI Honghua noticed the papers fluttering about. That damn brat. In an instant, Li Qion reached the training ground. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Holding the sword, Li Qion seriously engaged his mind. Now, let's try to imagine an opponent. Someone larger than me. A monster of a different species than humans. A giant beast. A technique that disregards efficiency. Combo attacks. Conserving strength, dodging, or defending. Flashy things without destructive power or those meant only to deceive are useless. The clear goal of the demon-slaying slash. The thought finished, a large explosion was created beneath his feet. Dirt and rocks flew high along with a loud sound. Just like that, Li Qion immersed himself in his own imagination, slaughtering monsters. Soon, the area was covered by a thick cloud of dust. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, standing motionless in the hazy space. Simultaneously, the sword was enveloped by a mysterious black smoke. All right, now what will appear? A strange space emerged. Li Qion looked around, thinking, where is this? The training ground? It's exactly like when I first received Mujin. Why does the perspective only change when I read Mujin's memories? Hiding behind a wall and looking into the distance, he was surprised when someone appeared. Before Lee Cheon was Lee Hyun-hak, swinging his sword with terrifying speed. That person is the one from Mujin's previous memory. His speed is incredible. Huh? What's that? As the weapon changed, the aura changed along with it. Wasn't that the person's aura changed? But Mujin itself was transforming the aura. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him jump. Hey! Did you just change the method again? He spoke helplessly. Don't peek at others while they're training. Ignoring him, the other person asked further. Since you got it, have you named those techniques yet? Lee Hyun-hak replied. Not yet, and honestly, they haven't reached the level of being called techniques. The other person then made a request. Then let me name them. How about myriad transformations? Good idea. He then praised. Not bad. Lee Cheon, hiding behind the wall, suddenly felt anxious. This feeling isn't wrong. Right after, Lee Hyun-hak turned his head back and asked, Hey you, did you happen to bring someone here? The other side quickly replied, Me? How could that be? At the same time, the sound of a sword blade cutting through the wind rang out. He immediately raised his sword to block the blow. Accordingly, the other side stated their intention. I just wanted to try a duel. There's no reason to bring anyone. The two of them didn't wait long, lunging into an attack before his astonished eyes. Looking at Lee Hyun-hak's appearance, Lee Cheon recognized familiar traits from those eyes and that hair color. Those were the characteristics of the Sungmu main line. In the cold night, one cannot help but have sorrowful thoughts. Lee Cheon sat pensively by the window, thinking this scene was no different from the future or the past. It made him suddenly think of the wall separating the safe zone from the danger zone. Long ago, a massive crack appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious space that humans had never explored. From that deeply mysterious place, there were still unanswered questions. Monsters never seen before began to pour out. Humanity had fought monsters for a long time to reclaim their territory. But there were still unexplored lands known as danger zones. Suddenly Kim Han spoke up, snapping him out of it, asking about the boundary between the safe and danger zones. He looked at Lee Cheon and explained with a smile that the closer to the danger zone, the more desolate the scenery became. Despite the difficulty, he comforted his teammates, saying that since they were still within the walls, the destruction was only this bad. That made Lee Cheon unable to forget his past life, when he had lived there to hide. Since they were nearing the danger zone, he emphasized once more that everyone must stay alert. The vehicle braked sharply as the destination was right in front of them, because from now on, the place they were entering was a place full of potential danger, or in other words, an unexplored dungeon. The dark night made this mission even more difficult. Before starting, Deng Guan gathered everyone to establish a base and check supplies. He also reminded them that the escort guards were only responsible for protecting this base. Everyone must be clear that, from now on, you must handle everything yourselves. Deng Guan patted his chest enthusiastically to reassure the students, saying he wasn't worried at all. I will support you to the best of my ability as an instructor. Everyone, show everything you've prepared. The whole group replied in unison to not fail his expectations. Then it was Lee Cheon's turn to start the mission, declaring he would take the role of commander. Saying this, he suddenly paused as if thinking of something and then continued. So that no one would give up halfway, Lee Cheon bluntly said this test was harder because of him. The human-faced spider forest was a mission that anyone could see wasn't meant for normal students. With this difficulty, anyone who entered would be detected. Clearly, this was a test set by his father. That was enough to make him believe many would give up. Yet someone loudly declared they wouldn't quit. Kim Han sighed and said Class 5 wouldn't run away, and the others enthusiastically agreed. Everyone unanimously placed their full trust in Lee Cheon and promised to believe in him. For a moment, he was so astonished he was speechless. But then, Lee Cheon could only smile helplessly. Even so, he didn't forget to tease them, saying they spoke such cheesy lines so naturally. Everyone blushed and blamed the young master for creating such an atmosphere. As commander, Lee Cheon ordered a final check of communications and supplies before entering the forest. The human-faced spiders in this forest act in swarms like ants or bees, making them very difficult to deal with. But Lee Cheon still asked carefully once more to ensure everyone understood. Our mission is to use recording devices to film the behavior of the spiders that have lived for a long time. Next, he handed over the command role to Choi In-ha. Upon hearing this, she was puzzled because she didn't understand what Lee Cheon meant. Lee Cheon calmly revealed that he would act alone to serve as bait. Hearing this, the whole group was stunned as if turned to stone, their minds full of questions. When they regained their senses, the whole crowd screamed in terror and surprise. At a place hidden deep inside the dark dungeon, At this time, he began to eliminate the minion spiders first. Every one of Li Qian's slashes was extremely precise after a long period of arduous training. After finishing the job, he carefully observed and predicted that they had finally gathered enough. According to his knowledge, killing a few to lure them with pheromones was entirely worth it. In this plan to act as bait, the simplest way to get their attention was to turn oneself into a nutritious prey. That was the only path. It was to prove that the prey possessed an incredibly formidable power. Therefore, Li Qian had to strive to kill a few spiders first to draw attention. However, the spiders appeared in increasing numbers, surrounding him tightly without a single gap. They lunged simultaneously, aiming straight for Li Qian. Despite that, he maintained a strange sense of calm, even as they exerted all their strength in a frenzied attack. Not knowing how much time had passed, Li Qian finally woke up in a daze. Seeing himself hanging in a human-faced spider cocoon, he told himself everything was going according to plan. Feeling a bit uncomfortable due to the poison but with his condition still stable, he used a stealth technique to nullify his presence. He had to rely on the sword in his hand to prepare for action. Then, Li Qian quickly cut the mass of silk threads into fragments. He deduced that if this was their nest, then the larvae must be concentrated here. Thinking so, Li Qian used his sword to split open the outer casing. At this moment, he was shocked to discover their true lair. Li Qian focused his judgment, wondering why there were so many food cocoons. He should have eaten them all long ago. Why were there still so many left? His eyes at this moment showed extreme astonishment. Li Qian wondered what that hellish thing appearing right in the center actually was. Suddenly, that strange thing began to transform very powerfully. Li Qian still couldn't explain everything that was happening. He wasn't sure why the dark energy was resonating with it. Then, the giant cocoon suddenly cracked, gradually revealing everything inside. A completely different spider appeared with massive pincers, along with a set of long, sharp claws like the talons of a beast. The queen human-faced spider, a rank 5 monster, had officially appeared. Li Qian couldn't understand why a rank 6 monster could use human language. That led him to hypothesize that the dark energy was reading its consciousness. The spider queen continuously broke the next cocoons to increase the swarm's numbers. Li Qian could no longer hide his presence as there was no time left to maintain the stealth technique. As soon as she saw him, she immediately questioned what kind of creature he was. The spider queen looked at him and let out a frantic, furious scream. She asked why a human possessed the thing that had awakened her. Though she didn't know exactly what it was, she still craved it. The spider queen's scream created the terrifying pressure of a high-level predator. But unfortunately, that pressure had absolutely no effect on Li Qian. He could not accept that someone dared to resist her magic power. The spider queen's rage reached its peak before this insolent person. Her eyes constantly radiated killing intent and extreme indignation. Then, the entire forest was suddenly submerged in a vast sea of fire. She aimed at Li Qian, but the forest was affected, causing her to panic. She frantically screamed, asking what he had done, while Li Qian calmly smiled. He revealed it was explosive mana bullets, detonating flammable things in the forest on signal. When the time came, Li Qian signaled Group 1 to depart for the nest. Deng Ho directed from afar, reporting a level 5 mana source, but Li Qian refused support. The Spider Queen was furious when she saw strangers sneaking into her forest. Then she frantically ordered her children to quickly protect the forest. To Li Qian, the Spider Queen growled, declaring she would personally crush him. She remained arrogant, thinking he could do nothing even with teammate support. Li Qian calmly replied that she underestimated him too much, making her gasp in shock. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing all his strength into the strike. Then, he confidently fought with all his might regardless of how strong the opponent was. Outside, everyone was busy firing explosive bullets to attract the spiders and clear a retreat. Inha wondered about variables in the nest, but Kim Bosong insisted on following the plan. Everyone rushed toward Li Qian, silently hoping he could hold out a little longer. The entire forest at that time seemed submerged in thick smoke and fierce fire. The Spider Queen was outraged when she saw her attacks becoming useless. She screamed frantically in despair, asking why he wasn't dead yet. But Li Qian still stood tall there, completely unharmed. The Spider Queen gradually became chaotic, wondering what his eyes were seeing. She didn't know that the eyes that could see through the flow of power were called magic eyes. Thanks to the magic eyes, he could read the mana flow to dodge fatal blows. Luckily for Li Qian, this queen spider had just hatched and couldn't control her body. Above all, he understood clearly that he only had one single chance. Li Qian exerted his full power to perform the basic myriad transformations. Without stopping, he continued to use the hard chi art. And finally, he used lightning to further enhance his strength. aiming to deliver a fatal finishing blow to his opponent. The perfect combination caused his entire power to explode incredibly strongly. He successfully wounded the Spider Queen when she exposed a critical opening. Thanks to that, the slash just now carried such great power. However, Lee Cheon was still not satisfied because he felt the strike was still light. According to observation, cutting through that thick skin with one blow was too difficult. The Spider Queen frantically declared she would turn him into a subordinate and take what was inside. She wanted Lee Cheon to suffer endless pain, so she attacked even more fiercely. This caused no small difficulty for him as she attacked relentlessly without stopping. Suddenly, a psychic bolt invaded his mind. A call to surrender echoed in Lee Cheon's head as if he were being hypnotized. He felt as if he were submerged in agonizing pain to the point of exploding. Seeing her goal achieved, the Spider Queen laughed triumphantly at his suffering. The joy made her forget her guard. Then she suddenly screamed in panic. She was astonished, not understanding what was happening to him. Just 1 minute of letting her guard down. Underestimating her opponent cost the Spider Queen a heavy price. Lee Cheon had recovered and stood strongly before her. Despite being tortured, he still mockingly reminded her to be careful. Spiders and insects are naturally afraid of fire. Now it was too late for her to regret. Kim Han apologetically said he was late because he had to clear the way. He breathed a sigh of relief, promising them special training that made Kim Han scream. In the urgent situation, Lee Cheon requested everyone to immediately leave the nest. In the meeting room, everyone was buzzing with talk about Team 5 being behind schedule. Dong Ho rushed in to report, apologizing for being late due to taking the injured to the hospital. Because the time took longer than expected, he urgently prepared the report immediately. First, Dong Ho summarized the discovery of the anomaly and the use of mana bullets. An instructor questioned the excessive use of firepower with 184 bullets. He shouted angrily, asking if they intended to level the entire dungeon. Everyone doubted the mission's success when the dungeon was blown up. Hearing that, they noisily demanded to play the recorded footage. At this time, Lee Cheon entered, explaining the device was broken so it took time to recover the video. Even Dong Ho was surprised by his sudden appearance. Lee Wa was speechless, calling him crazy for detonating bombs and letting himself be caught alive. After watching the video, everyone was stunned and could not believe their eyes. He was amazed because the report matched the film, but still doubted the plan's logic. Lee Cheon firmly replied that he chose the option with the highest success rate. He continued to present that he would rather use any means to succeed than fail. Lee Cheon asserted the Sungmu way only looks at results, making him reconsider. Despite the success, everyone found it awkward because the plan was too groundbreaking to grade. However, because the mission was completed with no fatalities, Team 5 received maximum points. At the office, Lee Sungmu received a report on the number of casualties during the evaluation. He was concerned about support measures for those injured and suffering from aftereffects. Lee Tae-shin requested the report to continue. Butler Choi respectfully replied. Next, he screened the video related to the reported items. After watching carefully, he acknowledged that the video was indeed influential. Lee Tae-shin asked about the forest's location. Butler Choi confirmed it was in northern Gangwon province. The video had accurately captured the appearance of the Spider Queen. Finally was the scene of her being finished off, making him remark that it was too short. Butler Choi reported that the video could only be recovered this much and seemed to have been edited. Lee Tae-shin sipped his tea, thinking to himself that Lee Cheon was an interesting child. He suddenly wanted to know Butler Choi's feelings about this boy. The butler remarked he had a resilient will but was concerned he disregarded basic tactics. That was also what Lee Tae-shin pondered, but he found his unconventionality very strange. From his perspective, that boldness showed he understood the rules well enough to apply techniques. The fact that everyone followed his plan was a testament to his leadership ability. After checking, in reality, no information was leaked and the plan was a perfect success. Lee Tae-shin requested to raise the difficulty of the next evaluations even higher. That made him believe the other children would start keeping an eye on the youngest son. A few months later, at the specialized training ground for Class 5 students. After a moment of hesitation, he finally decided to raise his hand and call the young master. Kim Han tearfully asked if he knew they had completed the final evaluation. Lee Cheon nonchalantly replied that because he knew, he let them rest yesterday. The instructor reminded them that although it was the last evaluation, there was still the important promotion exam. The whole group replied in unison to show their determination. Lee Cheon asked Kim Han to memorize the incantations because he had exhausted his mana in the previous exam. Kim Han's face turned pale with fear when he heard Lee Cheon's request. Lee Cheon began the practice session with physical training. Everyone coordinated. He was satisfied to see they had become tougher in both body and mind after a year. Dong Ho hurriedly ran to find Lee Cheon. Li Qion asked in surprise to see what was happening. He ran over to announce the upcoming promotion exam. After hearing it, Li Qion prepared to set out immediately. As soon as he entered, he heard his name being called from afar. Li Hua stood up and waved to make sure he saw her. Li Hua told him to sit down because she had something important to say. Li Hua praised his achievements and asked about the situation in Class 1. She smiled brightly when her talent was acknowledged. Suddenly remembering the main point, she shook her head to regain her seriousness. She warned him about trouble from the 6th sister and 7th brother in the promotion exam. Li Qion sighed and asked if they intended to make him fail the promotion exam. Li Hua shuddered when thinking about the terrifying tricks of those two. Li Qion nonchalantly said that these troublesome matters had started a long time ago. He easily noticed because terrible equipment was always distributed to him. He also intentionally discriminated and even approached Kim Bo-song. Li Hua was determined to compete fairly to force him to call her sister. Li Qion didn't understand why she was so obsessed with that form of address. Time was running out, so he hurriedly started the meeting. He announced the end of the evaluation period and began explaining the promotion phase. Results are based on year-round performance and the exam at Gate Y7 north of Qizong City. Li Qion was astonished to learn the exam would take place inside an otherworldly gate. The rule is to collect nameplates. Anyone whose plate is stolen will be considered killed in action. He emphasized this was a real struggle for possession, not just a test of ability. Li Qion quickly grasped the simple rules of this survival game. He realized being killed in action was just a trap since the outside wouldn't know what happened. This was an individual match including second-year students. Clearly, some power was interfering. Li Qion saw through the plot to harm him in the isolated environment of the gate. Li Hua looked at him in confusion as he smiled while absorbed in his reasoning. At the same time, in a luxurious and tidy study, Sun had been sitting and waiting there for a very long time. Seeing her at leisure, Jae-hyuk loudly asked what she was doing. She mockingly teased him about working so hard that he was exhausted. Jae-hyuk grumpily called her crazy, making Lee Se-la's face darken. She sat on the table and sighed, comparing him to their 8th sister who was as cute as a bunny. She smirked and said she just wanted to strangle her and be done with it. Lee Se-la asked for his opinion on their mother's command. Jae-hyuk decided it was time to get a clear grasp of the situation. She nonchalantly played with a knife and said she felt very annoyed. An illegitimate child who dared to wear the nameplate of the direct line. Lee Se-la angrily stabbed the knife into the table because of his arrogance. She decided she would personally teach him a lesson as his superior. She wanted to take this opportunity to teach that illegitimate child his place. The promotion exam was a struggle for nameplates within a stabilized gate. Kim Han wondered why a stabilized gate was still so heavily guarded. Li Qion was surprised to see the number of people was fewer than he thought. He wondered if they were too blatant or if the students' level was only this much. To Li Qion, that was no longer important. He asked if everyone was ready. Everyone responded strongly, making him extremely satisfied. Everyone's morale at this moment was boiling more than ever before. Altogether, they moved forward to begin the journey. Lee Se-la delightfully praised the sweets in the office as being very delicious. Jae-hyuk sighed and told her to eat in moderation because those were for guests. Lee Se-la wondered why there was still no contact even though she had personally delivered the news. Jae-hyuk stated that all second-year students had entered the gate. She eagerly awaited the results and hoped to be rewarded by her mother. While Lee Se-la was dreaming, Jae-hyuk felt something was strange. Jae-hyuk doubted whether everything would really go smoothly as planned. He remembered Lee Myung-hoon's warning that he was no match for Li Qion. What his eldest brother said made him feel uneasy, even though he had ignored it before. Then, Jae-hyuk's phone vibrated, signaling new information. An important notification had just been sent to his device. Lee Se-la eagerly asked if everything was over. Jae-hyuk's face suddenly turned pale because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. She snatched the phone to see for herself what was happening. Her hands trembled when she saw 21 people eliminated and 15 people withdrawn. She crushed her phone in anger upon learning that all of Class 5, Block 1 had survived. Jae-hyuk could only hold his head and laugh helplessly at this result. He admitted that he had completely lost to Li Qion. In the competition, the group of students ran for their lives as soon as they saw him. Someone dared to mock him as a bastard but was immediately scolded and had to flee. One kid held his breath and hid in a corner, thinking he had lost him. Just as he sighed in relief, a sharp sword suddenly flew toward him. The power was strong enough to pierce through earth and stone. It was Li Qion's sword. He thought he had escaped but was still discovered and screamed in fear. Before he could run very far, he was beaten to a pulp. He twisted his opponent's wrist back and nonchalantly introduced himself as Li Qion. He mocked the one hiding in the corner, making him scream in fear about oppression. Li Qion grabbed him by the collar and said coldly that he was the one who struck first. He declared that anyone who dared draw a sword against the direct line must pay a fitting price. A flash came down, making him scream in terror. A team member came to report that everything had been handled. He reminded everyone to continue acting because there were still many enemies. Lee Cheon reiterated the plan to act alone and collect nameplates. After giving instructions, he quickly left to carry out his part. Lee Cheon thought that the most important thing was the number of nameplates collected. He considered that stealing nameplates from other students was not as effective as finding them himself. His eyes flashed as he thought of using his mana eye to find the nameplates. He was surprised to see that the mana eye was actually effective for this task. He was delighted to find the nameplates thanks to his special ability. He leaped up, continuing to use his mana eye to save time searching. The success beyond his expectations made him feel very satisfied. He looked at the pile of collected nameplates with satisfaction and praised himself. He excitedly jumped down, considering this an opportunity to train his control. He was stunned by the mountain-high pile of nameplates before him. Unexpectedly, in just a short time, the nameplates were heavy enough to weigh down his bag. While rejoicing, Lee Cheon suddenly paused to think about something. An indescribable feeling of regret suddenly welled up within him. He regretted that he could not continue training his mana eye any further. He sighed as he saw the exam nearing its end after continuous battles. Lee's sudden appearance made him think that avoiding her would only be more troublesome. She excitedly landed on the ground, declaring she had finally found him. The moment she had been waiting for to settle the score with Lee Cheon had arrived. She was frustrated that he wasn't surprised. Lee Cheon replied he knew she was following him. Lee Cheon's nonchalant response made her even more irritated. Unable to argue back, she prepared herself to take action. She had followed him just to demand a real decisive battle. She proposed that if she won, he would have to call her sister. He smiled and asked in return what he would get if he won. Lee said if he won, she would call him brother, making him shudder. He turned pale and said her mental attack was very effective, making her lose her temper. Lee was impatient and could not wait a single moment longer. Both drew their swords and rushed at each other to determine the winner. After the exam, the results of the direct line members became a hot topic. Everyone discussed whether the first-year cadets could hold their ground. The two of them whispered and gossiped about the prominent figures in the exam. That's right. It's the youngest illegitimate son from the first-year class 5. The examiner announced, congratulating Lee Cheon for taking first place. He received the results and thought to himself that they couldn't be too blatantly biased. Although Lee Se-hyun did well, in the end, he had taken all of her nameplates. Lee Hyun praised his composure and remarkable achievements. Everyone flocked to congratulate him as he stepped down from the podium. Dung-ho continued, calling Choi In-ha to step forward. In-ha hurriedly ran up to receive his results. Dung-ho handed over the notice and congratulated him on his successful promotion. Choi In-ha was officially promoted, ranking 13th. In-ha tremblingly received the notice and expressed his gratitude. Lee Cheon reminded In-ha not to be complacent and to keep working hard. Dung-ho announced that Kim Bo-sung was promoted at rank 24. Kim Han was also promoted at rank 34 after his relentless efforts. Kim Han was sad because his rank was not as impressive as expected. He told himself this was only the beginning of becoming as strong as the young master. Kim Bo-sung also resolved to try even harder. He was determined to change so he would no longer be a burden to others. In-ha looked seriously ahead to where Lee Cheon was standing. They all shared the determination to never be defeated from now on. Lee Cheon smiled with satisfaction, seeing that everything had ended well. He turned back and thanked everyone for their hard work. He joked that it was a pity no one failed for him to retrain. He warned that the second year would be much more severe. There would be many enemies wanting to harm them in the future. He trusted they could manage on their own. Everyone replied yes in unison. Lee Cheon smiled contentedly at his teammates' determination. He encouraged everyone to do their absolute best. Lee tiredly protested because she did not accept this result. Lee Cheon sighed and asked what else she didn't accept. He was angry because he had taken all the nameplates she worked so hard to collect. She grumbled that the result would have been different if she had brought a high-quality sword. Lee Cheon thought to himself that the match was not as easy as he had imagined. Lee Se-hyun was stronger than he thought. Even though she hadn't released her full power, he didn't want to imagine her true strength any further. Lee Cheon was confused when she brought up the bet about the title again. Just as she was about to say it, Lee Cheon stopped her immediately. He covered her mouth, threatening a fight to the death if she said another word. He hurriedly urged her to move on to avoid any troublesome matters. The two of them left one after another, following each other forward. Lee Cheon and Lee walked together to a large, luxurious gate. Lee Cheon reached out and opened the door to step inside. Both bowed seriously to their father as they entered the room. Lee Tae-shin spoke up, telling them both to come in. The father and his 2 children sat down at the tea table with cups of hot tea. He began by praising them for completing their first-year training. He asked what each of them had learned and felt. Li Qion wondered why Li Hua was staring at him like that. Li Hua declared she had seen the clan's true face, making Li Qion choke on his tea. Li Taixin asked her what the meaning of that true face was. She asserted that she valued fairness and one's own strength. He nodded, praising the positive change from a shy little girl. He looked at Li Qion, thinking to himself that he was the one who caused this change. Li Qion replied that he felt ashamed because the cadet corps had become hollow. Li Taixin's expression became serious upon hearing the word hollow. He explained that those who give up on fighting do not deserve to belong to the Li clan. He had witnessed too many students with such an attitude. He believed the problem lay in the training capabilities of the instructors. After listening, he laughed and marveled at the boys' arrogance. Their father's smile surprised them both. He praised their individual perspectives. He advised them to be cautious not to fall into short-sightedness. Both expressed their gratitude to their father for his valuable advice. He said he was aware of their efforts and dedication over the past year. He summoned them to grant rewards for their excellently completed missions. Li Hua quickly asked for a masterpiece-grade dragon-scale breastplate. He readily agreed and told her to go to the armory tomorrow to receive it. Li Hua happily thanked her father for the wonderful gift. He turned to ask Li Qion what reward he wanted to receive. Without hesitation, he asked for permission to enter Cheongui-san. His request left Li Taixin utterly stunned. Li Hua looked at him with disapproval at that request. Afterward, Li Qion rechecked the necessary items for his upcoming trip. He thought of Cheongui-san, a place with many elixirs for him to continue making medicine. He hadn't expected his father to agree to let him go there so soon. Musaheng is the final exam to be recognized as a true warrior. Li Qion sank deep into thoughts about the future. He looked at his sword, thinking about his long-held wish. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Li Qion said, "Come in." Moon Jiahua entered to report, "Young Master Ung, there is a letter." Li Qion asked, "Who is it from?" Moon Jiahua replied, "The 7th young master has invited you." When Li Qion arrived, he saw Jae-hak holding tea. "It's been a while. Was our first meeting during this year's Chuseok?" Li Qion replied with a smile. "Yes, so you still remember, brother." Jae-hak sat at the tea table. "I'm not so absent-minded as to forget something like that." Li Qion observed and thought, as expected, he's a difficult person to deal with. Chatting like brothers, pouring tea himself, his manner is very natural. Jae-hak gestured an invitation. "Try it. My only hobby is the tea ceremony, so the flavor isn't bad." Li Qion responded enthusiastically, "Thank you, brother. Do you always personally serve tea to your guests like this?" Jae-hak replied honestly, "It depends on who it is. This tea is from a foreign farm I visited 2 years ago." Li Qion tasted the tea and thought, "This leisure doesn't suit your position at all. You really know how to control the situation." Li Qion marveled inwardly. Just then, Jae-hak set down his teacup. "The reason I called you here is because of the recent promotion exam." He asked directly, "Did you already know it was arranged by me and the 6th? Li Qion replied casually, "Yes, I knew." Jae-hak explained that what happened wasn't entirely his intention, but Li Qion had already seen through his motives. Jae-hak was more famous for his political and management skills than martial arts. He was very good at avoiding making enemies. He understood that his brother didn't want to be an enemy. Jae-hak continued, "Still, I am at fault. If you want, I will apologize." But Li Qion's next words surprised him. "There's no need." Li Qion flashed a bright smile. Things like that often happen in future competitions anyway. But his gaze turned sharp and cold. "Surely you aren't going to say you were forced to do it because of Lady Bai, are you?" Jae-hak realized. "Do you consider me an enemy?" Li Qion affirmed. "Anyone who touches my people can only be an enemy." Jae-hak narrowed his eyes. The smile vanished from his face as he calculated. "What should I do? Should I eliminate him now to prevent future trouble?" Finally, Jae-hak sighed in resignation. "What do you want me to do?" Li Qion still smiled. "Show some sincerity, brother. I'm the one who had to suffer this time."
Jae-hak fought, arrogant brat, demanding compensation.
"But I like it." He offered to bring high-quality elixirs to Class 5. Li Qion shook hands comfortably. "Since you've decided that, I won't mention this matter again." Jae-hak laughed. "You're surely the most enigmatic brother I have." Li Qion gave a social smile. "Is that so? I'm not sure." Once finished, Li Qion stood up to take his leave. At that moment, Jae-hak suddenly remembered. "Oh, let me give you a piece of advice." He warned seriously. "Be careful of the 6th. He really doesn't like you." Li Qion replied, That doesn't matter. He smiled, looking back as he walked away. Besides, I won't be here next year anyway. Meanwhile, in another room of the Lee family, a loud sound, like something shattering, rang out. Lee Soa clutched her cheek in shock. Mother! Wajan said coldly. Don't call me mother. I didn't raise a failure like you. Lee Soa panicked and grabbed her hem. Mother! Please listen to me. She tried to justify herself. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. Wajan's anger had reached its peak. She shouted, Shut up! Lee Soa was terrified by her attitude. Wajan used spiritual power to force her to her knees. Running away is a disgrace to our Lee martial lineage. If you were truly my child, I would never allow you to do something so cowardly. Lee Soa resignedly clawed at the wooden floor, tremblingly asking, Even now, can I not atone for my sins? She raised her head to question that bastard. But Wajan lamented, You really know nothing at all. Lee Soa was stunned, not understanding her meaning. Wajan spoke plainly. That bastard will go to Cheongue-san within a year. She turned to leave. You have brought shame upon the direct line. There is no longer any chance for atonement. If you keep showing that pathetic face, next time it won't just be a simple slap. Just then, Jae-hak appeared and greeted Wajan. From inside, Lee Soa's curse rang out. Damn it! Jae-hak's attention was drawn by that voice, so he peeked inside to check. Lee Soa was frantically clawing at the wooden floor. That bastard! I must kill him! She gnashed her teeth in hatred. I will definitely do whatever it takes to bring him down. Outside, Jae-hak marveled. Mother is truly cruel. This will only make Lee Soa want revenge. Now, I wonder who will be more valuable, Lee Soa or Lee Cheon. I'm looking forward to the future. The day that child returns after a year. Meanwhile, Lee Cheon sat with his hands clenched into fists on his knees. Lee Cheon sat in the carriage with a gloomy face. He looked up dejectedly, wondering in his heart. Why? At the same time, Butler Choi exclaimed, Great, we're heading the same way again. Lee Cheon thought, Butler Choi, you've been waiting here all along, haven't you? He still casually said he would look after him. Butler Choi encouraged him. You don't need to feel pressured. Hearing this, Lee Cheon looked up in surprise. He explained it was time to visit the ancestral graves before the Lunar New Year. He was only coming along by the clan head's order. Lee Cheon acted happy. I see, then I'll be less lonely. But in his heart, he knew this was no coincidence. His aura seemed ordinary, but in reality he was a core figure holding an important position in the clan. Suddenly, Butler Choi spoke up. Thinking back, he began. I heard you'll be stopping by Mount Sungmu before entering Cheongue-san. May I ask what your reason is for visiting the ancestral mountain? Lee Cheon replied he wanted to pay his respects to the ancestors since he was leaving the clan, thinking it was a convenient excuse to show sincerity. Butler Choi praised his depth. Lee Chin gave a social smile but felt uneasy as if the man could see through his heart. Butler Choi asked again, Young master, may I have a few words?
Lee Cheon replied, I'm listening.
Butler Choi asked, Do you like mountain climbing? Butler Choi laughed gently. Haha, I understand. Personally, I like it very much. He told of carving his own path up treacherous mountains and asked, If it were you, how would you climb a mountain? Lee Chin pondered. I would climb in silence, looking straight ahead to reach the summit as fast as possible. Butler Choi smiled in appreciation. That's right, you would climb quickly that way. But sometimes you must look back to check your path. If you only look ahead, you might lose your way. Butler Choi mused. The higher the mountain, the truer that becomes. Only then did Lee Chin suddenly realize he was talking about his martial arts path. After regressing, you were too hasty in accepting the new and haven't fully digested your inherent power. If you keep chasing new things without looking back, it will surely become a major problem. Lee Cheon bowed sincerely. Thank you for your wise advice. Butler Choi waved it off with a smile. It's nothing. Then Butler Choi reminded him. More importantly, it seems we have arrived. As the car stopped, he introduced. This is Mount Sungmu. Lee Cheon quickly stepped out of the car and called out. Butler Choi, he asked with a concerned voice. Only those with Lee blood can enter. Can you? He replied that the previous clan head had granted him permission. He intended to tend to the late clan head's grave, while Lee Cheon wanted to visit the founder's memorial. Entering, Lee Cheon felt like he was passing through a protective layer. Am I passing through the ancestral mountains barrier? He tested his hand, feeling as if he had entered a completely new world. Butler Choi bowed. I shall take my leave. May you achieve your wish, young master. Lee Cheon walked ahead. Thank you. He stepped firmly onto each stone step. Seeing the pavilion from afar, Lee Cheon thought, I've arrived at the founder's grave. Since everyone in the clan respected the founder, Li Qion gently opened the door. Looking at the majestic ancestral altar before him, Li Qion spoke, "Please forgive my insolence for drawing a sword within the ancestral tomb." He drew his sword. "I do this to fulfill what you have arranged." And he placed the sword before the altar. While pouring wine, Li Qion thought, Black Knight is a sword, but that's not all. A family secret had been revealed by his brother before he regressed. There are a total of 9 seals on this Black Knight. Li Qion knew 4 of them. The first was proving himself as the sword's master. Next was proving he carried the blood of the Li martial clan. Third was passing the founder's first trial, the naming ceremony. Thus, I have already unlocked 3 seals. Li Qion pondered, what will the hint for the next seal be? Just then, a surge of spiritual energy appeared from a nearby mirror. The words, heavenly will appeared, and Li Qion quickly understood, I must go to Mount Chanhui. The founder had chosen that place to train the clan's future generations. Li Qion marveled at the dense mana. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. Just then, Butler Choi appeared. It's a beautiful mountain, isn't it? Li Qion agreed. Yes, it feels very different from Mount Sungmu or Jokryong Island. Ugh, they're being noisy again. Right then, another person appeared, complaining, how troublesome. A mountain guardian appeared behind them. Guards immediately blocked the way. Li Qion was shocked he hadn't sensed their presence. The guardian snapped, do you bastards want to die? Put your swords down right now. As the guard shouted to prepare for combat, the guardian slammed his head into the ground. I'm serious, you black-haired brat. He said contemptuously that as long as they held swords, they wouldn't listen to anyone. The 2 sides clashed violently, dust and smoke billowing before Li Qion. Finally, the mountain guardian leisurely took a sip of wine. Meanwhile, the guards and Butler Choi were all collapsed on the ground. The guardian clicked his tongue. Acting tough when you don't have an ounce of strength. He scolded Butler Choi for not giving a month's notice and demanded wine as compensation. Butler Choi apologized nonchalantly. The guardian was annoyed, thinking he'd become arrogant. Only Li Qion didn't understand what was happening, so Butler Choi introduced him. This is the guardian of Mount Chanhui. He lowered his glasses. Is this the kid Taishin said to bring? Butler Choi replied, yes, this is 9th young master Li Qion, who will ascend the mountain. He turned and asked, you saw a part of my technique, didn't you? Li Qion marveled internally and admitted, yes, I saw it. Guardian stroked his beard. You have an aura like Taishin, but the scent on you is strange. Suddenly, Li Qion felt dizzy, making him grimace in pain. The sharp-eyed guardian noticed, hey kid, do you have those strange eyes too? Hearing this, Li Qion looked up, realizing something in his heart. A moment later, the guardian enjoyed his wine. Western wine is indeed different. The taste is indescribable. Butler Choi smiled. I'm glad it suits your palate. Li Qion looked at that expression and thought, I don't know wine, but this must be expensive. Ha ha. Thanks for watching the video. Finally, the guardian set the bottle down. All right, tell me your story, he remarked. Sending a scrawny kid like you here to train. They must really hate you, huh? Li Qion replied, I came here entirely of my own will. The guardian was a bit surprised. He glanced at him like a child caught in a cruel fate. The guardian thought about the illusion his demon I just showed. He was a Dakibi. Dakibis can predict the future and see Sajupalja, things destined and unchangeable. The guardian asked, so, what do you plan to do with a year here? He thought, just so you know, your father is hearing everything you say right now. Li Qion pondered and then spoke. I. That night, the guardian was still rambling. I've seen eccentrics, but him. He rushed to the training ground immediately. Butler Choi seriously thanked him for allowing the use of spiritual water to treat wounds. The guardian asked again, so, why did you really come here? You didn't just come here to deliver wine, did you? I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Butler Choi asked, has the guardian perhaps read the celestial signs? The clan head told me to ask. The guardian slammed his cup down. Celestial signs? I've read them, but I can't say much. Butler Choi smiled flatteringly. The guardian banged the table. Hey kid, is that an apology? Butler Choi laughed. I've brought over 10 bottles of wine. The guardian gulped. Damn it, I knew it. Finally, he refreshed himself by finishing a bottle and slammed it on the table. His face turned serious. The heaven gate has opened. Human power has peaked. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to be hasty. Butler Choi replied, yes, I will deliver the message. The guardian grumbled about a wrestling match years ago. Anyway, you seem to like that kid. Aren't you worried? Butler Choi sipped his wine thoughtfully. The guardian poured himself a drink. He wants to go there, but he's still just a rookie. Butler Choi said, just keep an eye on him once, and you'll find it interesting too. Guardian, thanks for watching the video. Meanwhile, at a deserted training field, Lee Cheon stepped out from another dimension. Observed his surroundings. It's amazing every time. A tree knot leads to a training field. He peered into the cave entrance, admiring the Dakibi's magic. He began to warm up. Honestly, I'm still lacking a lot, and I only have 1 year. He resolved to make the magic, Mujin's secret techniques, and the dark energy his own. Lee Cheon was excited. The goal is 1,000 times. If that's not enough, The mountain keeper looked through the magic mirror and exclaimed, that guy is truly relentless. I've never seen anyone like him. Training until exhausted, then recovering with spirit water, repeating it like he's torturing himself. The mountain keeper snapped his fingers, making the mirror vanish. No wonder his fate is so bleak. He rubbed his head. He was destined to die young, yet he's overturning that fate, a variable outside of destiny. The mountain keeper sighed. Bloodlines don't lie. Your family is truly monstrous. Even the heavens are sick of it. 3 months later, the mountain keeper's irritable voice rang out again. They said that guy was interesting, but I'm bored to death. He shouted because the kid only practiced basics all day. There was nothing fun left to watch. Mountain keeper sprawled out. Aside from asking to pick herbs, he doesn't say anything. He's probably not dead yet. Just then, a shocking sound reached the mountain keeper's ears. He sat up abruptly. That's the cry of the Baki spirit beast. Has something invaded the mountain? The mountain keeper flicked his finger as a signal. The magic mirror appeared and he thought, I've already set up a barrier. That shouldn't be possible. Or did the big shots bring food and wine and mess things up? The mirror showed the spirit beast fleeing. Mountain keeper panicked. What? Is that kid planning to eat the spirit beast? Lee Cheon was indeed holding a sword at this moment, chasing after the spirit beast. The mountain keeper hurriedly threw open the door and shouted, Stop right there! Lee Cheon's speed was so fast that the entire peach forest swayed along with him. Just as Lee Cheon's hand was about to grab the spirit beast, the mountain keeper rushed to block his path. Hey brat, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Lee Cheon stopped and greeted. Mountain keeper, long time no see. His expression was emotionless. Could you please step aside for a moment? The mountain keeper scolded. How dare you target a spirit creature right in front of me? I've never seen anyone like you. Lee Cheon asked back. What are you talking about? Is what I'm chasing a Baki spirit creature? Lee Cheon asked. Why would I kill a spirit creature? The question made the mountain keeper awkward. He looked back at the items in his hands. A basket and a hoe? The spirit beast's cry rang out again, and Lee Cheon intended to chase, but the mountain keeper quickly grabbed him. Hold on a second. He asked for the reason, and Lee Cheon angrily explained. That thing stole my secret medicine. Then he dashed off. Sorry, I'll explain later. The mountain keeper shouted after him. Hey, the spirit creature has already escaped. How are you going to find it? But then, he suddenly remembered something. The mountain keeper looked in astonishment as Lee Cheon pursued in the right direction. Even with keen senses, it's hard to find that exact spot. Energy is radiating, yet the ground remains undamaged. Was that brat always this fast? It's only been about 3 months since I took my eyes off him. Could something have happened during that time? After the chase, the mountain keeper cleared his throat. So while you were looking for the final ingredient, the Baki snatched it? My apologies. Lee Cheon corrected him. It was at least 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng. The mountain keeper was astonished. Lee Cheon listed, fleece flower, white scale herb, dragon scale flower. I worked very hard to gather them. He slumped. That was medicine I painstakingly prepared for 100 days. Now it's all for nothing. The mountain keeper was flustered. Lee Cheon was deeply saddened. So the important goal of coming to Cheonwisen Mountain has failed. The mountain keeper yelled. I already gave you permission to pick them. So what if they were stolen? Lee Cheon replied calmly. That's true. You gave permission, but I lost them in your territory. Failing to manage it is my fault. The words struck the mountain keeper like a knife. Finally, he had to offer. All right, I will compensate you. The mountain keeper boasted. Anything at all. I'll accept it. Lee Cheon asked back. You said anything, right? Seeing the mountain keeper's stiff expression, Lee Cheon smiled deviously. As it happens, mountain keeper, there are 2 things you need to help me with. The scene shifted to the training ground, where the space was thick with dark energy. Hideous, giant spider legs were moving incessantly. In front of Lee Cheon was the spider queen. He channeled spiritual energy into his sword, recalling the Mountain Keeper's advice about aura power. Power of the aura skill, when used continuously, would not change from the first time. Li Qion slashed across the space, executing the aura technique. Yama. The sword stroke seemed to materialize, wrapping tightly around the Spider Queen. Li Qion stomped his foot to gain momentum for the next move. He once again channeled blue spiritual energy into the sword. It was the aura technique. Then Li Qion slashed straight down, aiming to split her in two. Stone wind! But he quickly frowned when he saw the result. The Spider Queen was unharmed and still moving. He thought, is it not powerful enough to kill it? Spider claws lunged toward Li Qion. Just then, a talisman suddenly appeared before his eyes. The talisman landed gently on the ground. The Mountain Keeper reached down to pick it up. Damn it! Why do I have to serve a kid? He sighed in frustration, not understanding why he had promised to do such things. The Mountain Keeper asked, Hey kid, want to take a break? Li Qion wiped his sweat. Please help me continue. The Mountain Keeper sighed. As you wish. Focus on visualizing the target from your memory. He used a talisman to create a dummy identical to Master Young-ho. The dummy and Li Qion clashed in battle. The Mountain Keeper stood outside, marveling at the amount of demonic energy radiating. Grumbled. I didn't expect him to know how to ask for training using illusions. The second task is collecting magic herbs, which isn't difficult either. Over the past 3 months, his body had become much healthier and refined, clearly feeling the stability. The Mountain Keeper's gaze turned serious. But setting that aside, perhaps I must ask about that weapon once. It fell, and Li Qion soaked in the healing spring. It feels like coming back to life. If only there were a spring like this at home. Just then, another person stepped into the stream. Li Qion was immediately on guard. Who's there? I couldn't sense any aura even though they're this close. Mountain Keeper exclaimed. Seeing you so exhausted, you must be real. Li Qion greeted him in surprise. He retorted. I've worked hard too. Can't I rest? Have you rested properly? Li Qion gave a wry smile. I always rest properly. The Mountain Keeper called him a brat. He spoke while chewing on an egg. I've lived a long time, but I've never seen anyone train as foolishly as you. Li Qion was speechless. He stood up awkwardly. I feel like my body has recovered. Please excuse me. I'll be going now. The Mountain Guardian suddenly crushed an eggshell. Wait! His voice turned serious. I still have something to say. Sit down. The Mountain Guardian asked. What is the name of that thing you used earlier? Li Qion held out his ring. Are you talking about this? Mountain Guardian replied. Yes. Where did you get it? He crossed his arms. I promise not to tell anyone, but this concerns its identity. Li Qion answered honestly. Its name is Mujin. I found it in the clan's secret vault. The Mountain Guardian pondered. I saw something very similar to it a long time ago. Long ago, there was a mage who could communicate with spirits and read the stars. And that mage always carried something with him. A figure appeared in the smoke as the Mountain Guardian spoke of a stone that could change shape to perform magic. By using forbidden arts without paying a price, he naturally became the greatest mage of his era. He waved his hand and continued. But then, monsters emerged from the smoke as he told how the stone devoured the mage, causing him to lose his mind and wreak havoc everywhere. He changed in just 1 year and was eventually sealed. Li Qion asked about the stone's fate. They gathered their strength and destroyed it. He thought to himself that this was similar to the story at Jeonggak. Li Qion guessed the mage was sealed at Myeongwisan, but the Mountain Guardian denied it, saying it was on an island to the east. He was disappointed it wasn't what was written in the books, but the stone and Mujin were definitely connected. The Mountain Guardian suddenly spoke up, returning to the story, which surprised Li Qion. He pointed and said he smelled a foul stench from that stone back then. And that scent is very similar to the one emanating from you now. A strange scent. The Mountain Guardian laughed and said Mujin was an alien object of unknown nature, advising him to give it up. Li Qion broke into a sweat, feeling the suffocating pressure from his suggestion. He mentioned that when he had the demon eye, his father advised sealing it, but he wanted to subdue and use it. The Mountain Guardian laughed at his arrogance and asked if he had really said that to Taishin. He shouted, asking if he thought it was like the demon eye. Li Qion boldly replied that to him it was no different. He stood up coldly. Then there is no other way. Energy gathered in the palm of the Mountain Guardian's hand. Summoned a great mace. He gripped it and gritted his teeth, shouting that he would have to take it by force. Immediately after, the Mountain Guardian swung the mace downward at Li Qion, just a few centimeters from his face. Mountain Guardian stopped the mace. He warned him to hand it over while he was still speaking nicely. He said it had been a long time since he swung a weapon, so he wasn't sure he could hold back. Li Qion pursed his lips and glared, calmly stating that the mountain guardian wouldn't do that, because doing so would break your covenant. Hearing that, the mountain guardian loosened his grip on the mace and sighed helplessly. He laughed and asked if he already knew everything. Li Qion replied decisively, "Of course." He spoke of the man's oath to protect the mountain. The mountain guardian irritably called him a cheeky brat. Li Qion asked further, "You didn't actually intend to take it, did you?" The mountain guardian fell silent, then teased that he should live by his tongue instead. Li Qion smiled and thanked him. The mountain guardian was outraged. "That's an insult, you brat." Li Qion wondered why he didn't use force. The mountain guardian said this thing didn't stink like that mage's item. Li Qion looked at the ring gratefully, then calmly told him to set that matter aside. He asked blankly what was wrong. The boy smiled and said he had just threatened a student with a weapon. "I'm very meticulous when it comes to calculations," the mountain guardian shouted. "You greedy little brat." A while later, at Li Qion's temporary shelter on Chanwizen, looking at the sword emitting dark energy, Li Qion exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to take 3 whole months to read Judo's memories." He recalled the 2 swords he received from Jaehak before leaving. They were the masterpiece dagger Judo and the exquisite sword Effenbach. Li Qion muttered, "Effenbach carries frost energy. I already absorbed its memories at the main house." He decided to test Judo's ability and the new power from Mujin. Li Qion activated the copying ability, and the ring emitted a blue light. A beam of light shot toward the sword leaning against the wall, wrapping tightly around the hilt. Pulling it back into his hand, Li Qion revealed that Judo's ability was to transfer attributes between items. He thought copying the shape alone wasn't enough. He had to use dark energy to wield its true power. Since he had broken the seal at Mount Sungmu, he decided to check Black Knight's memories. In his thoughts, he saw someone holding a sword, but the image was still faint. The important part began here. He glanced upward. The man said, "I intend to seal this sword so my descendants won't be swayed by it." The mage asked doubtfully if he was sure, as no one would be easily chosen by it later. The man was firm, and the mage understood, releasing a surge of energy from his hand. Golden light enveloped the sword, and ancient characters gradually appeared. The mage said the sealing was complete. When it reached the sealing details, the sound vanished. Li Qion was helpless as he couldn't hear anything more. The mage asked if the power would be released when the 3rd seal broke. The man accepted it. Even so, it still had to be tested, and the man channeled energy into the sword. Li Qion was amazed to see that the mana circuits inside Black Knight were as complex as a human's. The sword slowly floated up after absorbing enough energy. The man swung a powerful slash, but the attack was immediately blocked. Li Qion was shocked to see the mana wasn't just blocked but was also scattering. The man decided to reinforce the seal a bit more, and then everything stopped. Consciousness returned, and Li Qion clutched his head in pain as if struck by lightning. He broke into a cold sweat. The power to nullify mana. I didn't expect such a weapon to exist. The training ground. Li Qion stomped his foot hard on the ground, gathering strength to leap forward. He released energy to perform Iron Chi Strike in front of the Spider Queen. Lightning. In an instant, he swung his sword across her head. A voice rang out, "Not bad, kid. You did it." Li Qion looked back in surprise. The mountain guardian teased him about his 7-month streak of failures. Li Qion remained silent for a moment. Then he laughed and retorted, "You know I could beat you any time." The mountain guardian turned away in annoyance. He asked what he planned to do next. Li Qion replied he would stop training. The mountain guardian excitedly planned to go relax, but Li Qion hesitated. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy suspiciously. He stated firmly, "I think it's time to take the trial." Li Qion said solemnly, "The Founder's Trial, Bloodless Dream." Bloodless Dream was an illusionary realm enhanced by elf magic at Mount Chanwizen. It chose the worthy, and it was the oath linked to the mountain guardian. The mountain guardian asked if he really wanted to try. Li Qion firmly confirmed it was his goal. He dampened his spirits by saying he wasn't strong enough, causing Li Qion to look down in disappointment. But, hearing that word, he looked up in surprise. The mountain guardian held out his hand. He declared that Li Qion, of the Li family's 9th generation, was permitted to challenge the Bloodless Dream. Li Qion happily shook his hand in thanks, and then they both moved toward the mountain. In front of a cave, the mountain guardian said this was the entrance to the Bloodless Dream. Li Qion was doubtful because this was the cave leading to the man's place. The mountain guardian replied nonchalantly, "That's right." Immediately after, he held out his hand, which emitted a blue light. He pressed his palm against the rock wall and channeled energy into it. Instantly, a massive door appeared before them. The mountain guardian said once he entered, he couldn't leave until it ended. then told him to go in. Li Qion stepped through, confidently asserting that he would definitely return. He shouted good luck, secretly admiring the boy's willpower. Li Qion slowly opened the door. Light spilled out. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and thought of the founder's legends. In another space, a figure appeared in the whistling wind. It was the founder of the world's top clan, Li Hyunhak. Li Qion spoke to present himself. Your descendant greets the founding ancestor. He held his sword, feeling an overwhelming presence as if the man were still alive. The only condition for victory was to defeat the founder at the age of 15. Li Hyunhak drew his sword. Li Qion closed his eyes to probe him. But immediately, his face turned pale and he spat out fresh blood. Because without him knowing when, Li Hyunhak had pierced his sword through his chest. Li Qion opened his eyes with a start. He wondered in panic what that was, and if his heart had just been punctured. Li Qion reflected that he hadn't been careless either. He sat up and pondered. Though he had died in simulations before, at least he knew how it happened. Looking at Li Hyunhak standing there, he was wary because, aside from being stabbed, he knew nothing else. Li Qion reassured himself to stay calm and examine everything carefully. He recalled that the man hadn't used any secret techniques or body-strengthening aura. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if it was a blind spot strike, since even his sixth sense hadn't detected it. He thought in shock that the man must have read all his movements to do that. Li Qion gripped the hilt. Does that mean he's really that strong? He warily picked up the dagger and shifted his feet. He looked toward Li Hyunhak, who was emitting a terrifying source of power. Li Qion gave a forced smile, truly worried about whether he could win. Elsewhere, someone reported to the clan head that Li Chen had been in the cave for 10 months. Li Taixin leisurely wiped his blade and asked about his situation. He said indifferently that the boy shouldn't have been able to reach that skill level. Recalling previous matches, he said that child had never truly failed. In other words, he has never experienced true despair. Li Taixin sheathed his sword and asked why the survival rate in the bloodless dream was so low. He explained it was because their spirits collapsed before the wall named Li Hyunhak. Li Qion lay exhausted on the ground, panting. Did I just die in one hit again? He recalled that when he was defeated, the man had completely deceived his senses. He sat up anxiously. Did he see through me and attack my blind spot? Li Chen looked at his trembling hands. It's been a long time since I felt like this. He clenched his fists in determination, knowing he was facing an insurmountable wall. His eyes showed clear resolve. But I can't break or give up here. Without hesitation, he firmly gripped the sword in his hand. Li Qion told himself that no one understood this feeling better than he did. His figure dashed across the meadow. When you fall into an abyss, the only way is to climb up. Li Chen soared high, ready to strike with all his effort. But Hyunhak was not weak. He was ready to counterattack. With just one move, he was defeated again. I see. The founder isn't using any strange power. The founder's true strength was his innate talent. Li Qion's golden eyes showed clear resolve and strength. He couldn't break or give up here. Without hesitation, he decisively grabbed the small dagger above. Li Qion used magic to turn that dagger into a long sword, telling himself, no one in this world understands this feeling better than I do. In a flash, his figure dashed across the green meadow. When falling into an abyss, the only way out is up. Upon arriving, Li Qion seemed to soar high, his hand ready to strike. My efforts are not in vain. But Hyunhak did not back down and looked back, his hand also ready to counterattack. With just one of his moves, the boy was defeated and fell back. I'm starting to understand now. The founder isn't using any strange power. Next time, Li Qion was defeated by Hyunhak countering with his bare hands. The founder's strength is his talent, for he found the right answer for his own growth. After many times, he finally grasped Hyunhak's abilities. I know the perfect action at every moment like an instinct. The essence of martial arts is that every basic is a solid foundation. This time, Li Chen retreated in time as the man rushed to attack. Behold, the founder's path of swordsmanship. Faint orange thread guided him while he was still anxious. Li Qion looked down at Hyunhak's sword path and quickly saw through a horizontal slash from left to right. A smirk appeared on his face as the blade drew near. Li Qion told himself after the previous failure, next time, I'll definitely succeed. On lush green grass, the wind blew fiercely. When he rushed forward again, the boy blocked him as soon as the match began. The first strike. Next was a strike from the left that Li Qion firmly parried. The second strike. He skillfully parried the subsequent attacks from all sides. Third strike, fourth strike. I can now fight the founder fairly. Hyunhak grew even more serious now, with only the light from the sword visible. A direct sword strike made Li Qion quickly lean back. He flashed an excited smile after dodging that strike. Finally, I've used aura. Li Qian's whole body flew backward, breaking with his hands and feet. My unique close combat style is about freedom and unpredictability. Looking at Hyun Hak before him, Li Qian summoned a spear into his hand. What I lack is handling all types of weapons on a solid foundation. Finally, he understood the true purpose of the bloodless dream. Hopefully, Li Qian did not hesitate to charge with his spear, breaking the wall known as himself. The spear in his hand was gradually enveloped in a green magical aura. It was a power that even the founder did not possess, something he himself didn't know he had. Gui Honghua's praise echoed in Li Qian's mind. Your magical talent is truly wonderful. I can guarantee that. He felt deeply grateful as he lunged into battle. Thank you, Aunt. He charged forward, gripping the spear now shrouded in magic. Li Qian hurled a magic sphere at Li Hyun Hak, causing the two forces to collide violently. The tip of his spear struck the sword, causing it to crack. Li Qian's spear, reinforced by magic, shattered the sword. As he cut him in half, the battle officially came to an end. The wall was slowly crumbling. Elsewhere, the mountain guardian sat drinking alone as usual. It had been a month since that kid entered Mu Haiyanmong. No one had received this challenge in 1,000 years. He never expected it to happen. But at that moment, the wine cup in his hand trembled, causing the liquid to splash out. Then the ground shook like an earthquake, leaving the mountain guardian bewildered. What on earth is happening to this mountain? A second later, he realized the truth and gasped in disbelief. Don't tell me. Without hesitation, the mountain guardian rushed toward the winter peak. A few minutes later, he arrived before the iron gate where Li Qian was confined. The mountain guardian stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Did that boy really pass that trial? The heavy stone gate slowly creaked open just a fraction. From within, Li Qian's golden eyes and a smirk were revealed. He greeted him confidently. I have returned, guardian of the mountain. As Li Qian lazily enjoyed the hot spring, a voice asked, So, how did it feel? Li Qian replied helplessly, I never want to go through that again. Hearing this, the mountain guardian sitting nearby teased. You say that, but you don't look dissatisfied at all. At those words, his expression darkened slightly. Almost everyone who comes out of there has a deathly gaze and a completely changed personality. It seems everyone found their own answer. Then Li Qian curiously asked the mountain guardian. So, do you know how my father was back then? He asked back to be sure. You mean Li Taixin? Once confirmed, the mountain guardian smiled and opened a beer, speaking cryptically. Curious about your father? Do you know what he said the moment he stepped out? Mountain guardian crossed his arms, mimicking Li Taixin's serious face. That's enough training. I'm going back. Thank you for everything. Li Qian watched, slightly skeptical. Wait, did you just imitate my father? He replied proudly. That's right, I'm quite good at it. But the boy quickly denied it. No, you're not. Then the mountain guardian praised him. You completed the Mu Haiyanmong challenge at the youngest age ever seen. Hearing that, he didn't respond, thinking with a relieved face. I was lucky to pass after realizing so many things. He curiously asked about the next plan. So, what will you do with your remaining months here? Li Qian answered as the mountain guardian listened intently. I plan to rest and organize everything I've come to realize. Immediately after, he pointed and teased, making the boy sigh. Huh, I thought you hadn't changed, but it turns out you have a little. Did that Dakibi magic do something to you? While he was still enjoying himself, Li Qian called out, By the way, guardian of the mountain. Huh. Then he casually reminded him, making him freeze. It's time for me to receive my reward. Li Qian stepped closer and smugly reminded him. You haven't forgotten about scaring me last time, have you? This flustered him. Wait, kid, that was just a joke. Li Qian's next words made the mountain guardian even more tense. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. He made his request with absolute seriousness. I want to borrow your Dakibi mace. Hearing that request, he jumped in shock. What? The mountain guardian immediately reacted with concern. That's not something a human can handle. You can't even use it. But Li Qian reassured him. It's fine. I just want to touch it once. His gaze remained calm as he repeated. Surely touching it once won't cause any harm, right? This made the mountain guardian pause. Well, not exactly. Finally, he helplessly covered his face and accepted. Damn it. Fine, fine. The mountain guardian nervously repeated himself while pulling the weapon from his spatial bag. You won't be able to do anything with it anyway. From a beam of light, he pulled out a massive iron mace. The mountain guardian gripped the mace solemnly. It was a weapon carved from star fragments and a goblin soul, thus called the Dakibi mace. Li Qian looked at the mace nonchalantly. I'll give it to you for exactly 1 hour. If you try to force it, you'll be in trouble. So be careful, kid. As soon as he received it, the mace fell. Thank you. The heavy iron mace crashed down, cracking the stone floor. Chion smiled smugly. The mountain guardian teased as he saw him trying to lift the mace with both hands. I told you, you can't even lift it. To Li Chion's dismay, he walked away leisurely. Well, just enjoy your hour of play. Down in the cellar, the sound of the iron mace and Li Chion's groans echoed. He finally managed to move it. I had to use mana just to lift it this much. He rolled his shoulders to stretch, looking at the mace before him and thinking. And this isn't even its complete form. Li Chion's face was serious as he stared at it, reflecting. A weapon said to summon storms, tides, and level mountains with a single swing. If fully released, it would be a catastrophe. Then he reached out his hand, and a shroud of dark magic began to emanate. There is only one reason I borrowed this Takibi mace. Li Chion controlled the black smoke to wrap around the mace while speculating. If dark energy is considered an aspect of the weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it only work in special cases? I must find out. A voice like a bolt of lightning flashed through Li Chion's head, making him freeze. Always so stubborn. What do you plan to do with that? He clutched his chest, his whole body in pain as he slumped to the ground and screamed. Despite the intense headache, Li Chion was overjoyed. I read it. Even so, he smirked with delight. I was blown away by just a single sound. But if I can read its memories, I can absorb it. Li Chion's eyes were filled with determination and joy, his hands clenched. And if I can absorb it, I can handle weapons that no human ever could before. The mountain guardian asked as he slung his bag over his shoulder. Ready to go. Got everything? He continued chatting, making Li Chion look back. No wonder things seem so busy at the foot of the mountain. The mountain guardian held a bottle of wine and asked with a sigh of relief. Is today the day you leave? Li Chion happily turned back to answer him. Yes, today marks exactly 1 year. The mountain guardian, unsure, manifested a small, heavy pouch. Oh, really? Li Chion looked at the pouch in his hand, curious. What is it? His answer and teasing smile left him helpless. It's salt. I'm throwing it because I want to ward off your bad luck on the way out. But then Li Chion smiled brightly and said goodbye. Thank you for everything. I'll come back to visit you next year. The mountain guardian sighed as he looked at him and reminded him. You know you won't be welcome if you come empty-handed, right? Then he leaned on his hand and laughed loudly, bluntly reminding him. Bring plenty of wine when you return. Li Chion could only sigh and think. A person who just threw salt at me says that. The mountain guardian remained standing, not moving. Suddenly, the boy asked a question that made him freeze. Guardian of the mountain, are you satisfied living on this mountain? The mountain guardian's expression darkened, with a hint of self-mockery in his reply. What does satisfaction matter? This is my land. I'm here simply because it's mine. Then he held up the wine and the bag of salt to prove his point. It might look like I'm stuck here, but I go out a lot. Where do you think this wine and these snacks come from? The mountain guardian waved the wine bottle in his hand and irritably shooed Li Chion away. Now stop bothering me and just go. He still stood there, hand on his sword hilt, whispering, Not right now, but... Li Chion's words made him pause and turn his head again. One day, I will bring your name back to you. The mountain guardian looked at his gentle face, full of trust, and asked, How could you possibly know about that? The scene shifted. The mountain guardian stood alone on the mountain looking into the distance, remembering Li Chion's words. I will need your help when that time comes. The mountain guardian suddenly broke into a smile. How did that kid know?
Truly a strange brat.
Suddenly, he remembered an old story. Long ago, there was a goblin that rampaged across the 8 directions. A man caught that goblin, scolded it, and let it go. Refusing to admit defeat, it challenged the man again. After losing, it made 2 vows. 1. To guard the mountain and support the newcomers. 2. To create the blood dream and choose those capable of undertaking the challenge. Those were the things that everyone usually knew. The scene shifted. The mountain guardian slipped and fell, crying out in pain. The man standing before him said, Since I won, you must not cause trouble in the human world anymore. As proof of your vow, I will take your name. A name is necessary for your soul to be bound to me. The man's next words made the mountain guardian's eyes widen in surprise. But it's not a bad thing. The mysterious man reached out his hand with a smile. Because one day, a child carrying my blood will return your name to you. Then our contract will be complete. Ending the flashback, the mountain guardian let out a breath. I guess it's not so bad after all. That bastard Hyunhak. Is that kid really the one who will finish it? Having said that, he rubbed his head. Whatever. He said he'd take my name back. Suddenly he became irritable. But he just left like that, leaving me with this hope. TSK, I should have scattered more salt. Night fell, and Li Qion stepped out of the car. I had to stop at Mount Sungmu to perform a seal, which took quite some time. Suddenly, a voice caught Li Qion's attention. It's been a long time, young master. Standing before him was Butler Choi, who asked, Are you still doing well? He thought to himself, if Butler Choi is waiting for me. Li Qion replied, Did father call for me? Butler Choi invited him in. Yes, I will send someone to help with your things. Please go to the main hall to meet the clan head. Li Qion slowly followed behind Butler Choi. Stopping in his tracks, Butler Choi spoke up. Not that way, young master, but this way. This surprised him a little. He walked, he thought to himself, this path is definitely. The door opened to reveal the clan head's private training ground. Before Li Qion stood the formidable Li Taixin, his hand resting on his sword hilt. He turned his head and spoke slowly. You have arrived. The boy bowed respectfully. Father, have you been well? Li Taixin's expression remained unchanged as he inquired, Li Qion, it seems you've acquired something quite good recently? He looked at him seriously and reported the situation. Yes, but seeing you, father, I realize I still have many shortcomings. Li Taixin looked somewhat satisfied as he replied, Did you learn how to flatter while you were away? If so, I am disappointed. Seeing that expression, Li Qion was somewhat dazed with disbelief. Wait, was that a joke? Did father just smile? Butler Choi bowed politely. The tea is ready, clan head. Li Taixin replied, Thank you. Li Taixin then spoke, leading the way. This way. Then turned to look at Li Qion. How have you been? Hot tea was slowly poured into 2 cups. Li Taixin sat opposite him, instructing carefully, I don't want to just hear reports of your achievements. I want to hear your thoughts, which is why I called you privately. Li Qion unconsciously clenched his fist, thinking that his father truly wanted to hear his honest thoughts. He calmed down a bit, relaxed and spoke hesitantly. Well then, he sat quietly listening to him tell everything, thinking to himself, this feels very strange. Li Taixin acted normally, taking a sip of tea, talking to a kid not about reports but about feelings during training. This was the first time. Just then, Li Qion finished. That is all. He set the teacup down gently as the boy continued. I did not waste my time. Li Qion continued to express himself with a face full of happiness. I couldn't squander the time you gave me, father. But then a question from Li Taixin made him freeze. Then why did you return so late? Under his stern gaze, Li Qion slowly replied. It's because I stopped at Mount Sungmu to pay respects to our ancestors. He sat there with a somber face, hearing the cold words from Li Taixin. Is that all? His eyes looked straight ahead with determination, expressing some concern. If this is something I'll have to mention one day, I'd rather the elders see that moment as well. The roof suddenly rattled incessantly. Have you become arrogant after achieving only a minor success? A heavy pressure radiated from him. Are you really telling me to my face that you visited the ancestral burial grounds just to enhance your own prestige? He was stunned, struggling to endure the weight. This immense pressure. Despite that, Li Qion continued to try to express himself. But because of Black Night, I will have to visit Mount Sungmu often. I can't go through this every single time. I want to show tradition and respect through actions, not just words. Not just with words, Li Qion nervously but frankly expressed. They may see me as a mere brat, but I also carry the blood of the Li martial clan. I want to test myself and become an example. When he finished, he praised, You spoke well. Then Li Taixin picked up his teacup again and said in a low, firm voice, Come closer. I will forgive you this time, but you must ensure that it does not lead to indulgence. Hearing that, Li Qion also bowed seriously and replied, Yes, I apologize. Li Taixin's next words left him a bit dazed. And one more thing. Is there something you haven't told me yet? His next words directly shocked him. I allowed you to go to Tiangue Mountain, but I don't recall authorizing you to enter the Blood Dream. Li Taixin stood up from his seat as he reminded him. The only thing you requested was to be trained at Tiangue Mountain. He walked ahead with his precious sword, ignoring his fear. You deceived your own father, so a punishment has been prepared. Come with me. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword, slowly drawing it out. Li Taixin raised the sword with a serious face. Draw your weapon. I will test what you have achieved. Butler Choi followed his command, bringing his sword closer. Li Qion looked at the sword with some anxiety, finally understanding. I wondered why father brought me to the training ground, so this was the reason. Suddenly, Li Taixin spoke, making his hand freeze as he reached for the sword. Can you show everything you've gained with that? Li Qion immediately grew more tense, thinking to himself. Did father know from the very beginning? His hand slowly pulled back and clenched into a fist. At that moment, Li Qion nervously used magic to create a sword. Anxiety was clearly visible on his face. Li Taixin's expression remained unchanged as he observed his ability. His expression was calm as he bluntly signaled. Step forward. Li Qion seriously used a skill that generated a golden flash. Demon Eye. But then he was shocked. He stared intently at him, who was still standing still before his eyes, and understood more. Is there nothing I can't see? I can't see Father's magic or aura flow at all. So even my demon I cannot see through him. Li Qion made a decision and looked forward seriously. Then there's no need to use eyes that might distract me. He stepped back with one foot to gain momentum. Against Father, there was no need for preparation or warming up. And Li Qion used a massive surge of power that cracked the ground. I'll put everything into the first strike. He raised the sword high, enveloped in magic, skill, and his fighting style. Li Qion did not hesitate and charged seriously toward him. Li Taixin stood motionless, watching the massive magic approach. Ghost Pierce skill. Li Qion thought as he watched 3 streams of magic fly toward him. I even combined it with storm winds and freezing aura. Li Taixin looked at the incoming attack with only slight surprise. Even if it doesn't reach Father's feet, if it could at least create some impact. Only then did his hand slowly move slightly. A swift slash was unleashed. With just one swing, Li Taixin blew away his magic. The massive surge of magic was split in many directions around him. The stone floor also cracked, and Li Qion was blown back by a slash, having to use his hands to block the dust. Looking at him before his eyes, he spoke. That is enough. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes as he asked, Is this the answer you found after fighting the founder? Li Qion covered his mouth with his hand, coughing from the dust. Then he softly replied, Yes. He explained seriously. A talent that no one possesses except me. And to constantly break and rebuild that talent, to create a solid foundation that will never be shaken. With a determined gaze, Li Qion seriously took his stance again. That is the truest answer I have found. An air of unwavering determination radiated from Li Qion. It seems you've chosen a difficult path. Facing him was Li Taixin's stern face. But you will not collapse, nor will you bow your head. Suddenly, he raised his hand in praise and asked, Very well, so how was the trial in the blood dream? He lowered his guard and sheathed his sword in confusion. I cannot describe it clearly in words. Hearing that, Li Taixin explained. If you cannot speak of it, it means it hasn't truly become yours yet. As he handed his precious sword to Butler Choi, he bluntly asked Li Qion. In fact, that last attack wasn't your strongest move, was it? He remained silent for a few seconds after hearing that, clenched his fist, and then replied, Yes, I know. He looked at Li Qion, who was silent as if hesitating about something. But Li Taixin just turned away immediately after with a wake-up reminder. You entered the blood dream on your own. If you show a mediocre appearance again, I will certainly punish you. He nervously and carefully bowed in apology. I am sorry, Father. Right after, Li Qion was dazed to hear his question. What do you plan to do from now on? His face showed clear hesitation. Regarding that, I have something to tell you. Li Taixin replied, Speak. A second later, he seriously and clearly expressed to him. From now on, I must undergo the Academy's third-year program. But as you know, I surpassed the level of a student long ago. Li Taixin quickly saw through him and pressured him. Get to the point. But then Li Qion still took a step forward. I want to experience the world. He placed his hand over his heart and spoke frankly with a firm mind. Please allow me to begin my martial journey. Li Taixin turned his head and asked suspiciously. So, was this your goal from the moment you wanted to go to Tiangue Mountain? He replied firmly, Yes, that's right. Li Qion then continued to express. The bigger reason is that I want to improve my own abilities. Hearing that, his expression turned slightly sad as he reminded him. Wanting to achieve many goals at once. That habit might one day be the rope that tightens around your neck. But he only bowed his head and replied, I will keep that in mind. Li Qion's heart sank as he pondered and wondered. Is this advice? Or is it also a warning? He turned his back to him and spoke again. That's right, the martial journey. Silence filled the room after those words. The martial journey was the final trial that direct descendants of the Li ancient martial house had to overcome. No one received any help from the clan. They simply trained their martial arts until adulthood and then returned. Although there was no fixed test, they were required to achieve accomplishments that anyone would acknowledge. Li Qion's small but mature figure stood seriously under the light. 15 was still too young. The common age to begin a martial journey was around 17 to 18. But it was as if a large gap pushed him away from them. This child was not the type who could be constrained by the mold of commonality. He had proven with his own hands that he possessed power equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist. Seeing this child, other children would surely become more wary. After a moment of thought, Li Taixin turned his head and agreed. All right, very well. I allow you to begin your martial journey. Hearing that, Li Qin's hand quickly clenched, feeling joyful inside. I succeeded. Then he looked up in a daze as he was about to continue. But his serious demeanor did not change as he spoke. There are two conditions. At another location with a modern building, the Administrative Association of Ancient Martial Arts. Li Jaehong happily waved to Li Qin. You've worked hard, nephew. He greeted him happily while his face was being squeezed. Hello, uncle, are you still doing well? Li Jaehong replied with a teasing smile. I'm always doing well. He looked at him and praised him happily. You're the one who has grown quite tall, haven't you? After realizing, Li Jaehong spoke up to remind him. Hurry and sit down. He also replied politely, yes, thank you. As soon as he sat down, Li Jaehong asked again. Do you want something to drink? He carefully declined. No, that won't be necessary. He gave a helpless, forced smile and confessed. Actually, I just finished eating with my nanny, making him burst out laughing. By the way, you look quite tired, uncle. That's true. Li Jaehong laughed shyly and put his hand behind his neck. Ah, there's just been too much work lately. Suddenly Li Qion stood up, surprising him slightly. Actually, I have a gift for you. He took out a small wooden box and placed it on the table. It's nothing special, just a medicinal pill I refined myself. Li Qin carefully explained briefly. It will help you significantly increase your vitality and magic control over the next few weeks. After hearing that, Li Jaehong took it with great interest. My nephew is the only one who thinks of me. When he opened it, he noticed a curious light scent and wondered. What is this smell? It's like the scent of a pine forest after the rain. Li Qin smiled slightly and added a few more words. Even the mountain keeper acknowledged this as a good medicine. This made Li Jaehong startle and stare in shock. The mountain keeper? At Li Qin's urging, he nervously looked at the pill. Please try taking it. Li Jaehong hesitated for a moment before picking up the medicine. All right. He looked hesitantly at the pill in his hand. If even a goblin praised it, it must be very effective. Li Jaehong opened his mouth nervously and brought the pill closer. He sat there, just watching with a slight smile. After taking the medicine, he immediately felt comfortable and satisfied. Ah, this is definitely the real deal. Li Jaehong slowly felt the flow inside his body. If I train my magic while taking this medicine, the effect will surely be many times greater than usual. He opened his eyes slightly and praised, truly surprising. He remarked in a low voice and asked, aside from its fast action, it's no different from an elixir. Did you really make this? Li Qin smiled and confirmed. Yes, that's right. Immediately after, Li Jaehong asked with an interested face. Do you still remember how to make the medicine? He smiled and replied nonchalantly. Of course. Rare ingredients can also be replaced with other things. At this point, he closed the medicine box and hesitated mysteriously. If that's the case, then Li Jaehong gently advised and reminded him. Don't tell anyone and keep it to yourself. Later, when you're grown, you'll be able to use it in many ways. Seeing that, Li Qin replied very happily. You always think of me first, as always. Yes, I hope for your help when that time comes. A second later, he happily ruffled his hair and teased. Is this kid planning to use his uncle? Fine, when that time comes, I'll be happy to let you use me. Li Jaehong seriously pulled his hand back and asked him. I heard you're planning to go on a martial journey this time? Li Qion asked back in surprise. Ah, you already know? A look of worry flashed across his face. There will be a lot of controversy. Li Jaehong secretly speculated as he thought of the eyes watching him. The boy certainly won't avoid being called favored. Since they can't touch the eldest brother, all the unpleasant stares will fall on Qin. He reached out and placed the medicine box on the table. To participate in a martial journey, you need not only the clan head's permission but also the approval of the elders. He looked seriously at Li Qion and advised. Besides, the elders don't like you, so maybe you should give up this time. He looked down slightly and replied gently without giving up. I've already anticipated some of your concerns, which is why father set a condition. Hearing that, Li Jaehong was a bit curious. A condition? He quickly confirmed, yes. Li Qin then explained to him. And because of that, I need your help. Li Qion stretched and spread his arms, throwing the doors wide open. It's been a long time since I've been back here. He slowly twisted his arms and thought, should I warm up a bit? His eyes suddenly turned toward the source of the echoing voice. So you've arrived. Li Yunhua appeared with a radiant face after throwing open the two doors. My dear nephew. A burst of angry fire flared up. You little brat. She rushed straight toward Li Qion, grabbed his collar and scolded him angrily. You should have come to see me first, you ungrateful brat. He felt the pain and had to endure it. I was busy with work, so how could I come? She let go of his collar and spoke more gently. I know you went to see your second uncle first. Saliva even dripped from the corner of his mouth. I thought I was going to die. Lee Cheon replied politely and briefly. That was just business. Lee Yunhua crossed her arms and pouted, looking sulky. You just love talking back to your aunt, don't you? And you're going off to train to be a warrior. When do you plan on coming back? Lee Chen's eyes lifted slightly as he heard that. Even so, while Lee Cheon was off guard, she gently stepped forward and placed her hand on his head to rub it. My nephew has grown up. Your magic has almost doubled, and your energy channels are much stronger. At this point, he shared a bit of the truth with her. I've mastered all the aura skills I learned before. Lee Yunhua looked visibly delighted. Really? So you've reached the 3-star magic level? She seemed overly excited, rolling up her sleeves as if to show off her strength. You still need a bit more polishing. Well, I have a gift for you, darling. I've finished the incantations for the other aura skills. Shall we try them right now? Her expression faltered slightly when she heard his refusal. Auntie, I'm sorry, but I probably can't do it right now. Lee Cheon looked at her seriously and said frankly, well, I'll be quite busy today. Suddenly, both of them turned in surprise toward the voice that had just interrupted. You're still as close to her as ever. A pair of brown shoes stepped forward onto the ground. A person appeared with an elegant look and a friendly smile. Eldest brother. In the room where sunlight streamed through the windows, a voice suddenly spoke up first. I thought you said you were very busy. Lee Yunhua quickly poked her finger at Lee Myung-dong. What's this about training the youngest now? Really? He scratched his head awkwardly and explained. I really was busy, but I did help you arrange those incantations. Didn't I? Lee Cheon looked away shyly. I even had to ask my busy eldest brother for help. Lee Myung-dong noticed him. Actually, your notes were great. They helped me a lot during practice. Lee Cheon brightened up. Really? That's good then. He asked innocently. But are you all right, brother? He leaned in, startling the boy. Yes, I'm fine. However, he hugged him and stroked his head. You left for Tiangue Mountain without telling me. He laughed. Sorry, you were on a mission then. Lee Cheon smiled brightly under the head pat. And after I returned, father summoned me. In another ancient room, sunlight filtered through the door cracks. Lee Tae-shin sat at his desk, writing while speaking to his son. I need you to teach the basics to the youngest. Will you do it? Lee Myung-dong looked shocked. What? Lee Tae-shin looked down thoughtfully. I'm sure you'll teach him better than the elders would. He rubbed his chin, speculating. But he's not the type to care about such things. Lee Myung-dong bowed respectfully. Yes, I will teach him. Long, sturdy fingers reached for the door. He stopped when Lee Tae-shin reminded him. You should start preparing. Smiled politely. Yes, thank you, sir. He left the room. Blood Dream martial arts? Even I wasn't allowed that trial. And at this pace. He smirked as he walked. Now I see why he ordered me to teach the basics. Lee Myung-dong's expression relaxed. He wants me to be inspired by watching my youngest brother. Meanwhile, Lee Tae-shin smirked with satisfaction. Or perhaps, he wants competition. He walked through the daylight with a plan. All right, I need to see for myself how far you've come. His hand was near Lee Cheon's head. 20 years? No, maybe 10. He might catch up even faster. While he looked at him fondly, Lee Cheon spoke. Sorry for bothering you while you're busy. He put an arm around him. It's fine. I'm the only one free and holding the bright tiger scripture. Simulation showed every blood vessel. All basics and secrets of the Sungmu clan. Proof of inheriting ancestral skills. Accept all basic martial arts of the Sungmu clan. Lee Cheon fixed his hair and looked up. But will you really teach me the basics? Brother, aren't there elders at the academy? He asked directly. Do you think you'd get a proper education from them? Lee Myung-dong laughed helplessly while the boy looked confused. Dirty tricks, ambushes, political sabotage, being pushed into the worst classes. Lee Cheon remained innocent. Thank you so much for everything. The other laughed and patted his shoulder. Right. His eyes sharpened, thinking. More than that, you've grown this much. For him was a mature, happy Lee Cheon. I used to see his mana flow when I focused. Every cell became clear. But now, I can't even guess part of it. Lee Myung-dong kept stroking his head. I wouldn't mind if he caught up. I'm proud of you. I want to be the brother you admire. But, Lee Cheon was confused. Brother. Lee Yunhua stood outside, her face darkening. You too. She interrupted. Are you going to gossip while an adult is talking? Lee Myung-dong said softly. Aunt, please calm down. She turned to leave. Fine, I'm going. You're not going to stop me, are you? Lee Cheon asked. We're meeting for dinner tonight, right? Lee Yunhua puffed her cheeks. You said you'd practice. right? You'll be practicing until late, won't you? She paused, surprised by the answer. Practice is one thing, but researching with you is another. She smiled happily. How could I miss learning from a world-renowned mana expert? Sorry, but please wait a bit longer. Li Yunhua stroked her hair proudly. I can't help being world-famous. I'll let you off this time. She waved and ran out. Since I'm generous, I'll go. It's not because of the movie starting soon. Li Qion waved. Yes, goodbye, Aunt. He sighed in relief. She's finally gone. His brother drew his sword. Now we can truly start training. The sharp blade was revealed. All right. His eyes sharpened, his voice a whisper. To fully meet the conditions father set. The boy frowned, looking up warily. He stood ready to fight. I will train you seriously. A week later at Sungmuchang, basic training with his brother was very simple. Li Myungdong was serious in the match. Li Qion gritted his teeth, holding his sword with difficulty. He attacked relentlessly. Theory and posture lessons passed in a flash. Li Qion struggled as he was pushed back. Rest is only for a single breath, covered in mud and panting. A duel very close to real combat. Li Myungdong remained elegant. I believe carving it into the flesh is more meaningful than words. Hearing the harsh words, the boy looked on seriously. Are you watching with your demon eye? Move properly. The black blade struck the ground hard. Li Qion struggled to stand up. His feet stood firm on the ground. Li Qion rushed forward with all his strength to attack. He dodged easily. He read the flow with his demon eye, but his body couldn't follow his will. He attacked frantically, his eyes red with madness. Impossible strikes that strained muscles and joints. Li Myungdong spoke calmly. You thought that move was too much, didn't you? He closed in suddenly. Wrong. The bodies of the Li Sungmu lineage are stronger than you think. As the sword tip neared his eye, Li Taixin urged him. Your body. Li Qion gritted his teeth and dodged. Move. He looked down and evaluated. He's caught up this much? He grabbed his shoulder. Solid foundation. Fast learner. He wasn't a child who could do this before. He threw off his cloak. The blood dream trial. Even I wasn't allowed. Is this the insight he gained there? Li Myungdong rolled up his sleeves. Fine. You've kept up. Let's raise the difficulty a level. He smiled terrifyingly. Let's see how far you can keep up. The boy flinched. Damn, he's serious now. Time passed. Today's training is over. He scratched his neck awkwardly. Ah, I'm sorry. The floor was shattered. It seems I went too far during practice. Li Qion rested, exhausted. It's fine. This is what real training should be. He approached and reached out. Anyway, Li Myungdong pulled him up. You seem to have grasped the feeling. He replied, Thank you. You said our lineage has sturdy bodies. Blue energy emitted from his body. The Sungmu family's bodies were indeed tougher, with steel-like tendons and elastic muscles. Li Qion looked at his palm. A sturdy body becomes even stronger through training. He smiled at his brother. So, it's fine to use moves that put pressure on the body. I understand that's where the basics begin. Li Myungdong nodded. Yes, your insight is good. You've even applied it to your footwork. He was startled as the boy scratched his head. I only grasped this much after a week. I'm still far behind. He hesitated. He says he's far behind? Usually basics take months. He's doing great. Li Myungdong turned away. Praiseworthy. Go to the infirmary and treat those wounds. He picked up his cloak. He patted Li Qion's shoulder. See you tomorrow at this time. He stood at attention. Yes, I'll review what I learned today. He left and slammed the door. All right, but don't overdo it. Li Qion finally exhaled. He looked at his hand. As expected, they are similar. He recalled his attacks. The basics of Mujin, a theory of infinite, ever-changing movements. But the opponent blocked everything with one hand. The clan's basics maximize physical potential. Li Qion had rushed to attack his right side before being closed in on. The patterns of the two were strangely similar. The difference is that the basic art focuses on the body. He held a sharp dagger, while Mujin revolves around the weapon. He pondered. That's why learning the basics was easier than I thought. Maybe they share the same root. He remembered a long-haired youth. In Mujin's memories, I saw someone with Sungmu traits. Indeed, Mujin seems closely related to our family. He clenched his fist, feeling like he discovered a secret. He smiled. It seems time will pass very quickly. Another room, the council hall of the Sungmu clan elders. The wooden door creaked open. Li Mingyong appeared with a cane. Forgive me for being late. He sat down and noticed Li Jaehong. Look at that, a busy manager attending a meeting? He crossed his arms. I usually use work as an excuse, so I thought I should come this time. A teacup was lifted. Is that so? He gently brought the teacup to his lips and sipped slowly. Surely you have heard about the warrior's journey of the youngest son of the collateral line, right? A man with moss-green hair stood up rudely and slammed the table. Of course, elder. The man opposite with black hair chimed in. A greenhorn kid is allowed the warrior's journey. What kind of order is that? And he's just a filthy, illegitimate son. Lee Jae-hong sat calmly with his arms crossed, listening to the rudeness beside him. It is said that the arrogant one himself submitted the request to the clan head after returning from Heaven Demon Mountain, asking for permission to pass. Cheon-young was the calmest. He set down his teacup and scanned the room. It seems you are all mistaken. The clan head has not yet made a final decision on this matter. He only said to let the elder council discuss and decide. The man with long black hair spoke first. So the final decision lies in our hands? The man beside him in blue attire continued. Since it has come to this, just flatly reject it. Cheon-young looked on with profound eyes and stroked his long beard. Cannot be that simple. Images of Lee Cheon and Lee Myung-young in a fierce battle were replayed. The clan head said that the child already possesses combat power equivalent to a level 5 warrior. He even overcame the bloodless dream. So there is no justifiable reason to refuse. He stroked his beard leisurely and considered the matter. Therefore, regarding an illegitimate son disrupting traditional order, we must provide a suitable justification. Has anyone among you thought of a reasonable countermeasure? Suddenly, a hand was raised, drawing everyone's attention. Lee Jae-hong spoke up bluntly. I ask for permission to say a few words. Lee Jae-hong stood with arms crossed, his face appearing calm. Lee Jae-hong never takes sides in political matters. He stood quietly among the crowd as a familiar presence. The elders view Lee Jae-hong as a neutral person, always wanting to keep himself clean and avoid commitments. Before everyone's eyes, he closed his eyes tightly, ignoring the situation. So when seeing Lee Jae-hong attend this meeting, all the elders had the same thought. Turns out he came here to side with him because both are bastards. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze was sharper than ever. Of course, Lee Jae-hong knew that very well. He looked at them and assessed. Their thoughts were as clear as day. Truly these old snakes. A blue circle with the symbol of 2 crossed swords appeared. The 3 tests that a direct line member of the Sungmu clan must undergo are the selection, the naming ceremony, and the warrior's journey. Those who pass all 3 are called high-ranking members of the clan. Important papers fell scattered from inside the building. They will receive many privileges and approvals, including the right to attend and express opinions in major council meetings. Honestly, it is no different from how an elder is treated. At this moment, he was carefully reaching into his sleeve to take something out. There is no way those shallow elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, would accept that. Lee Jae-hong's eyebrows furrowed, his gaze becoming more serious. Wait a minute, this kid. Don't tell me he brought this divine medicine just to ask for this. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Cheon-young, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do. Cheon-young glanced over when he saw him raise his hand. May I express an opinion? He stared in that direction and felt puzzled. Administrator, do you have something to say? Cheon-young then closed his eyes and smiled gently. I heard the administrator has a rather close relationship with that kid. Lee Jae-hong cursed silently in his heart. His tone was truly bitter. Outwardly, he smiled and replied, with such effort, how could I hate the boy? Continued with a half-hearted remark, however, I think this time things have gone a bit too far. Cheon-young rested his chin on his hand. Considering you say it's gone too far? He crossed his arms on the table and stated his opinion clearly. That's right, the boy has enough proof, but we cannot ignore tradition and procedure. I think the youngest son must know that there are things he cannot do as he pleases. Lee Jae-hong's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing Cheon-young's words. I thought the administrator didn't like things like tradition or protocol. Inside, he was still a bit dissatisfied with this talkative old man, but outwardly he tried to smile brightly. It's not that I don't understand their importance, I just want to avoid it because as a progressive, handling things too rigidly will cause trouble. He still rested his chin on his hand and kept a calm, indifferent expression. I understand your point, administrator. He suddenly turned his head to look straight at him and asked directly, then what solution do you propose? A voice rang out from the room with the symbol of 2 crossed swords. If the council has no reason to refuse, we just need to create one. Honestly, this problem is not that complicated. Lee Jae-hong sat in that room and stated his opinion decisively. Ultimately, the only problem is that the youngest son has not yet proven himself. Cheon-young looked over calmly with many questions. Hasn't the clan head already acknowledged that he has strength equivalent to a level 5 warrior? He also remained very calm, looking at him and answering directly. But can the clan head make that public? His forehead darkened slightly, his eyes revealing a look of calculation. Li Jaehong's hands were placed one on top of the other. Then, at this moment he was bowing respectfully, thinking to himself, this wicked kid, just do as you please. Before the teacup on the table, he raised his head and declared loudly, I think we just need to create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself. Cheon-young seemed startled by those words, his eyes widening. You say create an opportunity? You don't mean a duel, do you? The others in the room also pondered. That's true, considering what the youngest son has done, he won't refuse. Cheon-young tilted his head to look at Li Jaehong. Then who should he fight? Li Jaehong didn't beat around the bush and immediately addressed the issue. Isn't the person who just completed the warrior's journey the most suitable? But the seventh young master Jaehak would never agree. This doesn't fit his style. Cheon-young stroked his beard, thinking of someone else. Then what about the sixth young master? Li Jaehong remained very serious, his eyebrows raised. Wouldn't Lee Seola be a suitable choice? If there are any issues, we can set limits for Seola. It seems Cheon-young nodded, pleased with his suggestion. That is not a bad idea. The face of a young man gnashing his teeth in anger. Furthermore, as Madame Beck said, the sixth young master has strong hostility toward that kid. Cheon-young smiled as if very satisfied. He asked for the opinions of the others. I find this approach not bad. What do the other elders think? The others sitting around the table also unanimously gave their opinions. I also think this is a pretty good plan. It is acceptable. Li Jaehong saw the situation and looked confident. If the main elder has agreed, then I have no objections. Finally, he concluded, so let's end the meeting here. When going outside, a voice suddenly came from behind him. You did well today, administrator. Li Jaehong was startled by the appearance of the grand elder. From the darkness, Cheon-young appeared with a cane in his hand. He looked at him and smiled as if acknowledging him. It seems I misjudged you. What made you change your view so quickly? Li Jaehong felt normal, replying as he had said just now. Cheon-young approached and spoke gently. I already know your loyalty to the clan. He suddenly tapped his cane hard on the floor. But listen, administrator. Cheon-young's gaze suddenly sharpened. Half his face darkened as if seeing through everything. In acting, the smallest details are also very important. In the darkness, he also smiled as if he understood his meaning. Li Jaehong outwardly still raised his hand to scratch his head, smiling confusedly. Acting? I don't quite understand what you are talking about. Another voice rang out from behind, making Li Jaehong startle. The eyes, the voice, even every single word. Cheon-young kept a smiling face and walked past him. You constantly call him the youngest son, while everyone else calls him a bastard. Even though he had turned his back completely, he still tried to add one more sentence. Anyway, 3 weeks later, at the Sungmu clan's training ground, Li Cheon was preparing to draw his sword. Today might be the day this training session ends. Li Myung had already drawn his sword and was standing in front of him. Really? Yesterday you were still beaten to a pulp. Li Chen drew his blade and held it out confidently, asserting, don't you feel that way too, brother? He also quickly got into a fighting stance. Then let's see. He took a step forward, using his sword to rush straight at him. Li Cheon appeared very focused, observing every movement of his brother. His first strike was blocked easily by him. Li Cheon maintained his form, deflecting Li Myung-young's attack. The more they fought, the more excited he became with his ability. Good, the stance must be like that. He didn't say a word, only focusing on blocking the attacks. In his eyes, his pupils were tight. Thanks to training, the sixth sense, and the mystic, I can detect every path of the sword. Li Chen was on the other side, holding his sword in a stance to rush forward. I can block them all. Immediately, he rushed forward frantically, his sword touching right in front of his brother. The two swords rubbed against each other, creating a clash that dented a corner of the training ground. Li Myung-young was knocked back for the first time. Li Cheon fell backward and lost his sword. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Li Myung-young put his hand to his head and suddenly burst into laughter. You have mastered the basic skills. Took me 3 months to do it. You are truly a genius. His clothes were covered in mud, his face tired as he sat up. 1 week to grasp, 2 weeks to comprehend, and only 33 days to apply mana to perfect them? He approached again, holding out his hand to Li Cheon. You have never ceased to surprise me. Li Myung-young's expression was extremely radiant. I officially acknowledge that you have completely mastered the basic skills. Li Chen heard those words and felt warmed. It seems he not only understood, but also received something more than that. He sighed in relief, indeed. Nothing can be hidden from brother. He reached out and took his hand. Yes, I am also practicing movement. At this moment, Li Myung-young made a new offer. Do you want me to help? He appeared very comfortable and excited when hearing the invitation. I would be very grateful if you did that. Night fell over the forest with withered tree trunks. The sharp knife in hand stabbed once. Pitiful, useless bunch. always acting aggressive. Lee Seola was walking alone in the forest and suddenly stopped. How boring. The wind blew, she grumbled as she walked. It's all because of that bastard. I'm stuck with these troublesome tasks. Feet in black shoes stepped into puddles of water. Behind Lee Seola's footsteps were the corpses of monsters she had defeated. Mother is still angry. It's all because of him. While she wasn't paying attention, a hunched figure appeared behind her. Lee Seola seemed to have detected it too. She still nonchalantly put her hands in her pockets and walked on, despite the monster looming right behind her. She yawned boredly and said a few words. So, from the forest, through the trees, a slash was swung out. A slash from the knife in her hand embedded straight into its body. Lee Seola's eyes widened in anger, holding 2 fingers forward. I said it was boring. She stood looking at the knife that seemed to be wobbling. The glowing golden dagger blade was pulled out decisively. Lee Seola held the knife backward in her hand. This is already my 21st mission. Her face became serious, her teeth clenched. They are all troublesome tasks like exterminating monsters. Normally I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year at most. The final deadline has passed. When I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will also return. A man in black suddenly appeared behind her respectfully. Greetings, 6th young lady. She glanced at him and asked directly, state your identity. The mysterious man in black revealed his identity. I am Jaeguk, Team 12 of the Shadow Sword Unit. Lee Seola heard this and stopped in surprise. Shadow Sword Unit? The man in black placed a hand on his chest to listen. What is the clan head's private guard doing here? The man in black's face was covered by a scarf, announcing carefully, I bring a message from the clan head. In the night mist of the forest, the conversation continued. That arrogant bastard? Lee Seola suddenly burst into laughter, full of delight. In her hand, she angrily held the dagger and stabbed it hard into the tree trunk. She embedded the knife in the tree and whispered to herself. Just in time, he just dug his own grave by my own hand. Lee Seola looked up with an excited smile. The clan head is truly fearsome. She glanced down and ordered, tell him I have received the news. The man in black replied as if he understood, yes, young lady. The tip of her blade emitted energy right at the tree trunk. I am really looking forward to this. Lee Seola's eyes turned white, gnashing her teeth and pressing the knife hard. I will crush you into the mud, Lee Cheon. Elsewhere, Lee Cheon was innocently peeking behind the door. Sorry for being late, uncle. My training lasted a bit longer. Lee Jaehong sat at the table and was happy to see him. You're here, I heard you have mastered all the basics, what else is there to practice? He took a towel to wipe his sweat. Yes, there are still a few things I want to experiment with. Stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat at the table. The specific schedule has been announced, so I came to discuss it. Lee Cheon set his towel down and gave a simple smile. If there was an official announcement, I would have come to see you. Lee Jaehong suddenly let out a long sigh. His expression was serious as he looked straight into his eyes. Aren't you nervous? In response, he was quite nonchalant. What is there to be nervous about? Lee Cheon crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth curling up, his eyes full of implication. Everything is proceeding exactly as I predicted. He recalled Lee Taishin's stern expression. Father accepted the warrior's journey, but he set 2 conditions. Lee Cheon had fought a difficult battle against Lee Myongyong. The first condition was to master all basic martial arts. Fortunately, thanks to his guidance and mana techniques, I managed to do it in a short time. And the second condition was the hardest. Lee Taishin, with a serious expression, had made the demand. He must convince the Council of Elders. Lee Cheon, small at the time, had faced him. He stood with his hands behind his back and sternly instructed. You may use any means necessary if you cannot convince them. Lee Cheon looked surprised, his eyes wide and mouth agape. The warrior's journey will not be approved. On the wooden floor, he sat with his arms crossed, frowning in thought. With my current status, it's hard to interfere in the elders' affairs. His head suddenly lifted as if he had realized something. Lee Cheon glanced up with bright eyes, hand to his chin, smiling triumphantly. So I decided to create the most advantageous stage for myself. Before him, Lee Jaehong sat calmly with his hands on the table. Using the proof as an excuse, I arranged a duel with the 6th sister, asking you to steer everything in that direction. The Council of Elders will have no reason to refuse. Lee Jaehong sat by the chessboard and moved a rook forward. I wanted to create the situation myself to earn the right to travel. The ability to turn a situation around is essential for anyone entering the path of politics. This matter itself was also part of the test. Suddenly, Lee Jaehong spoke, making him look up in surprise. I just don't understand how you can be so calm. He leaned back in his chair and replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Because I trust you have arranged it properly. He placed a hand on his forehead, looking weary. That's not what I meant. His gaze was hesitant, sweat on his face. That girl. I heard you don't get along with her. Lee Cheon said nothing, just sat quietly listening. With Seola's personality, even if it's a duel, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? Suddenly, Lee Jae-hong jumped up and slammed his hand on the table. You still have a debt to pay to the sixth sister. He also shouted angrily right in front of him. Exactly. Lee Cheon sat still, watching his helpless demeanor. Couldn't that matter be resolved later? Why force yourself into this situation? His hand on the table tightened. It's not that I don't think you can do it. Then he slumped back into his chair in a huff. Lee Jae-hong buried his face in his hands, frustrated. I'm worried you'll get hurt somehow. Lee Cheon could only smile wryly, thinking, he really is worried about me. Lee Jae-hong sadly pulled at his cheeks. What should I do now? Lee Cheon didn't know what else to say, so he let it be. At this moment, Lee Cheon looked at him gently and spoke. Thank you for caring about me. Lee Seola appeared with a sinister expression, surrounded by knives. The sixth sister will definitely try to beat me into the ground. And Cheon-young with a probing gaze while stroking his beard. The elders will have an excuse to bind me. He clenched his hand on the table, showing determination. So this duel isn't just for the warrior's journey. He couldn't believe it when he saw him stand up nonchalantly. Of course, if I lose, it will be very troublesome, but don't worry. Lee Cheon smiled brightly and clenched his fist decisively. In this match, no matter what, I will definitely win. Scene changed to the arena with stands full of thousands of spectators. The Council of Elders had quickly issued the notice and pushed for the duel. The location was decided as the central training ground. A new morning in a sunlit room, the largest training ground of the Sungmu clan, where the selection ceremony was once held. Lee Cheon was now seriously putting on his black cloak. I guess they won't let everything pass peacefully. He closed his eyes slightly and let out a breath. Without a doubt, this is the Great Elders conspiracy. The central arena was ready with many expectant spectators. The stands surrounded the center circle. Clearly, they wanted to ridicule and crush my pride publicly. Lee Cheon in the temporary room closed his eyes and exhaled. But that is not a problem for me. The room door opened, and an outfit and fair feet appeared. More importantly, Lee Jae-hwa appeared with a worried and stammering expression. Aunt! She stood there biting her lip, her hands fidgeting. You've had that expression all day today. Lee Cheon approached to start a conversation. Why are you looking at me like that? It really makes me uncomfortable. She sighed, speaking unclearly. It's nothing. Lee Jae-hwa jumped when he hit the nail on the head. You've been like that all day. How can you say it's nothing? She lowered her face, her mouth trying to say a few words. Everything this clan arbitrarily decides. Lee Cheon stood still, seriously listening to the complaint. I hate the whispers behind the scenes. Lee Jae-hwa clutched her skirt, her mood a mix of worry and anger. She is a level 4 female warrior, and you just reached level 5. The gap between the two levels is like heaven and earth. He lowered his head slightly, glanced at her and spoke. That's why the sixth sister will have her magic restricted. Not allowed to use secret techniques or finishing moves, right? Her gaze was still hesitant, her expression no less worried. Yes, I know. Her hand trembled as she reached forward, fingers curling. But what if you actually lose? She looked around with a fearful expression and then pressed both hands to her head. Ah, the spell. Lee Jae-hwa seemed panicked, her eyes darting around. If I had taught you more diligently. She painfully clutched her head and shouted in despair. If I had revealed Mujin to the clan sooner. Lee Jae-hwa suddenly startled awake when she heard a voice. Please stop, Elder Lee Jae-hwa. Mangawa looked up cheerfully to greet her. The young master will be victorious, just as he always has. She happily approached and touched Lee Jae-hwa to comfort her. So as a teacher, shouldn't you offer words of encouragement? Lee Jae-hwa's eyebrows were still furrowed with worry. But still, Lee Cheon stood nearby, observing carefully and thinking. She is like a young animal trembling in fear. Perhaps she also lost something in the Sungmu clan. Girl with long black hair, Lee Jae-hwa, turned and walked away in silence. I don't know her past. If I wanted to, I could easily investigate it all. His expression was hidden by his hair, concealing his emotions. But I intentionally didn't. Lee Cheon lifted his foot, preparing to walk away, because I believe that one day she will tell me herself. Lee Jae-hwa suddenly startled when she saw him smiling and leaning in close. Aunt, this is not the time to be sad. You should feel excited. She froze when she saw Lee Chen's smiling face. Excited? Lee Jae-hwa opened her eyes and mouth wide as if she had just realized something. And even better, There will be a surprising twist. All three had to return to reality when a call came. Young master, it's time to go out. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, his eyes confident, wearing a ready smile. Aunt, watch closely. I won't lose. The sword in his hand was gripped tightly with determination. Cheer comfortably from the stands. Li Qion gripped the sword firmly and headed to the door, looking back to remind Li Jianghua. If your cheering is too quiet, I might get sad. A short distance ahead was the door emitting a blinding light. He walked forward step by step, feeling the seriousness. It's been a long time since I walked down this hallway. His leather-shoed feet stopped right in front of the door. Since I was born, I have never stopped trying to prove myself. As he and his sword drew closer to the door of light, now was the time to close that proof. Li Chen walked confidently, mentally prepared. Let's go. The entire stands roared when they saw him step out, while Li Xiola was already waiting on the arena. Li Chen glanced up with a calm expression. Li Taixin was sitting and observing from a high chair. Beside him was Lady Beck Huajian. Li Jiehong sat next to Qionyong, who was leisurely stroking his beard and observing. Even he and the elders were present. Li Qion's gaze swept up and then returned to the arena when he heard a voice. Hey, you arrogant, damn bastard. Li Xiola on the opposite side was proudly holding out her knife, mocking. Holding your neck up so arrogantly, huh? She had one hand in her pocket, her mouth curling in contempt. I've never liked your neck. She nonchalantly spun the dagger in her hand as if playing. Just a bastard who always acts like he's something. It's really an eyesore. Li Xiola stroked the dagger blade and pointed it straight at him, declaring loudly. Today I will break that neck. Get ready. Li Chen tilted his head slightly and spoke gently. I'm looking forward to it, sixth sister. The referee stepped onto the arena, stood between the two, and raised his hand high. Then let's begin now. The duel between the sixth young lady and the ninth young master begins. Li Xiola opened her eyes wide, smiling with interest as she looked at him when the command was given. Ready. Li Qion on the other side appeared very focused, slowly drawing the sword from his waist. First, he closed his eyes for a few seconds. Referee's command rang out. Begin. Li Chen opened his eyes wide. Demon Eye. While he was still standing there, she had quickly darted behind him. Li Qion slowly glanced back after realizing Li Xiola's figure. Since when was she behind me? He didn't rush to move but was sensing the three knives flying towards him. 3 throwing knives flew in from behind. He gripped his sword and raised it to defend. 2 more blades in front. I didn't even see when she threw them. Li Xiola smiled from a position of advantage as she created a field of throwing knives. Throwing knife art. The throwing knives looked small but the blades were very sharp. She had infused mana and energy into the blades before throwing them. A unique technique created by the sixth sister herself. The cold gaze. She held them between her fingers. Its name was based on the image of falling flames. Fire dance. Many throwing knives were launched, attacking from multiple directions towards him. Can't avoid them now. Li Qion held the sword, which was transforming with streams of dark energy. Then, skill for skill. A slash from him struck down with an impact. Lightning step variant. The throwing knives she launched were all knocked away by his strike. Li Xiola was immediately pushed back, falling backward. Damn it! Through the dust on the arena, she saw his tall figure. Li Qion smirked and spoke slowly. I've heard a lot about the sixth sister's miraculous throwing knife technique. He pointed his sword at her with a provocative expression. But it's not as impressive as I imagined. Hearing those words, she gritted her teeth in anger. Li Xiola drew another knife and shouted at him. You're done for. She nimbly pushed off her feet and rushed forward, preparing to attack again. She closed in and frantically attacked Li Chen with throwing knives. You wet behind the ears brat. How dare you open your mouth arrogantly? Her eyes were fixed on him, preparing the floating throwing knives. I'll crush you head on. Li Qion was being pushed back when the throwing knives aimed at him simultaneously. He focused on her movements and the throwing knives. The sixth sister's movements are like an acrobat, using multiple blades to slash from unnatural angles. That is a skill requiring superior reflexes and judgment. He smirked. But, from this side, he leaped up from the ground very quickly. That is exactly what I wanted to bait her into doing. Both people on the arena were rushing to attack at close range, forcing her to attack head-on. Blades of the throwing knives collided with each other, clinking and flying off. Li Xiola kept gritting her teeth, dodging his sword attacks. Li Qion gripped the sword hilt tightly, preparing to execute a technique. Mujin, first form. His eyes went white, aiming straight at where she stood, and he swung. Demon Pierce. Pupils saw the lightning-fast movements. Too dangerous. She seriously crossed two throwing knives right in front of her. This is really dangerous. One person attacked, the other knelt to block the strike. The collision erupted fiercely. Isiola's leather shoes gradually appeared in the dust on the arena. Her clothes were a bit tattered as she was pushed back, the two knives in her hands scorched. Did he reduce the force at the last minute by pulling back right when the swords collided? She looked down at the broken throwing knives in her hands, full of anger. That bastard uses sword techniques like a clan secret technique. Lee Siola brushed the knives aside and looked up. I must not get hit by his attack. Her hands had many wounds. She picked up a knife from the floor. So you actually have some decent moves. Lee Siola stood up completely, facing him. But too bad that strike missed. She rushed forward frantically, holding two knives, charging at Lee Cheon. You should have saved that for a more important moment. He stood firm, seriously observing her movements. Faster than before, but charging straight ahead again. Lee Siola first struck at his feet, but he blocked it with his sword. She very quickly spun in the air to dodge his slash. She nonchalantly twisted her body right above his head and looked down, taunting. What? Cat got your tongue? Hurry up and talk back. She used the knife wrapped in fire dance to attack from above, but he blocked it with his sword. Lee Siola attacked relentlessly, while Lee Cheon had to retreat to dodge the fast and unpredictable combo attacks. He kept his ability to block with the sword, but his eyes showed difficulty. I can block it, but that speed makes it hard to counterattack. Yellow lightning bolts flashed across his vision. Lee Siola over there was attacking nimbly with throwing daggers. I can see everything. His eyes sharpened when he detected a dagger striking from the left. Instinct helped me sense the blade, and the demon I identified every direction they came from. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face. The reason I insisted on sparring with Sixth Sister, Lee Cheon knew beforehand and was very confident in facing her. Because my ability is her greatest nemesis. Meanwhile, she was still gnashing her teeth in a furious rage as she charged in. That cursed eye. She stopped into a ready stance, hands gripping two daggers. The advantage of short blades is mystery and flexibility, but if seen through, the fighting style becomes limited. Under her gaze, Lee Chen raised his sword high, preparing to strike a heavy blow. You dare try to suppress me with close-quarters strength and counterattack like before? The ring under her feet suddenly emitted blue lightning. Damn this mana limit. Lee Siola's wrists were the same. If I could just open 10% more, I could have used high-level aura skills. Lee Siola recalled the frantic memory of using daggers wrapped in fire dance to wreak havoc. Before the defeated monster corpses, Lee Siola just stood panting. I planned to torture him until he begged for his life. Her face tilted up, laughing with a gleeful expression. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Lee Siola was still lost in thoughts about those people. But suddenly she was startled by a voice closing in. While sparring, you still have the leisure to think. Lee Cheon suddenly appeared right in front, reminding her. You'd better focus, you know? Lee Siola managed to use her two daggers to block a close-range attack from him. She gnashed her teeth as the situation tilted in his favor, causing the two knives in her hands to tremble violently. Around her head, strands of hair flew wildly, wrapped in fire dance. I didn't intend to use this. Lee Cheon didn't understand what was happening, feeling strange seeing a flame blazing up. The heart emitting energy from within his chest was clearly seen through. The red heart was beating strongly within every alternating red and blue energy vessel. Lee Cheon looked back at his chest and realized his mana vessels were being sealed. From a corner of the arena, she suddenly leaped high. Lee Siola retreated a long distance and held out her hand nonchalantly. So you know how to think too? Boldened. She looked at him and laughed with amusement. Without mana, you're just a useless bug. Lee Cheon raised an eyebrow, observing and speculating. Is she using psychic ability? The heart in his chest was surrounded by red life force. That is Sixth Sister Lee Siola's psychic ability, the power to bend an opponent's mana vessels, misdirect control, and seal them. Even knowing this, they are still bound without overwhelming mana. She suddenly screamed when she saw through almost his entire body. You're done for. But Lee Chen still stood very calmly. There's one thing Sixth Sister doesn't know. Lee Siola's eyes suddenly narrowed in shock when she saw what was before her.
Impossible.
She felt confused seeing both his body and sword surrounded by blue energy. How can he still use mana? He just smirked. His mana technique is unlike anyone else's. The stands were full of people intently watching the match. Lee Jianhua's hands trembled, her voice full of worry. Everything will be fine, everything will be fine. Her face was pale, reassuring herself that her nephew was very skilled. Lee Jianhua's gaze was vacant, her heart always whispering to itself. That's right, this time won't be like the last time. She sat in the stands, her heart uneasy. But what if he falls into that situation again? Mangawa beside her called out softly in confusion. Elder Li Jianghua. She pursed her lips and closed her eyes, not daring to look, just thinking to herself. What should I do then? The audience immediately shouted. He's still okay. Li Jianghua opened her eyes wide in surprise. A young man sitting in front quickly commented. I didn't expect him to develop to this level. His foundation is still terrifyingly solid. She turned her face back. The person behind also asked in surprise. What aura skill is that? The person next to them was also curious. Isn't it one of the Sungmu clan's mana techniques? Li Jianghua was dazed when hearing the other person continue. I heard that illegitimate brat is only 15 years old this year. Li Qion's eyes blazed. He raised his sword over his shoulder, preparing to strike. A sword strike slashed straight down at the opponent.
Aura technique, Thunder Peak.
The opponent jumped back. Li Qion withdrew his sword, red energy appearing around the blade. He flicked his sword forward, red sword energy forming an arc and rushing out.
Aura technique, Yama.
The red sword energy surrounded Li Ciola from all sides. They wrapped tightly around her waist and arms. She gnashed her teeth, trying to resist. Li Qin immediately vanished from where he was standing. He rushed to attack Li Ciola head-on.
Aura technique, Gal.
She stared blankly in surprise at the smug face before her, unable to help but think in astonishment. He used Gale to slash through Yama? In the stands, Li Jianghua stood up, muttering. Thunder Peak, Yama, Gale are all aura skills that he and I created together. All emotions were tangled. She clenched her hands, lowering her resolve as if just cleansed. Her eyes opened wide, overflowing with belief in him. That's right, you must win. Her face radiant, she shouted because you are a genius. The arena was full of thick dust, rocks and debris scattered. Li Ciola thought suspiciously, this cannot be. Her eyes widened in disbelief. His mana source was definitely sealed by my skill. How can he still use it? Li Qion and Li Ciola stood facing each other in the middle of the arena. His eyes brightened, deep in thought. There is one thing my sixth sister doesn't know. He smiled as his body overflowed with mana energy thanks to the skill. My mana method is different from normal people's. It can operate with just mana vessels. His whole body erupted with powerful energy. He shouted, now I'm coming. Li Qin stomped hard on the ground, taking long strides forward. She whispered to herself, too fast to react. He flicked his sword. She hurriedly jumped high to defend. Li Ciola slid a long distance upon landing on the arena. Her two hands trembled incessantly. She cursed inwardly, damn it. Before she could even reorient herself, from high above, Li Qion rushed in to attack relentlessly. She reacted quickly. Dodging the blow, his sword tip struck the ground, sending rocks flying. She gnashed her teeth, unwilling. Impossible, I cannot be forced back like this. Suddenly her face changed completely. She glanced up at the stands. Invisible pressure originated from high up in the stands. That was where Madame Wajan was sitting and watching. Her eyes stared down coldly and soullessly, lips pursed tightly. Li Ciola panted exhaustedly. She stammered continuously, I suddenly saw golden energy appear where her hand was holding the blade. Her whole body erupted with abundant mana. She shouted loudly. It's all because of that damn illegitimate brat. Standing opposite, he was also quite curious about this terrifying amount of mana. Seeing her spread her hands and hold two short blades upright, he thought to himself, is she forcibly drawing mana, not caring about her wounds? Countless short blades wrapped in brilliant golden mana flew over, trembling. She pushed her internal energy to the maximum, connecting the short blades with mana threads. Short blades were like a fireball hovering in the air.
Secret technique, Météore.
Li Ciola's eyes blazed. She reached out with a voice full of death. I will kill you. Taehong stood up dissatisfied, saying that was a violation of the match rules. While Li Ciola's energy streams rushed to attack him, his voice also rang out. Stop immediately. Li Qion's eyes also blazed with determination. The sword he held in his hand also emitted a similar light. The spiritual energy vessels inside the sword ran all the way to the tip. He breathed lightly to regain focus. Then he spread his legs wide to take a firm stance. He swung his sword, knocking away the short blade spheres rushing at him. Li Ciola laughed gleefully. What are you slashing at? Less than a second later, her face suddenly turned pale in surprise. A short blade fell right behind him, embedding deeply into the ground. Li Qion calmly swept his sword, thinking to himself that there is an immutable truth. He glanced behind. Countless short blades were successively brought down, embedding into the ground. Mana doesn't disappear. When dispersed into the air, it returns to nature. It is infinite. Besides that, his blue mana covered everything above, cutting across the golden mana spheres. Making them vanish completely, he thought further, but He stood proudly in the middle of the battle holding the sword. That is the ancestor's sword, Black Knight. With a confident expression, he smiled. This is the sword that can slash and erase all mana. The sword in Li Qian's hand trembled. He was worried. I didn't expect her to use meteor, but even so, I still succeeded. He recalled Li Xiola's meteor technique just now. With my current strength, I couldn't block it completely, so I used Black Knight to sever the mana threads connected to the daggers. He glanced around and realized that with the demon eye, he could see the mana streams connected to the daggers, but that required absolute concentration. Li Qian stepped forward and said, "Now." He was immediately alert when he solemnly declared, "It's my turn." Her face was smeared with dirt, frowning, thinking, is he going to use that move again? Li Qian quickly jumped backward. She successfully widened the distance from Li Qian, thinking that if she was far away, he wouldn't be able to execute the technique. She saw him spread his legs, hands steady with the sword in front, and was surprised. He's taking an attack stance even at this distance? He calmly continued, Geokema was originally a sword technique born to deal with monsters. He reached out to stroke the sword from the hilt to the tip confidently. Distance was never an issue from the start. Li Qian's eyes flashed. Mujin. Solar eclipse. The sword struck down, emitting a pillar of light along with rumbling lightning. Li Xiola stood dumbfounded, eyes wide in horror. Her eyes opened wide in despair. Damn it! A resounding explosion rang out. Everything around shone brilliantly. By the time the dust cleared, Li Qian was still standing tall there. He raised his hand to rub his eyes because of fatigue. Holding his eye with one hand, he gnashed his teeth in pain, thinking to himself that his eye hurt this much because he used the demon eye to its limit. He looked around, not yet at ease. It's not over yet, Geokema hit head-on, but I need to end this match. Immediately, a short blade flew straight toward him. It whistled fast as the wind, piercing through his thigh. He looked down in surprise at the wound. Li Qian's whole body tilted to one side due to loss of balance. He stomped his foot to stop, trying to brace himself so he wouldn't fall. Immediately after, Li Xiola appeared in front with a murderous expression. He thought Sixth Sister is too fast. Her eyes glowed coldly, the tip of the short blade right in front. He secretly guessed this blow was very dangerous. Li Qian leaped backward to dodge, successfully widening the distance as the short blade tip lunged. But Li Xiola also leaned in closely. Both landed and stood facing each other. Both froze for a few seconds. The thick dust hadn't cleared yet. The space suddenly became silent. Li Qian's left chest had been pierced by the short blade tip. Li Qian's sword tip was also pointing straight at her chest. The short blade tip was lifted out of the wound. Li Xiola collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Li Qian covered the wound with his hand, feeling lucky. If I had been a second slower using Black Knight to block, my heart might have been pierced. He glanced at Li Xiola lying on the ground. Sixth Sister fainted right when Geokema struck down. My body had reacted instinctively to the murderous intent. He breathed lightly, honestly praising the bloodline Sixth Sister possessed as truly terrifying. Li Qian turned to look at the other two. They were both startled and stunned. He sheathed his sword and said, "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to take Sixth Sister away? If you leave her there, she'll die from internal injuries." They replied yes. He frowned, gesturing for them to move forward. They replied yes in confusion. He stood in the middle of the arena watching them give first aid to Li Xiola. "Now do you see?" He looked up at the stands, where the clan warriors were standing. Seeing Qianyung's stunned expression, he thought to himself, the elders are truly stubborn. And also Li Xiola, who was collapsed there, he thought confidently about his half-siblings. Li Qian raised his fist to the sky with determination. "This first time is for everyone who thought I would lose just because I'm an illegitimate child." He stood proudly, raising his hand high, whispering to himself, "I have proven myself." Suddenly he discovered something unusual. A resounding sound from the stands echoed down to the arena. Li Taixin calmly clapped in applause. The whole stand erupted in thunderous applause. He opened his eyes wide in shock at everyone's reaction. Suddenly Li Jianghua's loud, healthy voice echoed. "My nephew is the best." She excitedly waved her hands, shouting loudly. "I knew it, the boy would do it." Mangawa shyly tugged at her sleeve, reminding, "Elder, please calm down." He also shyly covered his face, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Her cheering can be heard clearly. "My nephew is the best." Li Qian looked at a group of people walking toward him. Li Taixin praised, "You did well." He smiled, thinking his father didn't seem very pleased. His father had never praised any child in front of others before. Li Taixin calmly observed him, analyzing silently. This child had chosen Taehung and set up this stage, selecting the Sixth Sister to steer the match to his will. He watched his confident smile and marveled. That was the opponent he had the greatest elemental advantage against. An outsider would think the Sixth Sister's victory was a given. Behind him were the veteran members. He mused that it sounded easy, but how many people here could actually do it? Finally, Li Taixin spoke up. You have proven yourself, so I acknowledge your qualification to embark on warrior training. He bowed to pay his respects, thanking his father. He remained bowed in silence without continuing, seeing which, his father asked. But you look like you still have something to say. He smiled. It was time. Li Qion raised his head and replied solemnly. Just as expected. I cannot hide anything from father. Su whispered to Huajian, and she frowned. He thought that officially, the reward was the journey, and he shouldn't be receiving anything else. Li Qion said slowly, then allow me to say one thing. Taehung stood behind Li Taixin, silently glancing at him with a wary attitude. He thought, as far as father is concerned, that is how things are. Maintaining his etiquette, he sincerely expressed, I have reached the level to graduate early from the military training course. And you, father, have witnessed it yourself. He continued. I also went to Cheongui-san and passed the bloodless dream trial.
Li Taixin listened silently.
He told himself, since he is the one who decides the position of the council head, I must announce the reward in front of them. Li Qion clenched his fists. I have proven everything and met all the conditions. The next sentence, he aimed straight at Taehung standing behind his father. Does the Council of Elders not trust me, and must you insist on such unreasonable trials? His voice was resonant, without a hint of fear. In this match, the Sixth Sister was severely injured, and just standing here and speaking until now has been an effort on my part. He narrowed his eyes, listening to him speak in his direction. He looked straight at him with sharp eyes. I cannot help but feel that I am being suppressed by the elders. He thought, at 15, I am allowed to be a bit sharp and insolent. If I don't speak now, what other chance will I have later? Li Qion turned to him and requested, Council Head, can you answer the question of this youngest child? Taehung rubbed his fingers lightly, his eyes narrowing into a smile. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The matter of joining the warrior path has always been decided by the Council of Elders. He curled his lips, listening to him continue. The family rules clearly state there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Does the Council of Elders deny the family laws? You are deliberately bringing up the word, illegitimate. Li Qion bowed his head, considering. I never mentioned my status. Could it be that the Council of Elders itself is using that to make things difficult? He stroked his beard and replied, That's right. Embarking on the warrior path while too young can lead to unpredictable dangers. So why must it be the Sixth Sister? He kept his smiling expression, showing no clear emotion as he heard him say, Anyone can see she is much stronger than me, and also older. Taehung hesitated. That is. Not letting him finish, he cut in. I read the official notice, which stated that the person testing me must be someone who has just returned from the warrior path. He gritted out. Then shouldn't it have been the seventh brother who appeared? If not him, there were still many other warriors who could have been chosen. Li Jaehong opened his mouth, stammering. He covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, silently cursing. This brat, he set up the stage himself and now has cornered the council head. Good, truly clever. He thought while glancing at Taehung. Did he choose the Sixth Sister from the very beginning just to wait for this moment? He replied, It's just that we thought the Sixth Sister was more suitable for the test. He continued, If so, why was there a need for it to be public? The match should have been held in a discreet and private place. Li Qion clenched his hand into a fist. Therefore, I want to hear it clearly. He frowned and emphasized, Why did the Council of Elders conduct such a test? Taehung frowned, not answering. Li Taixin thought, Checkmate. It looks like the elders are bullying a child. Finally, he spoke up, Enough. Li Qion glanced at him, thinking, The council head is a senior member of the clan. He turned to him and reminded him gently, I understand you are somewhat agitated after the match, but that is insolent. He bowed his head to apologize. Yes, I apologize. Li Qion turned to look at Taehung and suggested, But if it ends just like this, it is not the right way to resolve it. He narrowed his eyes, listening to him say, Council head, what do you think? He remained silent, not speaking, but thought to himself, An illegitimate child has completely defeated me. Finally, he stepped forward to face Li Qion and said, I must admit there are parts of this test that are hard to justify. The Council of Elders should also reward him. He held his head high and bowed. I also apologize for being insolent. Behind Li Taixin, Li Jaehong calmly heard his voice. I only did what needed to be done. Huajian scowled when she heard him continue. so I will not expect an excessive reward. He was startled when he heard his last sentence. But I still want to receive what I deserve to receive. The sky was clear blue, a few days after the match. Light spilled through the window cracks, and a sigh echoed. Lee Cheon had not left his bed. He lay with his head on his hand, looking bored. I never expected that I would miss Cheongo-sen. He thought about the clan keeping him until he fully recovered. The steward smiled and warned, "Hey, do you think you're fully healed?" Lee Cheon glared threateningly. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" Mangawa said not to go anywhere until you've fully recovered. He lay there wishing, if I had recovery potion, I would have recovered faster. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lee Cheon sat up. "Come in." His eyes lit up when he heard a familiar voice. "Long time no see, young master." His 3 friends came to visit. Kim Han asked warmly, "Have you been well lately?" Han continued, "I intended to visit as soon as you returned, but I heard you were busy, so I came late." Kim Han immediately asked, "Is your back okay?" He replied, "It's fine. Did you think I wouldn't make time to see you guys?" Lee Cheon pointed to some chairs nearby and said, "Hurry up and take a seat properly." When everyone was settled, he finally asked, "What about you guys? Are you still doing well?" Han replied, "Of course." Han added, "Although there were some meaningless clashes, we consider that a sign of being noticed, so it's not too bad." Kim Han spoke aggressively and cheerfully. "More importantly, how did you train for a whole year to become that strong?" He frowned when he heard Kim Han say, "I mean that match. I watched it." The more he listened to Kim Han, the more his mood flared. "We are about to enter our 3rd year, so young master must have plenty of time, right? No one wants to miss your important moments, young master." Kim Han hurriedly turned his face to the side to find allies. "I bet everyone else watched it too, right?" The other 2 ignored him, their eyes meeting. Kim Bo-song apologized. "Sorry, young master. I intended to come after training but ended up late." Han said apologetically. Because Bo-song also participated in the match, he was busy too. He smiled. "No need to apologize, it's fine." He glanced at Kim Han and reminded him gently, "Kim Han, you must not slack off just because I wasn't here." He protested. "No way." Lee Cheon sighed with relief. "You guys have grown up a lot." Looked at the other 2 and thought, Han and Bo-song have been recruited as interns for the Blood Tiger Squad and the Sky Bow Squad. Those are the strongest units of the Songmu Academy, considered the 4 divine squads. As for Kim Han, he told himself, Kim Han joined the Yuk Moon Training Academy. Training in swordsmanship and hidden weapons at the same time is not easy. He smiled contentedly. "And I heard that half of the 5th-year academy students were also recruited. Truly impressive." He raised his head. "Keep up the effort. In the future I will need your help a lot." The 3 of them bowed. "Leave it to us. We will become strong so as not to embarrass the young master." Kim Han moved his chair back and said, "Then we will take our leave." He stood up to see them off. "Yeah, it was great seeing you guys." "Oh, right." Lee Cheon smiled. "I am the one receiving the reward, so why are you guys so excited?" Kim Han squinted his eyes happily. "Because it's a good thing for you, young master." He curled his lips. "So, have you decided what you will receive?" He replied, "Of course." Outside the headquarters, there were 2 guards at the Songmu Armory. Vehicle stopped in front of the gate. A foot stepped out of the vehicle. Lee Cheon stood with his backpack, looking. "It's been 6 years since I last came to the secret armory." A voice of surprise rang out. "Oh, isn't that the youngest young master?" The guard quickly asked, "May I know the purpose of this visit?" He presented the permit to him. "I have received permission to withdraw equipment from the secret armory." He looked it over and replied, "Yes, I have confirmed the document." Large gate was quickly opened. He announced, "You may pass now, sir." He turned his head when he heard the call, "Young master." The 2 friendly soldiers expressed their admiration. "This match, I was truly deeply moved. I will also strive to improve just like you, young master." They both bowed respectfully. He stared wide-eyed, finally seeming to realize something. He laughed, thinking, "This is the first time in my life I have received such a salute." Lee Chen thought again. "Until now, mostly there were only those who despised and looked down on me for my illegitimate status." He replied happily, "Thank you. To not disappoint that sentiment, I will also try even harder." He walked on the stone path into the secret armory. The secret armory was managed jointly by the Administration Institute and the Council of Elders. He walked to the metal scanner. The Administration Institute handled maintenance, while the Council of Elders managed the entry and exit of equipment. He recalled, which was why he had requested compensation from the head of the Council of Elders. That time, he stood before the high-ranking leaders of the clan, requesting that he only did what he was forced to do, so he did not dare to expect an unreasonable reward. He thought of the swords and replied. He only hoped to receive back the items that were chosen during that weapon selection rite. Cheondong was surprised. Didn't you choose one weapon at that time and wear it at your side? He continued. At that time you received a single weapon. Now you want to claim ownership of both? His eyes flashed. According to the rules, weapons chosen during the weapon selection rite, I heard that later one can receive them all. Li Zhong was startled when he heard him ask, I wonder if I understood that incorrectly, General Manager? He thought, what a clever child. He replied, all right, that is correct. He glanced at Li Jaehong when he heard him reply. According to old custom, later people also received the remaining weapons. The clan head also said he would follow that precedent. He stroked his beard and glanced slightly at Li Taixin. Now that I recall, it is indeed true. He pondered. Just choosing a few items suitable for his status to bestow is enough. Giving out a few items won't harm the Council of Elders. He smiled, thinking, they must be thinking that. Standing before the podium, he told himself, if the Institute head approves the request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the secret armory will belong to me legitimately. He pretended to turn and asked innocently, can I do that? Li Taixin half closed his eyes. He agreed, I permit it. Originally, those things would have come to you anyway. He bowed. Thank you, Father. While bowing, he heard his voice add, of course. From above, he added, as long as you demonstrate the worthiness of an owner, the elders will grant you the weapons. He paused, thinking, truly my father. Even the Institute head didn't realize my scheme, yet Father saw through it all. He sighed with relief. He also realized, furthermore, he skillfully stood on the side of the Council of Elders to close the matter. He ordered, decide which weapons will be withdrawn and give them to the youngest young master. The door was opened. Like that, I was allowed to receive 4 masterpiece-grade weapons. He stepped into the elevator to the second floor. Normally, there would be no such generous reward, but because Father was behind it, they didn't dare to play any tricks. Smiled. The area permitted for entry was limited to floors 1 through 3, a room filled with weapons. The first floor contained common-grade weapons, so there was no need to pay attention. I need to choose things that are truly useful for this journey. He cheered excitedly. Come on! Let's try choosing leisurely. Outside, at the Myeong-Ungdong office building, Li Myeongdong asked, have you decided to depart? Li Chen replied, yes, all preparations are complete. Outside, cherry blossoms fell with the wind, his voice echoing throughout the room. It's spring. The weather is not bad at all, he said slowly. To begin a long journey, there is rarely a season more suitable than this. Sitting opposite his younger brother, Li Myeongdong asked further, have you gone to say goodbye to everyone? Li Chen replied politely, yes, but the uncle is away on business, so I couldn't pay him a visit. He added awkwardly, it was also quite difficult to coax the aunt. He laughed. I can imagine. He laughed. So, have you gone to say goodbye to Father yet? He replied politely, yes, he is still threatening as usual. He was confused. Threatening? Li Qion continued. You said that if I cause such a big scene and don't achieve results that satisfy you, I'll be punished. He covered his mouth and laughed. That actually sounds a bit scary. Li Myeongdong fell into thought. Li Chen listened silently as he asked, have you heard the news about the sixth sister? Li Chion's voice sounded a bit sad. Yes, I heard she has entered seclusion to cultivate. He remembered the scene of Li Siola throwing things around after waking up. Even while recuperating, the sixth sister caused a scene, so she was forced into the cultivation room. After recovering, she was taken by Madame Wajan to the place of seclusion to practice. Li Myeongdong said, originally, no one could interfere with your journey, but at least the sixth sister won't be able to come out and seek revenge right now. Li Qion bowed his head without answering. He twiddled his thumbs, finally speaking shyly. Brother, can I ask you for a favor? Li Chen's voice was full of sincerity. During the time I am away on my journey, please take care of my nurse for me. He recalled the scene of Mangawa knocking on the gate in the middle of a rainstorm. He realized they might not dare to target him directly, but targeting those close to him wouldn't be difficult. Her crying made his heart ache. In my previous life, I lost my nurse like that. Very quickly, Li Myeongdong agreed. All right, I understand. Your nurse will stay where I live. He was startled, his voice emphasizing, no one will dare to touch her. Li Qion stood up and bowed. I will definitely repay this debt. He smiled politely. As an elder brother, how could I not do such a small thing? He smiled and listened to him say, I will wait for the day you return after finishing this journey. He bowed excitedly. Yes. He stepped onto the road. 15 years since the day he returned. Looking at the surrounding scenery, the places to visit, the things to obtain, and the people to meet were all filled in his heart. Li Qion crossed his arms and looked at the sky, telling himself, the first time I've been able to leave the clan, act freely, and possess time of my own. Put on his gloves, gripping the sword hilt with a confident expression. Everything will start from here. In a beautiful garden full of flowers, light filtered everywhere under the tall ancient tree. A beautiful woman was sitting and enjoying afternoon tea. It was Wajan, Li Hua's mother. Perhaps enjoying tea was just secondary because from the shadows, the subordinate wearing a black cloak stepped forward lightly. He reported the mission to her. It seemed that tracking someone had resulted in losing the trail. Her eyes turned cold upon hearing this. She demanded a detailed account. According to Zhang Guk, the tracking failed because the target knew from the very beginning, so he blended into the crowded street to shake them off. His speculation did not satisfy Wajan. She felt this line of thinking was ridiculous. She swirled her teacup, asserting that even if the appearance changed, there must be a distinct mana signature to identify him. Zhang Guk recounted that among the equipment the target received, there was an item that could change appearance and even mana signature. He found tracking impossible now. Wajan was furious upon hearing this. She disdainfully thought the target was just a 15-year-old illegitimate child. There was no way he could shake off the shadow sword she trained herself. Wajan's face reflected on the surface of the tea. After pondering for a while, she began to value the target. If he couldn't even do this, he would have been eliminated long ago. She wanted to predict his plan, but unexpectedly, she lost his trail in less than a day. Wajan refused to give up. Her eyes turned fierce, ordering her subordinate, "Monitor all news. If there is anything suspicious, follow it immediately." At a tavern, curses and scary laughter rang out. It seemed someone had cheated by hiding cards in their sleeve. People around didn't stop them but cheered, yelled, and bet money on who would win the fight. Someone bet 150,000 on the squint-eyed guy. Suddenly, the tavern door opened, and a person wearing a cloak with a bag on their shoulder entered. That person sat down on a chair and ordered a beer. The tavern owner showed clear suspicion. He pondered, feeling this person's face was very strange, never seen before. Understanding the worry in the owner's eyes, Li Qion took off his hood, his sharp gaze saying he had just come down from the north. He told the owner that things had been chaotic in Kunlun City, China lately. The owner put down the beer glass while feeling his voice sounded like someone from Seoul. The owner wondered if he was Korean. Why did he come from the north? To dispel suspicion, Li Qion said he had run away since he was young. Feeling reassured, the owner asked for his name. Li Qion thought, does someone in this dump need to use a name? The owner dodged, scratching his head. He felt the boy was truly a drifter. Looking at his reflection in the water, the more he looked, the more perfect it seemed. The image of the mask appeared in his thoughts. What he was wearing was the masterpiece-grade myriad face iron mask. When mana is infused, the mask creates an extremely versatile illusion. Using this mask helped Li Qion change his appearance and infuse mana into his voice to alter the tone to hide his identity. It had been a while, so Li Qion was afraid he wouldn't remember the way. The place he was going to belong to Jagong Province, a dangerous area in the north. Monsters had been cleared out, but the land was abandoned, always leading the darkness back. This village was formed by criminals called the Organization of Drifters. Back then, someone tried to destroy this place but failed, causing a series of riots by the displaced drifters. For this reason, even governments and major forces cooperated to abandon this place. The place where Li Qion was sitting was the largest drifter organization in Korea. He believed that wherever criminals gathered, there would be secrets. He remembered in his previous life he had hidden here to avoid the clan's eyes, even though he was eventually discovered. Currently, he still chose this place as the first stop on his martial path. He said he was previously in Kunlun City and didn't know which organization controlled this place now. The owner wondered why he wanted to know. He explained that he didn't want to die just because of ignorance. He had to grasp the situation to behave properly. The owner intentionally made it difficult, demanding he drink more beer before he would tell him. To find out the situation, Li Qion took out 100,000 won. He also asked for some snacks and more beer. The owner laughed happily, thinking he was truly sensible. The owner said this place had been run by the boss Baek Cheon-soo for 10 years. Even someone from China must have heard his name. As expected, Li Qion also knew this person, and his thinking was correct. Li Qion recalled, the butcher Baek Cheon-soo was once an official martial disciple. He became a drifter after killing his master. Before regressing, Baek Cheon-soo was the boss who dominated the Korean underworld at the age of over 30. He seized leadership of the Baekgon gang and began operating the black market. He knew very well about Baek Cheon-soo, But during the time the most valuable goods started appearing, the person he wanted to meet was not him. He recalled an item that the famous Lee clan had recovered in his previous life. This time, he wanted to be the one to get it first. Baek Cheon-soo's mansion. Someone was sitting at the desk, holding a stack of documents in his hand. He sneered when he saw the black market bringing in more profit than drug trafficking. This person was the boss of the Baekgon gang, Baek Cheon-soo. The person bowing his head was Director Jong Jin-soo. Director Jong, you've worked hard. Cheon-soo was happy because recruiting Director Jong was the right decision. Seeing Jong Jin-soo remain silent, Cheon-soo revealed his true face this time. He warned, "Watch that expression of yours." Also justified, "I already said it. I didn't force you to stay." While speaking, he walked close to Jin-soo, placing his hand on his trembling shoulders. "If you can't stand it, you can leave at any time." Jin-soo, out of extreme fear, gave a forced smile, saying he would be careful. Cheon-soo waved his hand happily, teasing that Jin-soo looked better when he smiled. He genuinely cared for the director. He glanced over. "You went to a good school, earned a lot of money, all thanks to me, right?" Jin-soo obediently agreed in fear. Looking at the report full of text on the table, Baek Cheon-soo returned to the main point. He was a bit worried because he issued too few tickets for the black market event this time, but he didn't expect the upper crust to like it so much. He suggested trying to increase the number of tickets a little. Jin-soo argued that maintaining the limited ticket distribution each quarter would help keep loyal customers more effectively. Cheon-soo pretended to be benevolent, saying he trusted Director Jong to handle this well. He also warned, "Must remember one thing. Our goal is not this dirty, cramped place underground, but up there." Moonlight shone on Jin-soo. He listened silently as Cheon-soo said he wanted to pull his feet out of shady dealings. "What we get from the black market is money and connections." The light behind shone into the room, reflecting the demonic image of Cheon-soo, as he demanded to use it as a stepping stone to step into the light. The next morning, also at Cheon-soo's mansion, Jin-soo reported the situation. Black market was currently only open to a select few and had become a discreet community. It was most effective for entertainment and money laundering. Thanks to anonymity, customers could easily get things hard to find in the legal world, so this was quite attractive. Cheon-soo happily folded the report. He thought from drugs, elixirs to even high-value art items. Even people, if anyone wanted, they could have them. The upper class craved these things. Their tastes had never changed. Their money-making was still going smoothly. Baek Cheon-soo rested his chin, asserting it wouldn't be long before their Baekgon gang stepped into the light. Before he could finish expressing his worry about being exposed, someone kicked the door open and rushed in to announce big news. Jin-soo angrily warned the subordinate's rude action. "Want to die?" The subordinate apologized hurriedly, justifying that someone arrived so suddenly he couldn't stop them. Jin-soo ordered, "Speak." The subordinate hurriedly explained that a guest had just arrived at the facility in South Pyongan province, hoping Cheon-soo should go there himself. He wondered which guest would visit at this time. The subordinate stammered that the person came from the prestigious Lee clan. Hearing this surname, both Jin-soo and Jin-soo were extremely surprised. The safe zone, South Pyongan province. Lee-chin had walked to the bottom of a tall building. Looking from the outside, this place was just an ordinary office. He entered a place that looked ordinary but was actually one of the key bases of the Baekgon gang. The receptionist greeted him happily. "How can I help you?" Lee Cheon called the leader Cheon-soo's name directly, demanding he be called out. The receptionist worriedly said there was no one by that name here. Lee Cheon threatened that she had better keep her mouth shut. Lee Cheon had now changed into another face, an extremely cold adult man. He warned her if she didn't want this place wiped out tomorrow. The employee looked fearfully at the black hair and brown gold eyes, thinking to herself, could he be from the prestigious Lee clan? This time she was truly afraid, stammering that the boss was not present. Lee Cheon didn't believe it, still demanding he be called immediately. Seeing the employee still not telling the truth, his face became sharp, threatening that he could leave right now without losing anything. But would Baek Chin-soo, would he be able to bear the consequences? After thinking for a while, the employee compromised, promising to contact the boss immediately. She timidly led Lee Chin to the elevator, offering to take him to the VIP lounge first. He agreed. The elevator opened. The employee hurriedly took out a card to scan and entered the floor number. Looking at himself reflected in the elevator, Lee Chin felt lucky he didn't change his hair and eye color, so he now looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. While waiting, he calculated that he only needed to lower his voice a bit. Because Cheon-soo was only a level 5 warrior, he couldn't recognize the voice altered by mana. After arriving, the employee bowed respectfully, promising to bring tea immediately. Lee Cheon sat on the chair pondering. A person from the prestigious Li clan personally stepping into the nest of drifters was an extremely unusual matter. He smiled triumphantly. He had forced Cheonsu to appear right here himself. Li Cheon was sipping the tea in his hand when Cheonsu's crowd walked in aggressively. Not afraid at all, he still calmly warned those guys for arriving late. Cheonsu didn't dare to act rashly, only pretending to smooth his hair and apologize for being late due to the long distance. He gestured, trying to flatter, saying he heard there was a guest waiting, so he tried to come as fast as possible. He approached Li Chen, asking what his purpose was and who he wanted to meet. Didn't get an answer but a very strong punch to the stomach. He flew far away to the door. Li Cheon put his hands in his pockets, warning that he had made him wait for 30 minutes. Don't you know how to bow when you enter? His eyes opened coldly, telling him if he had the guts, he could keep his head held high. Cheonsu and Jinsu immediately bowed to apologize. Jinsu didn't expect this person to really be from the prestigious Li clan and not a madman impersonating one. He didn't expect that he had just been careless for a moment and was defeated in one move. He was terrified by the arrogant, exclusive killing intent characteristic of that clan. Asserting this was definitely someone from the main line, he said respectfully. Meeting someone from the prestigious Li clan is a great honor. He raised his hand to introduce himself as Baek Jinsu, the manager of the Drifter organization and this business. Li Chen looked down on his handshake, only replying, "It seems you run a very interesting business." Cheonsu pulled his hand back, asking fearfully, "What do you mean?" Li Cheon asked if he was running the black market. Quite bold, a thug from one of the 10 great sword sects. His face became fierce, exposing him. "I thought you were still rotting in the shadows, but it turns out you plan to use it to climb into the light? Using the black market to build wealth and connections, aren't you?" Jinsu was stunned that Li Chen knew about both his martial sect and his operations. "If my business offends the great clan, I apologize." Jinsu was even more surprised that Li Chen's true purpose for coming here wasn't about this. "My master has set his sights on you. He wants to initiate a project through you." Yes, Jinsu would be very curious about the master he just mentioned. Just as predicted, he wanted to know who that master was. Li Cheon smiled and revealed it was the one with the purest bloodline of the Li clan and the most deserving of the position. The 7th son of the Li clan, Master Li Jae-hak. The 7th son of the prestigious Li martial clan, Li Jae-hak, a direct line descendant known as a business genius. He might fail, but he never loses. A merchant who always ensures the final victory. The young master wants to start a plan through you. Cheonsu hadn't expected someone at such a peak to want to cooperate with him. He worried silently. Even if the black market was attractive, it shouldn't be enough to make a direct line descendant show his face. Besides, who can be sure this guy really has connections to the main line? Li Cheon said he saw arrogance in his eyes. He was stunned upon hearing that. He hurriedly bowed to apologize. Li Cheon turned away, feeling the young master had been too lenient with commoners like him. "And he even entrusted this matter to me." Picked up the bag he had brought, proving to Cheonsu that if he wanted to kill him, he would have done so the moment he entered the room. Those present were extremely shocked when they saw what was taken out. It was the Baekjeol demon spear. This was a spear with a blade longer than its shaft, curved like a water wave. Jinsu recalled a few years ago when Li Jae-hak went to the North Sea on a mission. Could this be a weapon from the Dragon King Sea realm? Li Cheon held up the spear and asked if he knew what it was. He hurriedly replied, "That is the Baekjeol demon spear." He's suspicious. "Why can't I feel any aura from it?" He explained that this spear was currently sealed. He continued to threaten. "Even seeing this, he still doesn't believe it, but he isn't our only option." Cheonsu was truly worried, wanting to know what exactly the young master wanted from them. Li Chen said his master wanted him to expand the black market and control the entire economy of the underworld. To him, the black market was just a trivial game set up to earn some pocket change. Li Cheon didn't explain further because the master had already decided. Jinsu was shocked that a descendant of a martial clan would meddle in the underworld. He silently speculated. Even if it was money in the shadows, it was still money. With Li Jae-hak's commercial vision, this move made perfect sense. He pretended to ask if he had a choice in this matter. Li Chen told him the answer was definitely no, because if he refused, the Direct Line Warrior Squad would come and flatten this place immediately. The image of Li Jae-hak appeared, letting him know he was just in the palm of that person's hand. So as soon as that name was mentioned, the answer was already decided. Li Cheon tapped the spear hard on the floor, enticing him. "If you are willing to be loyal to my master, then it's a different story. He could become the chairman of a prestigious corporation, an untouchable kingdom under the protection of the Shadow Organization. Of course, he would be backed for all his activities." The words were convincing enough, so he agreed to compromise and asked, "What do I need to do?" He didn't need to be impatient because he would be tested immediately. Sitting in his chair, Cheonsu pondered about Lee Jae-hak's subordinate, a person from the prestigious Lee martial clan. The Baekjeol demon spear was a weapon once conquered by Lee Jae-hak in the North Sea. Even though everything was very logical, he still couldn't fully trust it. Ordered Director Zhang to go verify. Jinsu worried. Until now, we have deliberately avoided clashing with the prestigious Lee martial clan. Cheonsu offered 2 scenarios to put Jinsu at ease if they were hiding some conspiracy. If he really is Lee Jae-hak's man, then there's no problem. And if he's an imposter, we can consider it a merit for catching him for them. He exhaled smoke with a joyful face. If he's nothing, just think about what to do with the Baekjeol spear at the upcoming black market event.
Jinsu helplessly obeyed.
Looking at the arranged luxury room, Cheon thought to himself, they know how to behave. Sitting in the room, he guessed they must be having a headache right now. He set 3 conditions. First was selling the Baekjeol spear to see if they were capable of handling such a difficult item. That was a way to test their ability. He smiled with satisfaction. After all, the Baekjeol item he gave them was just a fake. It was just a version forged by Mujin, while the real one had been sealed by the 7th brother long ago. No matter how carefully Cheonsu checked, he wouldn't discover it, because even the clan's techniques couldn't decipher Mujin. Furthermore, that weapon could only be used by him. He'd soaked it in his own blood. Even if he lost Mujin, he could still call it back using his sword master ability. Even when far away, he could still summon it back to his hand, because he had deeply embedded his mana into it and could summon it at any time. Moving to the second condition, he requested to check the books. Even if Baek Cheonsu hesitated, he would eventually have to bring them out. The final condition was the client list. He needed all 3 things to end this matter smoothly. He guessed he was currently racking his brain over those conditions, and for a clever guy like him, things were becoming more awkward. He clasped his hands together and remembered. The man standing next to Baek Cheonsu. He remembered having seen that face somewhere before. Just remembering something. Lee Cheon was extremely stunned, unable to believe it. He felt this was truly impossible. Sunlight shone through each glass pane of the building. Cheonsu warmly asked for his opinion. May I ask if the resting room is to your satisfaction? He slowly stepped in to attend to him. I hope you have rested well. Lee Cheon, who had been silent until now, coldly spoke up. Has everything I requested been prepared? Cheonsu hurriedly replied. Yes, I have brought the documents you need. Once seated, he asked, would you like to see them now? Lee Cheon sat opposite him, calm. Let's see them now. Cheonsu then introduced the person accompanying him. This person is in charge of most of my business operations. It will be easier if he is the one to present the content to you. Designated person then respectfully said, please excuse the late introduction. I am Director Zhang Jinsu. Taking out the prepared file, Jinsu introduced, this is the revenue summary for last year. He continued to explain, while Lee Cheon coldly observed, speculating, Zhang Jinsu, could it really be him? Zhang Jinsu, I remember him clearly from my memories before the regression. He was known as someone who used his intellect and tongue like a sword. The sword of truth, he used to be the brain of the 3rd family. Lee Gunseon. When the father passed away and the struggle for the clan head position became intense, he was the one who stood up for the 3rd family. Even the eldest brother had a headache dealing with Zhang Jinsu. Thinking this, Lee Cheon pondered. Now he still had his left arm without any burn marks. It was definitely him. Looking over at Cheonsu, Lee Cheon continued to think, the growth of the Baekgon gang is also thanks to Zhang Jinsu. Baek Cheonsu could manage the organization, but breaking into the upper world and expanding the black market was Zhang Jinsu's doing. Lee Cheon assessed the current situation. It seemed he wasn't involved with the 3rd family yet. His gaze hardened in thought. What should I do? Then Lee Cheon asked a question that surprised Cheonsu. Baek Cheonsu, what do you intend to do with the Baekjeol spear? Cheonsu smiled comfortably and stated his plan. I intend to auction it off on the day of the black market. Limited only to verified customers, so you don't need to worry about security. Lee Chen continued to ask, when does the black market open? Cheonsu honestly replied, in 3 days. Lee Chen made a decision. Then I will attend in person. But first, I want to look over the list of goods to be sold. Cheonsu was slightly surprised by his decision and asked back, you want to participate in person? Cheonsu stammered, avoiding it. The goods are stored a distance away. The place isn't very good, not suitable for someone like you. Lee Chen continued, making them worried. I already know the goods are stored in the warehouse of the Drifter Group. He pressed on. Do you think I don't even know that? Clenching his fists until veins popped, Cheonsu gritted his teeth and endured. Then let me escort you myself. And everyone stood up to leave. Cheonsu asked, Shall we go now? Li Qion coldly. Yes. As they left, Li Qion still kept an eye on Jinsu. He was tidying up the documents behind them. A while later, he quickly walked away. In a warehouse located deep in the dense forest, Jinsu said, "Every item brought to the black market is stored here." Then he respectfully said, "Please come in." Li Qion quietly observed and assessed the giant warehouse with tight security, fully equipped with protective magic arrays. Quite impressive, for a group of drifters. Jinsu turned his head and asked, "What would you like to see first?" Li Qion gave an unrelated answer that surprised him. "Not you." Then he pointed to the person behind him. "It seems this person is the one who understands everything here." Jinsu realized it wasn't simple, frowning uncomfortably. "What do you mean?" Looking at his face, Li Qion thought to himself, "Not even bothering to hide your expression?" But outwardly he remained calm. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Then he said bluntly, "I don't like trouble. One guide is enough." Jinsu replied softly through gritted teeth. "Yes, very well." In his anger, Jinsu nervously received the order. "Then I will introduce the items stored in the warehouse. This way first." Goods were stacked full on the shelves in the warehouse. Jinsu explained thoroughly. "The first floor is mainly herbs, artworks, and magic artifacts, and the shelves over there." A faint scent caught Li Qion's attention, and he exclaimed, "I didn't expect to find this here. Illegal drugs, banned medicinal materials, monster byproducts, and even experimental drugs." He requested, "Is there a place where old documents or cultivation manuals are kept?" Jinsu replied, "Ah yes, there is." Li Qion stated his wish. "I want to see things like stone steels or stone tablets." Jinsu heard that and continued to lead the way. "They are on the second floor. Let me take you up." The two followed each other upstairs. Li Qion stood in the middle of the room, sensing the auras radiating from the items. Suddenly, one aura caught his attention. An item emitting a glow caught Li Qion's attention. "Found it." Li Qion observed with joy. "The end has been eroded, but finding this right now is truly lucky." Just as he picked up the stone slab, Li Qion concluded, "Everything in this warehouse combined doesn't equal its value." On it were inscriptions about astronomy, the movement of the stars, and sun-moon symbols. Li Qion pondered, then sighed and left the stone steel behind. "I want to take it now, but it's not the time yet." An aura from another glowing item caught his attention again. Not entirely sure, but Li Qion was still slightly suspicious. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Impossible! A spirit beast." Jinsu nervously revealed its origin. "It's a little snow fox personally caught by the boss in the north." Li Qion was furious and wanted to explode. "Are they crazy? Spirit beasts are creatures possessing spiritual power, helping to maintain energy balance for the area they inhabit. If a spirit beast disappears, that area will be flooded with disasters, as if destroying the entire ecosystem of that region." Jinsu fearfully bowed his head to apologize. Li Qion waved his hand. "Forget it." Observing the warehouse, Li Qion was secretly shocked. Military-grade mana bombs, even dark artifacts of dark mages. Unbelievable that they would dare to store a pile of such dangerous things. He made a decision in his anger. "I used to worry that intervening would skew history, but it's better to take them all down right now." Li Qion interrogated, "Surely these types of weapons aren't sold publicly, right?" Jinsu replied, "No, they are only sold when there is a special order." Li Qion pondered silently. "That's right. If they were put on the public market, the clan or the government wouldn't have let it be." After gathering enough information, he requested, "Now let's go back." But Li Qion suddenly turned on his heel to face Jinsu. "Before leaving, I have a few final questions for you." Jinsu stood opposite him, not knowing what was about to happen, so he was slightly worried. Li Qion put his hands in his pockets, looking seriously straight at Jinsu. Said there were a few things he wanted to ask him. Jinsu nodded slightly, inviting him to continue. Li Qion watched his every move, asking slowly. Li Qion suddenly asked if Jinsu was left-handed, making him think he had misheard. Then Jinsu regained his normal demeanor and admitted it. Li Qion voiced his suspicion. "Working with drifters and you haven't learned any self-defense martial arts?" Jinsu subconsciously clenched his fists. He asked him if there was any special reason for that. A drop of sweat fell on his cheek. Jinsu said it was his congenital disease. Because of that, Jinsu could not cultivate mana. Li Qion thought to himself, seeing Jinsu's strange expression. He became even more suspicious. He was completely certain it was indeed Zhang Jinsu. Li Qion looked at the man anxiously bowing his head low, then asked why he was under Baek Cheonsu when he didn't fit in here at all. He remained silent and did not answer. Li Qion saw Jinsu's expression and said if he didn't want to, he didn't have to speak, but this was his only chance. Jinsu thought for a moment and then recounted that he had a daughter. His hereditary disease had passed on to his daughter in a worse direction. Li Qin was shocked to hear that. He said it was a rare disease, so it was very difficult to treat. The only effective medicine was banned in the country. Li Qin listened silently as he continued to explain how he learned about him through the former company president. And then Jinsu had made a deal with Baek Cho-soo, working for him in exchange for medicine and money. Hearing this, he exclaimed that the original purpose of these matters was merely money laundering or speculation. Cho-soo had used Jinsu's daughter and career as an excuse to place a shackle around his neck. Li Qin had not expected Zhang Jinsu to let himself fall into such a vulnerable position. Then he asked, "Are you prepared to betray him?" Jinsu let out a confused cry. He exposed that he had already prepared to betray Baek Cho-soo. Jinsu started, stammering, "What do you mean?" Li Qion calmly stated the ledgers and lists were more detailed than necessary. His face grew more serious. Baek Cho-soo is an old fox, but he wouldn't order work this meticulous. Jinsu stammered, explaining he just wanted to be thorough with the assigned work. But Li Qion immediately exposed him, telling Jinsu to stop making excuses. Those records could not be that detailed without prior preparation. Li Qion wondered why Zhang Jinsu had stubbornly recorded the process contents into documents to keep for himself. Before regressing, he had been in charge of administration, so Li Qin could read the ledgers just by looking at the numbers. But the problem was that the documents Zhang Jinsu brought went far beyond that. They were blunt and detailed to the point of being naked. Before regressing, due to an incident where the White Bone sect clashed with Sungmu and collapsed overnight, perhaps he had betrayed them then. However, Sungmu did not necessarily have to wipe out the White Bone sect completely, as they needed an organization to manage their territory. And of course, Zhang Jinsu would certainly have to face retaliation. Perhaps out of resentment, or through some underground deal, Zhang Jinsu had joined hands with Tamka. He suddenly knelt down, stammering an apology. Zhang Jinsu begged Li Qin not to tell Baek Cho-soo in order to protect his daughter. He looked at him and recalled that Zhang Jinsu was once called the brain of Tamka. If flow of history continued as it did initially, then, at this moment, he was the one who had to be dealt with. Since that was the case, Li Qin agreed with Zhang Jinsu. Instead, he offered a different proposal. In the room with dim lighting, cigarette smoke drifted up and then dissipated. Baek Cho-soo sat in the middle of the room, calmly exhaling a puff of smoke with a pensive look. Baek Cho-soo had heard the conversation outside. They only intended to take Director Zhang. He gritted his teeth, thinking they dared to set foot in his warehouse. Even if they were Sungmu warriors, this was too much. In Baek Cho-soo's mind, he realized perhaps he intended to only care for Zhang Jinsu and abandon him. The black market had grown this large. Hadn't Zhang Jinsu done exactly what he ordered? Suddenly his subordinate entered, rubbing his hands and concernedly asking about Baek Cho-soo's poor complexion. He gently asked if he should bring a drink, and Baek Cho-soo stood up immediately upon hearing that. While the subordinate was still bewildered, a powerful force struck him. He was thrown against the wall behind him, and the glass panels shattered along with it. Wiping his hands, he reminded him that he had told the subordinate to change how he addressed him. Baek Cho-soo calmly told his subordinates to take him away. They did not dare disobey, answering in unison and quickly getting to work. Baek Cho-soo dropped the dirty towel and ordered that if Director Zhang and that guest came out, they must report it to him. Saying that, Baek Cho-soo walked away, not at all pleased. Even when Sungmu suddenly visited through the lifeline named Lee Jae-hak, he felt annoyed having to pay attention to someone like Zhang Jinsu. At night, darkness covered the entire luxurious villa. Inside the room, the door was tightly closed, separating all sound from the outside. Zhang Jinsu respectfully asked the man in front of him if he had called for him. Baek Cho-soo turned his chair slightly, asking if the investigation he tasked Zhang Jinsu with was finished. He replied that because the Blue Demon was often sealed, the appraisal did not go smoothly. But according to the appraiser, if it had a seal that strong, it was definitely authentic. Cho-soo wondered if that was Lee Jae-hak's subordinate, and Zhang Jinsu hesitated, then remained silent for a long time. He said that according to the information gathered, young Master Lee Jae-hak was expanding his business. But Baek Cho-soo immediately interrupted. Standing up, he gently exclaimed that Zhang Jinsu had lost his usual sharpness. Baek Cho-soo rubbed the back of his neck, sternly asking if Zhang Jinsu thought he was the only one who could do what he just found out. Zhang Jinsu was anxious, his face trembling with fear as he asked if that meant nothing had been found after all. Baek Cho-soo said in an unpleasant tone that he did not like keeping useless people. He said that the things Zhang Jinsu investigated, were they really things only he could do? He brought up Zhang Jinsu's daughter again, saying that the medicine was running out, wasn't it? At this moment, Zhang Jinsu remembered Li Qion's proposal to collapse the black market and eliminate Baek Cho-soo. and to do that he would use his master. Rather, his brother. At this moment, Zhang Jinsu stood up and said something to Baek Cho-su. Scene changed to the next morning. We see a man standing from above looking down. Suddenly a voice from behind said that for security, the black market location changes every time. Baek Cho-su walked and said the location is only sent to those with a ticket at midnight. If lost, it will not be reissued. In addition, magic formations and guards are arranged, prepared very carefully. It turned out this was Li Qion in disguise. He thought to himself that even though it was a wandering group, it was very tightly organized, surely thanks to Zhang Jinsu. But even Li Qion's eyes could easily see the loopholes. Due to Baek Cho-su's incompetence, Zhang Jinsu could not utilize his ability. If he trusted him, the black market would have grown stronger. Baek Cho-su laughed, saying that was feasible because the entire northern slum was under his control. He was confident he would be loyal to Li Qion's master. Loyalty was just a fleeting thought for Zhang Jinsu. Baek Cho-su continued, saying he did not distinguish between clean or dirty work. Any task would do. Li Qion suspected Baek Cho-su was wary of Zhang Jinsu. It seemed he noticed the matter of not taking him to the warehouse. Conversely, Li Qion welcomed that. After that, Baek Cho-su led the way for Li Qion. At the auction hall, the operator brought items to the first floor table for auction. This scene made Li Qion feel confused. Participating in an illegal auction, yet there were people trying to act high and mighty. Li Qion thought the martial artists were arranged at level 6 to level 5. The White Bone sect had stronger internal energy than imagined. Perhaps their purpose was more for surveillance than protection. The host began the opening with welcoming words. Today the items here are all rare treasures. Then the auction began with the first item, a spellbook. This was an ancient magic steel with a starting price of 10 million won. A fairly light start. Just in case there was something strange, Li Qion used his demon eye to observe. But this so-called ancient magic steel was just an antique that looked mysterious. The final item finally arrived. The item everyone was waiting for. It was the item personally brought back by Li Jae-hak. The seventh son of Sungmu brought it back from the North Sea. Baektuet Demon Spear appeared. It was a blue blade with an extremely eye-catching pattern. Finally began. Li Qion was also preparing for his plan. Scene changed to the management room. Baek Cho-su said that although he had been here many times, this was the first time he had seen such a large scale. The person in black told Baek Cho-su that he had sent a message to the guests that this auction was special. Baek Cho-su smiled cunningly, saying Director Zhang had worked hard. The black-clad person said that once this matter was resolved, joining under Sungmu was a matter of course. Baek Cho-su continued, saying it seemed Director Zhang had become enthusiastic after stabilizing his mind. He said when he grasped Sungmu's lifeline, he would be free to do noble work. Zhang Jinsu clasped his hands together upon hearing that. Baek Cho-su looked at Zhang Jinsu and thought that no matter how he struggled, he was in his hands. The things he didn't like, he was now doing enthusiastically. Wanting to cling to Sungmu to escape, but once stained, one could never be clean again. Li Jae-hak approached because he wanted to dominate the underground economy, not this black market. Baek Cho-su thought Director Zhang had confirmed it was Li Jae-hak's subordinate, so this time success would mean grasping a large lifeline. Suddenly, the screen notified that there were strangers in Area A by the north wall. Baek Cho-su screamed, asking what was happening, then ordered them to clear everyone out, whether police or government. At this moment, Baek Cho-su shouted for Director Zhang to quickly take the list and ledgers first. But this moment, there was no one behind him. Furious, he immediately called for the capture of Zhang Jinsu and his accomplices. At this moment, Li Qion appeared from the dust with a cool aura. Li Jae-hak stepped forward. Subordinates immediately reported that the passage was controlled and the recording equipment had been cut. He looked at his subordinates and ordered teams 1 and 2 to sweep from the outside in. Li Jae-hak ordered to keep the evidence at the scene intact and arrest everyone. He thought the 9-Dragon stronghold had intervened, but it turned out to be just ants. At this moment, Li Qion walked over and said this group just borrowed Sungmu's name to scam because he limited operations. Li Jae-hak asked if he saw anything suspicious. Li Qion asked back what he meant. Li Jae-hak deduced this happened just as it touched Baektuet, and news came from 2 different sources. It was provided by the trading company director and the Gold Sword Group. He thought that company had ties to the White Bone sect, so the news was transmitted. And it seemed the other side intentionally borrowed the Gold Sword Group's name to let false news reach him. Li Qion asked if someone lured him here. Li Jae-hak confirmed it. He asked if this was a trap by the 9-Dragon stronghold. He replied they wanted to break Baektuet's seal to lure him. Li Jae-hak sank into thought when he saw Baektuet was still sealed and the 9-Dragon stronghold had no special movement. After a moment of thought, he immediately realized the problem. At this moment, Li Qion saw the movement from Li Jae-hak and turned to ask what was wrong. Lee Jae-hak had already guessed in his heart that this had to do with those two children. He murmured that if not discovered, fine, but once exposed, they would have to pay a heavy price. At auction, the host told the audience that the auction house was verifying the situation. At this moment, Lee Cheon stood up and thought he had to handle this quickly. Lee Cheon looked at the Baektuet sword and utilized his ability. The Baektuet sword suddenly vibrated violently, causing the host to scream in horror. Suddenly the glass cabinet exploded. The sword flew straight toward Lee Cheon. The guards rushed into Lee Cheon's room, shouting that Baektuet had been stolen when they saw him holding it. The guards rushed up, shouting to catch him. He had taken Baektuet. At this moment, he calmly drew the sword, using the void empty steel body skill. Immediately, the guards were completely defeated by him. He looked back with disdain and said he was very busy, not free to socialize with this crowd. He rushed out, thinking that even though the forces were numerous, escaping was not difficult, only afraid of trouble if Baek Cho-soo came. Lee Cheon saw Jang Jin-soo panting and asked if he was ready. Jang Jin-soo thought about Lee Cheon intending to use his brother to destroy the black market. He thought he intended to use the direct line, but then realized he still had a younger brother. He was uneasy seeing that just after becoming a martial artist, he had progressed at an unprecedented speed. The 9th generation of Sungmu, youngest son Lee Cheon, Jang Jin-soo thought to himself. Lee Cheon said whether he accepted it or not, the information had already reached the Gold Sword Group. If Lee Jae-hak came, the White Bone sect would not be at peace. He asked if Baek Cho-soo would leave the black market operator alone. Jang Jin-soo suspiciously asked why he was telling him these things. Lee Cheon calmly replied that it was because he had made a proposal earlier, and he was considering whether to save him or not. After that, Lee Cheon proposed that Jang Jin-soo abandon Baek Cho-soo to follow him. Jang Jin-soo tremblingly offered a condition. Initially it was to protect his daughter, but then he asked him to treat the child. He almost begged Lee Cheon, saying he could do anything, even if he had to die. Lee Cheon asked if he still had the right to set conditions. If he refused, he would report this to Baek Cho-soo. He added that when Baek Cho-soo knew, he would definitely run away, and catching him would take a lot of time. Jang Jin-soo uneasily said Baek Cho-soo was a determined person. He would be caught but would always cause him trouble. He thought because of revenge, he could hinder his path as a martial artist in the future. He sighed, thinking to himself that this was the real Jang Jin-soo he knew, then agreed to treat his daughter's illness. But he had one thing he needed to make clear to him. Sungmu catching Baek Cho-soo would not take much time. It was just a matter of catching him on the spot or a few hours late. He told him that the result would be the same regardless. He asked if he was ready to act. Jang Jin-soo firmly asked what he needed to do. Jang Jin-soo intended to leak information to the 7th brother and tell Baek Cho-soo that it was his subordinates doing. At this moment, Lee Cheon said he followed instructions quite well. He worriedly said he definitely needed to prepare another layer of insurance. He uneasily asked if following him was a way to survive. He asked back what he thought about that. He told him to come with him, talking while walking. Lee Cheon and Jang Jin-soo ran while calling for the young master. Jang Jin-soo said the items you requested are all here. Gold and artifacts are in the Seoul warehouse. Virtual currency is on the USB. He curiously opened the documents to see what was inside. He asked about the stone tablet. Jang Jin-soo pointed to the other side and said it was over there. Both of them walked into the warehouse. He pointed to the box on the table and spoke. He opened the box to look. Seeing the contents, he exclaimed that this was definitely good stuff. He turned his head to ask if the files were ready. He stammered that of course they were done. Lee Cheon told him to keep those things safe, as they would be his lifeline. He said to move them immediately. They would mistake this for a confession to save his own skin. Jang Jin-soo told him not to worry. He replied, "Then I'm leaving, in case warriors from the Kim Sword Squad come to search this place." Just as he finished speaking, an attack came straight at him. At that moment, Baek Cho-soo appeared, sneering and asking if they dared to harm him. He said that everything was over now anyway. He laughed mockingly and replied, "Yeah, maybe so." He drew his knife but, with murderous intent, he roared that if he died, he wouldn't die alone. He lunged, intending to tear them both apart. Fortunately, Lee Cheon and Jang Jin-soo managed to dodge his attack. "Director Jang, you bastard. Have you forgotten I saved your daughter's life? Yet you dare betray me?" He gritted his teeth, saying he had changed his face. No wonder his voice sounded like a child's. He thought to himself that with just that much information he had figured it out. He was not easy to deal with. He lunged and roared fiercely. The knife grazed past his face. He turned his head and asked arrogantly if he wasn't a novice, asking who he really was. He answered that he was Lee Cheon of the Sungmu clan. He laughed like a mad beast, saying he couldn't believe he was being teased by a bastard child. His eyes were cold, mocking himself that he was just a greenhouse flower, deluded by his good bloodline. Smiling mockingly, he thought if he were a greenhouse flower, this world would have perished long ago. He regained his composure, curled his lip provocatively, and placed his hand before his chest to challenge him. In a fit of rage, he flew at him to attack. Simultaneously, he coldly shouted that he had to play butcher again today. He blocked the strike, thinking it would be easy, but the pressure was immense. The rank gap between him and Baek Chosu was 5. Though the same level, the realm was vastly different. He had trained in orthodox mana and martial arts, was seasoned in real combat, and had superior physique. But until now, he had never faced a weakling. Baek Chosu was surprised to see the long sword change shape, realizing he wasn't a fake. He cursed Zhang Jinsu in his head. Li Qion said, "Fighting and still daring to be distracted?" Finishing his words, he immediately launched a counterslash aimed straight at his abdomen. The wound was shallow but made Baek Chosu stumble back in panic, shouting, "Arrogant brat!" Blocking and countering drained Li Qion. He panted, thinking it was difficult. But with the demon eye reading the path and intuition sensing movement, along with the sturdy Sungmu physique, he could still resist. He had once defeated Li Xiola, who was much faster than him. Just as he thought that, he attacked again. Li Qion blocked, but the shockwave shook the entire room violently. Li Qion immediately retreated to keep a safe distance. He stood up, raising his sword to take a defensive stance. Baek Chosu panted, unable to understand how a brat could do such a thing. He assessed his mana was equal to his own, but his martial depth could not be underestimated. Felt like he was facing a giant boulder. He clicked his tongue, never expecting to have this feeling before a kid. Baek Chosu channeled mana, thinking he had to finish this quickly. The battle between Li Qion and Baek Chosu continued. He still thought he was just a kid. But what was this? Felt like he was facing a giant boulder. Baek Chosu lunged toward Li Qion with agile movements. Li Qion dodged the slash, making him stunned by the basic technique as solid as a fortress. At this moment, Li Qion's weapon turned into a spear, shocking him with its shape-shifting. It was like fighting multiple people. He just wanted to deal with Zhang Jinsu and retreat, but the situation had changed. Thought Li Qion didn't know about his connection to the Nine Dragon camp. If he ran now, it might still be in time. But even if he had to die, he would definitely take the heads of the two on Li Qion's side. With all his might, he immediately lunged to attack Li Qion. Baek Chosu believed Li Qion couldn't dodge the strike. He kicked debris on the ground toward Li Qion as a feint. Li Qion immediately swung his spear to swat away the debris. With his tactics, Baek Chosu had caught Li Qion off guard. He unleashed the strike he once used to kill his master. At this moment, the first form of the task path, Hidden Forest Tiger Stance, was unleashed. Li Qion silently acknowledged this attack was extremely fast. He tried his best to block that strike. He suddenly followed up with another attack. The strike hit his shoulder, causing him to be severely injured and thrown far away. At this moment, Baek Chosu smiled, believing the time had come. He immediately lunged at him, shouting for him to die. As the strike was close to Li Qion, suddenly a golden aura appeared in his eyes. In his hand now was a completely new sword. This caught him completely by surprise. Baek Chosu let out a loud curse. From somewhere, Li Qion pulled out a whip that wrapped tightly around his arm. He pulled him hard to the ground. With a murderous and confident expression, he declared victory was his. The ultimate technique, Infinite First Form, Demon Stab, was unleashed, slashing straight down on him. Baek Chosu was critically injured and vomited blood heavily. He collapsed, his mouth still cursing incessantly. Li Qion coldly said the last words of a third-rate thug were unnecessary. Saying that, he severed his head from his body. Battle finally ended. Li Qion grew tired, and the wound on his leg was quite heavy. At this moment, Zhang Jinsu arrived in time to support him. After some questioning, Li Qion's condition gradually stabilized. He pondered, wondering if this was the first time he had killed someone in this life. Zhang Jinsu stood beside him, silent and deep in thought. This boy was only 15, not much older than his daughter. But how could he possess such terrifying power? Because he knew Baek Chosu was no ordinary person. He understood how terrifying his power was. Zhang Jinsu bowed and expressed sincere thanks to Li Qion. He said there was no need to thank him, as he did it for what he needed anyway. He asked what to do now. Li Qion said passion was good, but first this matter had to be finished. And he had to handle his daughter's matter first, as that was their deal. This statement made Zhang Jinsu extremely grateful, thinking this child was very different from Baek Chosu. If Li Qion needed contact later, Zhang Jinsu was willing to be his subordinate. The sound of the floor cracking became clearer. Li Qion sensed that the White Bone sect was struggling in its final death throes. Zhang Jinsu asked if they could escape since he needed to hide his identity, then handed him the document briefcase. Li Qion told him not to worry. He would escape as soon as the situation was right. He admitted the Kim Sword Squad's ability was extraordinary, but thanks to the invisibility technique and the 10,000 face iron, he would escape. Zhang Jinsu said there was a water channel wide enough for him to move through, and he would personally lead the way for him. Deep down, Li Qion knew Zhang Jinsu was very determined. Clearly, he couldn't back out of the deal, so he had fulfilled his promise seriously. But now it was no longer out of helplessness, but a sincere heart revealed. Before the regression, the world called him a rare genius brain. Now he had obtained Zhang Jinsu. Thinking that, he said he would rely on him and both head toward the light ahead. The dilapidated building was on the verge of collapse. The brown-haired man reported that he had suppressed all the White Bone members in the building with Li Jaehak. Li Jaehak said most White Bone sect members were wanderers, so there was no need to hold back. If they resisted, break their limbs. He said if they resisted fiercely, they could kill them. The man beside him obeyed and agreed. The brown-haired man wondered about handling those participating in the black market who were demanding lawyers and causing a scene. He smiled smugly, saying if they heard the name Sungmu and still had that attitude, they must not know the situation. He said their group had been granted the authority by the state to deal with armed subjects. The atmosphere was gloomy. Li Jaehak said murderously that they didn't know going to court would only make them more dangerous. The brown-haired man said there was no need for the Sungmu defense team. Just the personal defense team of the 7th young master, Li Jaehak, was enough to clarify the case. He reported that the fleeing White Bone members had all been caught. Li Jaehak asked sternly about evidence. The man gave him the list of items in the black market and said that was all there was. Li Jaehak's face showed clear surprise as if he had just seen something. He said he didn't see any ledgers or entry lists. It turned out they were stored elsewhere. Li Jaehak thought it would be neater to wipe out those places too, but doing so would scatter the wanderers everywhere. Regarding that, the brown-haired man suddenly spoke up. The Kim Sword Squad was searching the area and caught someone. Li Jaehak asked in confusion. He heard he was directly in charge of the work here and had produced this. He insisted that Li Jaehak must look at it. Li Jaehak picked up the stack of papers to look. His face looked startled as if he had just realized something important. It turned out to be the history of money transfers, names of trading parties, borrowed name accounts, and even smuggling client information. Li Jaehak immediately ordered for that person to be brought here. The man opposite received the order immediately. A moment later, a man with polite shoes appeared. Standing before the two was a man dressed neatly, respectfully greeting the member of the great family. "My name is Zhang Jinsu," the other man shouted, scolding him for being insolent. But Li Jaehak immediately interrupted, saying that was enough. Li Jaehak thought to himself that this appearance was a waste if only to work for the White Bone sect. Clear eyes, upright posture. Even without mana, he had a very orderly aura. Li Jaehak introduced himself as the 7th young master of Sungmu, named Li Jaehak, and had a few things to ask. Zhang Jinsu replied, "Yes, I will answer quickly." The man in the blue shirt held out the papers and asked why he didn't destroy them but kept them. Was this a trick to escape? Zhang Jinsu said there was a letter in the briefcase. Said just showing that paper to Li Jaehak was enough. Li Jaehak wondered, taking the letter from the briefcase to look. He suspected if the writer had used special printing paper to avoid handwriting recognition. The letter read, "This document is enough to pay the reward and more. Please look after this man and treat his daughter." Reading this, Li Jaehak smiled slightly, scolding silently that this insolent person dared to shamelessly use his older brother. But the documents left behind were very valuable. He could recover Baek Cho-su's money and get a hold on the wealthy. He had set the stage for him to handle the aftermath, then used this matter to negotiate. Moreover, doing a mission shouldn't involve help from the family. Li Jaehak had many thoughts. Suddenly, Zhang Jinsu spoke up, reminding him that there was writing on the back of the letter. Li Jaehak immediately flipped the letter to the back to continue reading. The back read, "In case you are too busy enjoying the benefits and forget about me, since you've already reaped all the benefits, you'll probably just quietly close this case." Reading that, Li Jaehak was stunned speechless. He smiled, thinking the postscript was longer than the main part. He wondered if this kid understood the meaning of a postscript. Li Jaehak happily asked if anyone had ever started the path of a wandering warrior like this. He put the letter in his jacket, thinking to himself so he didn't want to contact him directly? Truly arrogant. But he was willing to welcome this deal and smiled in recognition. Li Qion's image appeared. He thought after defeating the 6th sister and still keeping that demeanor, choosing the youngest was correct. Li Jaehak proudly felt the two brothers understood each other well. then ordered the captain to end this case here. The brown-haired man was confused. He said when the relevant department arrived, hand it over and clean up the dangerous goods carefully. With these documents, the subsequent processing would no longer be difficult. Lee Jae-hak turned to tell Jong Jin-soo that he would temporarily be responsible for his safety. Lee Jae-hak smiled and told him to be grateful to the person who sent this letter. Scene changed to the protagonist's house. We see Lee Chin sitting in meditation. In an instant, Lee Chin thought back. The clash with Baek Cho-soo was a valuable experience. He thought to himself it had been a long time since he obtained infinite, but this was the first time he drew it to face a human. He had used it when training at Heaven Demon Mountain or fighting his father, but never in a life-or-death fight with someone stronger. Victory or defeat was largely due to Baek Cho-soo's arrogance and mistakes, but even if not, he was confident he would win. In the path of a wandering warrior, such unconstrained real combat was truly important. Lee Cheon stood up to put on his shirt, muttering that everything had gone smoothly. It seemed the seventh brother had accepted the deal. He buttoned his shirt with a confident expression, thinking it was time to call that person out. In Seoul, the streets of Korea were still bustling with people. A small street corner. Lee Chin carried his sword bag on his shoulder, standing in front of a restaurant. He scanned the area, silently judging that this place had no sign and looked more like a house than a restaurant. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lee Cheon went to the reception desk, said he had a reservation under Jong Jin-soo, and the receptionist politely let him in. Immediately after, he followed the receptionist to the reserved room. On arriving, the receptionist opened the door and invited him inside. Jong Jin-soo, sitting in the room, heard the noise and stood up to greet him, saying, "You have arrived." Lee Chin praised the place, and he introduced it as a private space where nothing could be heard from the outside. When sitting at the table, he suddenly laughed, causing him to ask in surprise why he was laughing. Jong Jin-soo coughed slightly to regain his composure, apologizing for only now truly feeling the young master's age. He observed him, telling himself that because he was from Sungmu, he looked mature, but looking closely, he still had the features of a teenager. He thought to himself, truly a real teenager. But he couldn't help but praise the gaze and aura radiating from him, making one not feel like they were facing a young boy. He recalled him pulling in Lee Jae-hak, capturing Baek Cho-soo, and collapsing the black market. He placed a hand on his chest, full of gratitude, thanking Lee Cheon for the great favor received by both him and his daughter. Lee Chin sipped his tea, coldly replying that excessive thanks were unnecessary, as this was just a transaction. Even though he said that, Jong Jin-soo still saw it as a favor, because without him, he would still be tied down by Baek Cho-soo. He smiled and asked about his daughter's condition. He replied that although she hadn't fully recovered, she was much better. Jong Jin-soo praised the Sungmu Medical Center's reputation, and hearing that, he smiled faintly and said that was good. Jong Jin-soo hesitated slightly, swallowing hard. Afterward, he said seriously that the young master had kept every promise, and now it was his turn to fulfill his part. His voice was extremely sincere, saying he would do anything and asking what needed to be done. Lee Chin teased that it sounded like he was about to make him do dirty work, and he hurriedly waved his hand to deny that intention. He closed his eyes slightly and smiled, replying that he knew. Then he reached into his bag, saying that first, there were a few things he wanted his help with. Lee Cheon placed the USB and the file folder on the table. Jong Jin-soo asked in surprise what these were. He asked suspiciously if these weren't the documents he took that day. He replied he only borrowed them to look over for a bit. Lee Cheon's eyes held a hint of a smile, pushing them toward him and telling him to handle them skillfully. He continued meaningfully that he would have many places needing money soon. Jong Jin-soo clenched his fists, stammering to ask what trust he had to entrust him with this. He said seriously that this money was now ownerless. Wasn't he afraid he would take the money and run away? He crossed his arms and asked if he intended to run away. Jong Jin-soo immediately replied that wasn't the case. Lee Cheon said frankly that he didn't trust him because he hadn't proven anything yet, but he trusted his circumstances. His gaze was sharp, saying he trusted the constraints around him, silently calculating the two things he was entangled in. Everything was within his calculations, the treatment for his daughter and the connection to the Whitebone sect. Thanks to the transaction with the seventh brother, he was free. If that person changed his mind, he could use the past to tie him down. Lee Cheon looked at him coldly, saying that was enough of an answer. Jong Jin-soo bowed and replied yes. Immediately after, he added something that stunned him. That currently, it was just that he couldn't trust him completely yet. Lee Cheon happily reached out his hand, sincerely saying he hoped for a day when he could truly trust him. Jong Jin-soo was stunned, thinking how good it would be if they could trust each other without thinking of transactions or circumstances. He looked at the hand he offered, wondering what he trusted in him to be so honest. He once thought he was like Baek Cho-soo, specializing in grasping weaknesses to exploit others. Even though Lee Cheon always drew clear boundaries with the word transaction, this relationship was still a debt he carried. He smiled, feeling that he saw him as an equal relationship, then loudly replied that he understood. He happily shook Lee Cheon's hand, promising to prove it one by one, and that it wouldn't take too long. Lee Cheon smiled gently, replying that he was truly looking forward to that. He looked at him, no longer seeing the subordinate under Baek Cho-soo, but the image of Seo Jong overlapping. After talking, he grabbed his bag and prepared to leave. Jong Jin-soo asked where he intended to go now. Lee Cheon put the bag on his shoulder, turned, and smiled, replying that he would head south. Leaving the restaurant, he walked down the street. A young boy pointed at him and cheered, "Mom! Look, that guy is a martial artist." The mother scolded him, saying he shouldn't say that. He thought to himself that he thought he had hidden it well, but still let something slip. He walked step by step leisurely on the street. When he reached the station, he stopped and looked into the distance. At the same time, at a coffee shop, wisps of cigarette smoke drifted through the shop space. Valerie Zabel sat on a chair, exhaling puffs of cigarette smoke into the air. She leaned back in her chair, holding a pipe, looking at the news board on the screen. When she saw the news, she exclaimed, "What is this? Caught something interesting." The cigarette burned brightly with her exclamation. This kind of index was the first time she had seen it. She told herself to see who that was. She smiled with interest, wanting to verify it with her own eyes. Back to Lee Cheon. At this moment he was sitting on the train reading documents. He frowned at the notebook. The deposit was about 100 million, enough for immediate operating expenses. He cleared his throat and sighed. Thanks to Jong Jin-soo, he could travel this comfortably. Lee Chin closed the notebook, wondering how Jong Jin-soo would demonstrate his ability this time. He put the notebook in his pocket. His talent had been proven, so he would let him freely demonstrate. He thought if he revealed his ability like Seo Jong before, he would be strong enough to help him build a foundation. His gaze was sharp. Letting people know there was a foundation behind him was necessary. Lee Chin recalled the image from when he was young. Until now, both luck and excuses were fine. Because he knew the future, there were many things he could do, but from now on, he had to be cautious when using information from his past life. He calculated that upcoming things had to look like predictions based on reasonable inferences. While he was lost in thought, the station announcement sounded. The stop this time was. Lee Cheon prepared his belongings, telling himself that first, he had to take care of his own business rather than Jong Jin-soo's. Stepping off the train, he stood outside the station. Now he was in Gyeongju, Gyeongsangbuk-do province. Suddenly his eyes changed color and a sharp headache began to set in. He rubbed his head, telling himself that since the training at Heaven Demon Mountain, he had never lost control. In Gyeongju, there were countless relics. It was a place where the ancient and modern coexisted. Objects with long histories all contained mysterious powers that the modern era could not explain. A sacred land that achieved a miraculous balance, that was Gyeongju. In his bag was a fragment. This very place hid the traces of his ancestors. The ancestor of the Sungmu clan was Lee Hun-hyen, who was rumored to be a fictional character in academic circles. On Sungmu Mountain, there were only spirit tablets for worship, not the remains of Lee Hun-hyen. Until in his previous life, a relic related to Lee Hun-hyen was discovered. Lee Cheon went to the ancestor's residence, where they discovered materials related to him. He thought to himself that he had another purpose. Suddenly, behind him, Valerie Zabel stepped out and called, "Hey kid!" She smiled, leisurely exhaling white puffs of cigarette smoke. He smiled and asked who he was. He told himself he came here precisely to meet this person. She took a puff of her cigarette with interest, saying this was truly interesting. Smoke blew into Lee Chin's face. She said the magic detector reported a strange signal, so she came to check. Valerie Zabel smiled and asked why he had something exactly like the one on her eye. Possessors of magic eyes rarely appeared. It was a coincidence that there was another one in Korea. She was a grand mage from the Magic Tower in France, possessing a magic eye with the ability to read all information. He frowned, thinking he intended to find this woman, but didn't expect to meet her this way. Seeing he didn't answer, she leaned close and asked if he was afraid of her. She asked suspiciously if he wasn't Korean. Lee Cheon replied coldly that he was Korean. Hearing that, she laughed, saying that was lucky because she actually only knew how to speak Korean. Lee Chin sighed. He knew it beforehand, but this woman was truly unpredictable. He recalled her nickname in the future was the eccentric of the Magic Tower, or more accurately, the crazy woman. He chuckled because the reason she came to Korea was to learn spells without asking the Tower Master for permission. Lee Cheon thought wearily that her naturalizing in Korea was just because the fried chicken here was too delicious. Valerie Zabel asked in a cold voice who he was. He didn't hold back, replying that she was the one who started the conversation first. She grumbled then reached out her hand, saying he was difficult and she wanted to greet him properly. She introduced herself as Valerie Zabel, a mage from France. Li Chen politely reached out to shake her hand and introduced himself as Li Chen. Hearing his surname, she pondered if it was the Sungmu clan. He quickly confirmed. He laughed, saying if he was from Sungmu, in this country, it was no different from royalty. She pointed her pipe at Li Qion and asked, "Is that so?" She suddenly asked why he was covering his cute face with a mask. Was he running away from something? Seeing he couldn't hide it, he took off the mask. She thought to herself that the nature of his magic eye was like hers. She teased that it was no surprise he opened his eye earlier than her, even though she had investigated quite a bit. Li Qion held the mask, replying seriously that it was because he had also seen eyes similar to hers. She asked curiously because she had never heard of anyone in Sungmu possessing a magic eye. He backed away because he didn't want to reveal his ability. Valerie Zabel said her eyes were analysis eyes, capable of reading all objects in the form of data. What about him? He frowned slightly and did not give her an answer. She smiled gently, but her words contained killing intent, saying there was no other way. She opened her eyes sharply, declaring she would have to find out for herself. Valerie Zabel immediately used her reading power on his mind. Li Qion was affected, his eyes immediately changing color. He clutched his eyes in pain and sat down, questioning what she was doing. Seeing that, she apologized for being too curious, but was surprised because she couldn't read anything from him. Valerie Zabel walked toward him, wondering why she couldn't read any information. She smiled soothingly, telling him not to be angry and she would tell him something interesting to apologize. She suggested he talk to her for a while. Could he? Inside a small alley, in front of an old house. Valerie Zabel and Li Qion looked at the gate. He asked curiously, "You said we were going for coffee, but we came here?" They observed for a moment. From the outside, it just looked like a normal abandoned house. She turned and smiled at him. "All right, let's go inside and see." Li Qion's gaze was somewhat unusual. He found it strange. The feeling just now was like the sorcery of a monster. Seeing the person beside her deep in thought, Jebel asked curiously, "Do you realize it now? You can feel it without using a magic eye? Could it be you've learned magic?" Li Qion replied, "I haven't learned magic, but feeling it so clearly, what's strange about that?" Hearing that, Jebel said, "That feeling, if you aren't a master like me, you wouldn't be able to perceive it." This made him wonder. A master? Do you mean the magic tower master of the Eiffel Magic Tower, Michael Garin? If you haven't reached that level, you can't feel it? Has he already reached that level? Li Qion sighed. "I've experienced something similar before." But she denied it. "No, it's different. Even if you've experienced something similar, normally you wouldn't be able to feel it." Her expression changed. Jebel's gaze was unusually sharp. "Unless you have trained magic to the limit." His lips pressed together. "I've had a strange feeling of familiarity since earlier. This indescribable feeling. She looks very much like my aunt." The person who often waved and smiled at Li Chen. "Baby, let's go. It's time for some fun training." He asked Jebel, "So this is teleportation?" Her hand grasped the old door. "No, I have a lot of money, but not that much." Two went in one after another. "To be precise, I used magic power and internal energy to connect a tunnel." She walked in front and said to Li Chen, "Go in." After stepping through the door, it seemed like a strange power surrounded them. The space inside was a coffee shop, having nothing to do with the shabby appearance of the house earlier. He suddenly noticed one thing. The man who looked like a waiter was not human. He could feel magic power, but there was no biological activity. Jebel realized Li Chen's suspicion, so she explained, "That's a golem, a machine attached with a magic core. From here on is my workshop. All sorts of strange things will appear." She chose a table and sat down. "Want to order a drink first?" Two ordered in turn. "Give me a hot tea." "All right, I'll have an espresso." Looking at the surrounding space, he was curious. "Can you install this in a workshop?" Jebel replied gently. "I want to feel like it's a real shop. Going out every time is a hassle." "Can I smoke?" Li Qion didn't stop her. "Yes. It's fine." She held the pipe to her mouth. "There are many things I want to ask. I don't know where to start." He looked over with a puzzled face. "Why do you think I will answer?" Hearing that, she evaluated. "How stingy." Faint smoke curled around Jebel. She spoke again. "Then how about this? Although I look like this, I know quite a lot." She held up 3 fingers. 3 questions. Each person gets to ask 3 questions and answer in turn. How about it? The right of 3 questions, Valerie's inherent magic. Famous for the fact that when she cannot satisfy her curiosity, she will propose exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. This unique magic later became the symbol of the mage Valerie. Along with that is a small challenge. Exchanging questions is boring, so I'll add a game using my magic. Li Qion picked up his glass and took a sip, just as the rumors say. Then he bluntly said, I refuse. Jebel's expression stiffened. Huh, continued. I just met you today. What is there to be curious about? Her eyes widened in surprise. Not curious about my eyes? Li Qion remained calm. Even though I didn't ask earlier, someone intentionally told me. However, he set the glass down. This game sounds quite interesting. Without beating around the bush, Li Qion got straight to the point. Let's set conditions. The winner gets to make one request, then I'll participate. Jebel didn't understand him. A request? She asked back. You said you weren't curious, so what do you intend to request? His handsome face was reflected in the teacup. That can be thought about later. Li Qion's words left Jebel speechless. The chance to make a request of a mage with her own workshop wasn't something that came by often. Raising her wand, she finally agreed. It's not pleasant, but fine. The rules are simple. Jill raised her arm, a hazy stream of red smoke flowing from her wand. From now on, each person will have 3 questions and 3 answers. The smoke gathered like a cloud. Questions are free. Ask anything. Answers are the same. They can be true or false. Her red lips parted, exuding a seductive aura. But you must guess if the answer is true or false. Whoever guesses correctly more often wins. Li Qion, sitting opposite, was extremely serious. And the loser must answer the opponent's 3 questions in great detail. Jebel added that obvious questions like gender or name would be forbidden. He looked at the smoke, turning to ask, how do we distinguish what is true and what is false? She pointed to her head. This spell belongs to mental magic. It reads the consciousness waves emitted from the subconscious. She affirmed, even if the loser intentionally hides the truth, under the influence of the magic, they will still naturally speak it. Her slender hand rested on her chest. Jebel took out a magic orb. I, Valerie Jebel, swear on my title as a mage to faithfully carry out what I've said, without using tricks or deceit. The orb floated up, creating a small explosion above their heads. And I will follow the rules, playing a fair match. She seemed to complete the ritual. This is a mage's oath. If broken, I will lose all my magical power. Then Jebel smiled brightly. Now do you believe I won't play tricks? Li Qion didn't question further. Yes. She snapped her fingers. Then let's begin. Above each person's head were 3 fireballs. The scene was no different from a duel. He said respectfully, you first. Jebel didn't stand on ceremony. All right, let's start gently. Li Qion was targeted right from the start. What abilities do your magic eyes possess? Just as he predicted, asking exactly what you wanted to know on the very first question, huh? I possess power similar to yours. As soon as he finished speaking, one orb vanished. She stood up abruptly. What does that mean? Jebel easily realized. Can I consider that the second question? She had to take a step back. Fine then, now it's your turn to ask. On the same topic, he asked back, why are you curious about my magic eyes? Jebel pondered and then answered nonchalantly. Because of a thirst for knowledge, simply out of curiosity as a mage. This wasn't what Li Qion wanted to hear. A truly vague answer. Regardless, in this game, the content wasn't important. The important thing was to ask the questions he wanted to know and see through whether the opponent's answer was true or false. If he won, he would receive detailed answers to his inquiries. Li Qion understood clearly and felt no need to be too picky about the content of the questions. His gaze was full of confidence. What he aimed for was victory, to have the right to make a request of her. Jebel replied to him, all right, second question. A long while later, her voice echoed again in the quiet space. Now for my final question. Jebel's eyes were tinged with purple. You already know about me. Li Qion listened intently. How much do you actually know about me? Still sitting seriously, he answered immediately. Since I was born until now, I have never seen or heard anything about you. The woman's lips curled slightly. 1. She secretly assessed. Even though he's young, he keeps a poker face quite well, but his facial muscles twitched slightly. Li Qion asked, it's my turn to ask the final question, right? Jebel smiled. Ask quickly. This time, a smile as light as the wind appeared on his lips. His handsome appearance suddenly became dangerous. In your opinion, have I won yet? Do you think you have lost? She didn't expect this. Is it okay to ask that for the final question? Li Qion urged. Just answer. Jebel had to comply, taking out a few cards. Fine, all right. Her hand wrote something on the card. At the same time she spoke, the orb suddenly exploded. You lost, because I won. Looking above her head, Jebel was stunned. Turning back to look at him, full of confusion. I'm wrong? But clearly. Li Qion was expressionless, only asking, Do you want me to tell you the reason? He explained. The first question, your curiosity about the magic eyes due to a thirst for knowledge, was the truth. Next sentence startled Jebel. The second question, you lied. Li Qion had long since seen through the three-question answer right, which belonged to the mental magic system. He reminded her. And the last question. The red smoke dissipated. That also became a lie, because the winner is me. She stood up to adjust her long hair, having to accept it. I lost. According to the agreement, I will answer your question first. She explained. The first question, I also possess magic eyes, so I've always researched them. But materials are very scarce and finding someone to collaborate with isn't easy. Coming to the next question, she hesitated. The second one is, he sighed. If you find it difficult to say, you don't need to answer. Innate magic is a private secret. Her hesitation was only natural. Jebel looked at Li Qion in surprise. Really? Is it really okay? But everything has a price. Instead, let me ask for one more favor. Hearing that, she immediately became defensive. What do you intend to ask for? His face darkened immediately after that action of Jebel's. Seeing Li Qion's expression, she was confused. It was just a joke. Do you need to be so tense? He replied, not intentional. It's just that I suddenly remembered someone like you. So my reaction was a bit strong. So, what do you think? Jebel held her forehead. Fine. It seems I have no other choice. She straightened her back. Then the game ends here. She gestured. Then let's go deeper into the workshop. We will discuss the matter you want to ask about. Jebel left the table. Don't touch anything. Just follow behind me. Another door opened. While walking, Jebel introduced, this is the center of my workshop. Li Qion was surprised. This was truly where a mage worked. I heard mages don't usually let outsiders into their workshops. She didn't care. That's right. Touch the barrier and you're in trouble. But I'm talented enough, so it's fine. Sit down here. He obediently complied. After sitting down, Jebel asked, all right, so what is the favor you want to ask for? Li Qion pushed an object out. I want to ask you to decipher this stone tablet, and I hope you will keep all the content confidential afterward. Putting on gloves, she looked intently. A stone tablet? Antiques are a bit complicated, but I'm sure I can handle it. Ha! Picking up the tablet, Jebel opened her heavenly eye to examine it. A spark of electricity suddenly appeared, shocking her eyes. Jebel clutched her face in pain. This is an ancient artifact, at least from the 3rd or 4th century. He wasn't surprised at all. You recognized it immediately, didn't you? Her hands trembled looking at the tablet. Crazy. An antique this old? I almost lost my life. Jebel clenched her fist. Li Qion covered his mouth, mocking. You were very confident before. It seems the technique here is a bit sloppy. I could do this much. I don't know if I should still ask for your help. With an artifact like this, at least he should have warned me. She was furious. It's measured in millennia. I almost had to redraw the entire technique from scratch, and I even bragged earlier. To maintain her image, Jebel coughed slightly. Let me take another look. She opened her heavenly eye again. It doesn't look like an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. This time she was more careful. Can I only read up to this point? She stroked her chin and thought. I can grasp the movements of the moon, sun, and stars, but only up to that point. If it were a simple code, I would have solved it already. Jebel turned to ask. It records Eastern astronomy and some simple scripts. What exactly is this thing? They discussed. It's a map, and also a key. Hearing that, she warned. This thing will probably take some time to decipher. Li Qion asked carefully. So while waiting, can I state my second request? Jebel agreed. Sure. She's quite surprised. The second request is to ask me about magic eyes? He replied calmly. If it can be helpful for both of us, even better. Li Qion asked further. By the way, does your workshop have a training room? Flipping her hair back, Jebel said proudly. Of course, what workshop doesn't have a training area? However, mine is a bit larger than usual. His demeanor made him think. Bragging again. A workshop this large proves both strength and finances are top tier, reminding me of someone. He asked. It seems you're quite rich. Jebel didn't hide it. Don't you know? I belong to an old aristocratic family. She rested her hands. That's the second request. Don't change your mind. Li Qion corrected. It should be a gentleman's word is his bond. I understand. Her eyes brightened with a purple hue. Then shall we start right away? Try opening your magic eyes for me to see. He closed his eyes tightly, then opened them, his eyes gleaming with a golden hue. The two stood facing each other. I'm starting. First of all, open your magic eyes. Li Qion obeyed, first closing his eyes tightly. When he opened his eyes again, the color had changed. The room behind Jebel was no longer simply a white wall in Li Chion's eyes. A current of electricity ran through his eyes. Seeing Li Chion cover his eyes and kneel down, she asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" He let go, stammering, "Nothing. There are too many techniques in the room, so I'm a bit dizzy." Only seeing a few techniques and already in pain? Jebel was surprised, as if thinking of something else. "Wait, don't tell me you see all the magic circles and techniques here?" Li Chion slowly stood up. "Yes, my eyes can read the flow of power and things normally unseen, though it's a bit hard to control." She instructed, "First of all, deactivate your magic eyes." Seeing he was better, she asked, "Explain more about your magic eyes. Do they have clairvoyance or the ability to see mana?" He replied, "I don't have clairvoyance, but I can deduce movements or hidden auras." Jebel's expression was a bit unhappy. "Do you know how bizarre what you just said is?" She approached and pointed at him. "If that's true, your eyes are extraordinary. No magic eyes can see that many things. This is a long story. Let's go back to the research room." A new cup of tea was brought over. Jebel sat seriously. "Before explaining, you must know that magic eyes and mind's eye are two different concepts." Li Chion replied, "I know." She added, "Magic eyes are not just enhanced vision. Even if manifested by magic, they are still images that humans perceive." He interrupted, "Sorry, can you explain more simply? The Korean is too difficult." She began pointing. "What I mean is this." After a series of theories, she concluded, "Because of that, magic eyes are more special than any other ability." Jebel held a cigarette. "I once did an fMRI while using magic eyes. At that time, blood flow to the brain surged and nerves were overactivated." He understood. "No wonder I feel pain when I can't control them." Jebel affirmed, "Exactly, because the brain is overloaded when processing strange sensations." The voice remained steady. "Magic eyes are that dangerous. So far, no pair of magic eyes has possessed complex abilities." Li Chion paused. "However, how many things can your magic eyes do right now?" Jebel's gaze was serious. "You said these eyes were opened through the Sungmu ritual. Normally, people with magic eyes see abnormalities from around age 5. Li Chion lowered his head slightly. "Well, before doing the ritual, did you ever see anything strange?" The past returned. There were indeed signs before, even though he was only 11 then. Jebel asked further, "Is there anyone in Sungmu who opened magic eyes like you?" He shook his head. "No." She spoke. "Do you know why I'm serious?" He replied, "Yes." Jebel continued, "What a pity. If you fall into battle, I'm afraid you won't be able to control them." This time he just remained silent. Li Chion turned. "Actually, in battle, I've used magic eyes countless times already." She was astonished. "What?" Her face revealed clear urgency. "How is that possible? Just 2 to 3 functions and the brain is already overloaded. You should have died or gone insane long ago." She found it hard to believe. "And yet you can still see and control them?" He answered immediately, "Yes." Jebel held her forehead again. "I've truly never seen an exception like this." Her red lips smiled slightly. Then, she seemed to turn into a witch before Li Chion. "It seems we need to test a few things." Although his face darkened, he still agreed. "Yes, what are they?" At Valerie's suggestion, I temporarily stayed in the training room. In a flash, a few days passed. Valerie was engrossed in deciphering the stone tablet until just before dinner. As for me, I began a training session draining my magic eyes to the limit. A mechanical voice rang out. Measurement ended. Li Chion's eyes were dazed. At first, he could endure it, but the difficulty was gradually increasing. Jebel was like a devil when bringing things to check. To see how much stimulation I could endure, she shoved tangled blocks of mana into my face. "Come on, just a little more, you little devil." Jebel softened her voice. "How is it? Are you okay?" The cuffs on his hands opened, looking at her like a mad scientist. "You said using the magic I would overload the brain." She walked over and smiled brightly. "Don't worry. The magic tech machine will stop right when you reach the overload threshold." Li Chion's eyes. "She's truly crazy. I should apologize for comparing her to my aunt." She continued. "Thanks to that, I gathered good data, and the limits are becoming clear. The more the magic eye is used, the more it develops." Li Chion thought, "That's not wrong, but..." Ignoring his words, Jebel turned away. "Let's see if you'll obediently endure the experiment." Li Chion realized she was intentionally speaking in French. Her eyes widened in surprise. Standing before the machinery, she doubted. "What is this? Did I see that wrong?" The blue screen displayed something unexpected. "I set the difficulty to increase automatically, so why is his growth rate this fast?" She covered her face with her hand. "It's not growth. It's more like adaptation. Her expression flashed with joy. Then the problem doesn't lie in the explanation. Jebel's fingers glided over the keyboard. Training day 1. This is the test Li Qion requested, not my experiment. Even so, I still saved the magic eye data seeing the mana pathways. Through the check, she had data. Level 6 magic starts to cause pain, but level 7 is still easily readable. Perhaps I need a CT scan to support this. Day 3, to test clairvoyance, I hid the spell behind a metal plate. The result was he read the radiating energy, not clairvoyance. It was just a pencil, but I don't understand how he read it. Testing moving objects, he predicted the flow and muscles. The ability of the predictive eye also flickered, but he couldn't hold it for more than 2 hours. More training is needed. Day 8, he continuously broke difficulty records. I secretly increased it, but he still kept up. Even I can't do that. I must dissect him to see directly. His magic eye belongs to a completely different analytical system. Li Qion's visual ability is at an incredibly high level. Hearing a noise, she turned and asked, "What's the matter?" Inside, she screamed why he didn't pretend not to know. Li Qion calmly, "The machine just stopped, so I stepped out." Reminded her, "The alarm is blaring, didn't you hear it?" An alarm. Jebel's expression was shocked. "All the training I prepared is finished already? I thought it would take 2 more days." Li Qion bowed his head. "It seems I've finished everything." Jebel was surprised. "What? You know how to speak French?" He glanced at her. "The Sungmu direct line is required to learn foreign languages, so I can converse daily." Jebel's face flushed red. "Then does that mean?" Li Qion smiled. "The things you muttered and cursed about alone, you don't need to worry. I understand everything. I'm different from someone else." Her anger flared up. "You damn brat!" Li Qion stepped forward. "Did you call me for something?" Jebel replied. "The preliminary training is over." She continued, "I want to train more in the lab, but you need real combat more, right?" Jebel concluded. "So now I will start the real training." Li Qion was ready, but Jebel quickly shouted, "Wait!" Orange gold light circles continuously surrounded her. Jebel warned, "I have strengthened the training area's magic circle. It will be much more complex than before." She added, "And it's best to drop the habit of closing your eyes before opening them when using the magic eye." Li Qion's expression became more serious. Jebel explained, "Small things gradually become habits. They might help with temporary control, but they will be harmful later." Li Qion silently looked forward. His eyes also flashed with an orange-gold flame. Looking at the patterned ceiling, Li Qion silently assessed. "Even though the magic circle has been strengthened, I only have a slight headache. A few days ago, I couldn't even control it." He told himself, "This complex mana flow is exactly like looking at a human's mana system." He silently thought Jebel is truly an extraordinary archmage. Seeing him look, she asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Nothing." Finished preparing, Jebel handed him a blindfold. "Now I'll train you on how to control the magic eye in reality. Put on the blindfold to clearly feel the mana flow." Li Qion put on the blindfold. "How do we train?" Jebel held her wand and smiled. "Well, we are training the magic eye, right?" She continued, "The method is very clear." Jebel conjured a large amount of magic floating above her head. Without hesitation, she launched a stream of power toward Li Qion. "Dodge well." Li Qion cursed, intending to draw his sword to fight back, but Jebel demanded, "Hey, you're only allowed to use the magic eye." He could only dodge, ducking and weaving, cursing silently. "Why didn't you say this beforehand? You really are a mad scientist." Dodging the attack, Li Qion breathed a sigh of relief. "I dodged it. If it were when I first came here, I surely wouldn't have been able to." Not letting him rest, Jebel continued, "It's not over yet." A sphere of power rushed from behind, making him quickly dodge to the side. He anxiously looked at the magic sphere and then ducked to dodge. Jebel continuously launched attacks. "Dodge and listen. I've grasped the essence of your magic eye." She commented, "Your magic eye is quite similar to my analytical system but at a higher level." Li Qion knelt on the ground, panting while listening. Jebel continued, "Your magic eye doesn't read many things. It only reads one single thing." She launched more spheres to train his reflexes. Objects, animals, plants, mana, or countless types of supernatural forces. Li Qion silently listened to her talk about the present of each of those pieces of information. A few more spheres appeared. She intended to name his magic eye. "If I had to name it, perhaps call it the present eye." He dodged while listening. "The eyes that read every phenomenon currently existing." He exclaimed, "You're terrible at naming things." She said, "Your eyes read every present, so deducing a logical future is also a matter of course." More spheres appeared. Similarly, you can also deduce the past. There is a very good term to express that. She laughed loudly when she remembered. That's right. It's the law of causality. Li Qion, covered in dirt, panted while listening to her. Your magic eye is too high level, so it will be a burden. It can swallow you up at any time. Jebel smiled faintly, trailing off. So. Therefore. It is. A few more spheres appeared. All of this is just for your own benefit. All right. Let's get into the match. This time there were far more spheres. Li Qion shouted helplessly but still had to dodge. Ending the training session, seeing him covered in dirt, Jebel asked, "Did you just crawl out of a coal mine?" He was too exhausted to bother replying. She pointed her wand at him. "Open your eyes properly. Do you know how hard I worked to research this?" He replied, "Thank you." She was curious. "But hey," she asked, "was your magic eye opened through the Sung Mu ritual, which is why it was discovered late? Or were you an exception from the start?" Before those questions, Li Qion didn't know how to answer, only silently thinking. Jebel couldn't help. "Anyway, I can't find the answer myself, sorry." Then she smiled slyly. "Perhaps I need to do a sophisticated scan or dissect you to see and know." Li Qion panicked. "It's nothing, one day we'll understand. I don't know what you intend to dissect." She skipped the topic. "Let's continue training. Or should we name the magic eye? Analysis eye or causality eye?" He wasn't interested. "Forget it." She persisted. "No way. A cool magic eye must have a name. God Eye or Desert King True Eye." He was serious. "No need." She was still stubborn. "Yama Eye. Cool, right?" Time passed quickly. A few days had passed. Li Qion trained much better. He silently assessed himself while resting. Prediction, analysis, and focus. When utilizing the full ability of the magic eye, the growth speed skyrocketed terrifyingly. This was something worth rejoicing for Li Qion. Jebel's phone rang. "Is it this late already?" She looked at him panting. "Now you're no longer covered in dirt like a lump of coal. What a pity." She reminded him. "Don't train anymore today. Take a shower and go to the research room." Li Qion was confused. "What do you mean?" Jebel was excited. "Because the decoding work is finished." In Jebel's office, books were scattered everywhere, from the tables and chairs to the floor. Li Qion wondered. "I've only been gone for a few days. Why has everything changed like this?" Jebel sighed. "They're all research materials. Now they can be thrown away." She regretted. "At the magic tower I could order scholars around. Here there's no one, how boring." She changed the topic. "Korean historical records are very well preserved, so decoding isn't difficult. Come on, sit down here." She pointed to an object. "Take a look at this." Li Qion commented. "The shape of the stone slab is different from before." She explained. "Because some characters were blurred, I restored them." She handed over a piece of paper. "From now on, I will explain it to you." She pointed to a constellation. "Have you ever seen this constellation before?" Li Qion replied. "No, I've never seen it." She wasn't surprised. "I knew it. Currently that constellation has this shape." Observed the photo. She continued. "The problem is, why did the ancients group them together? Look, this was originally an imaginary constellation." She rubbed her head. "The order of the stars is the key. Even though it's a bit misleading, it's not an orbit or a star map." "So what is it?" Li Qion pondered. "It seems I've seen it somewhere before." Discovering something, Li Qion asked Jebel. "Can I try tearing this?" She replied. "No need to tear it. It's right here." She pointed to the map. "This is the Dragon Vein map of the Korean peninsula. Not stars, but the mana pathways throughout Korea." Jebel's voice rang out. "This is not a constellation map, but a mana pathway map of Korea." She continued. "Eastern philosophy views the world as a living entity. Dragon veins are like mana pathways, where mana flows through." He pondered. "But this stone steel is from ancient times. At that time, they couldn't have expanded the territory to the north like this." Jebel replied. "That's why I said this is an important historical document." Her words left Li Qion stunned. "It's proof that the ancients expanded their land all the way to this region." She let him figure it out. "Regarding the location, I've only explained this much. For the rest, you should look at the decoding yourself." He considered. "This is the ancient mana art incantation of Sung Mu, operating based on mana paths. No one practices it now, but I learned it from my aunt." Placing the map and the constellation photo side by side. "If dragon veins are mana pathways, then could it be?" He sensed the energy, operated the mana according to the incantation, and then followed the acupoints. After a few seconds, Lichen smiled happily. "I found it." He was happy. Jiyeongju, Toham Mountain. That's where the tomb of the second Sung Mu clan head, Li Hyangsong, is. A few days later, Jebel held her wand and turned to ask, "What's this?" planning to leave? Li Qin put on his backpack, not turning back, and replied, yes. She asked, before you go, can you tell me the trick to deceive during the 3 questions? He replied, didn't you say you would find out yourself? Jebel grimaced, you really are stubborn to the end. I truly give up on you. She encouraged, be careful. Toham Mountain is quite a dangerous place. He replied, I know. Even though it's a sacred mountain, it's also very special. Jebel warned, don't wander near the ruins. People have been going missing recently. Getting involved with spirits or curses is the end of you, and monsters might appear too. Li Qin was bewildered. Valerie, calm down. Are you really worried about me? Jebel blushed shyly. What? He coughed slightly at her awkwardness. Jebel snapped. Worried about what? Who would bother worrying about a brat like you? I'm about to go have a great time. He replied, thank you, Valerie, I'm leaving. She was surprised. Huh? Really leaving? When I'm done, I'll drop by. Li Qion waved goodbye. Let's eat fried chicken together then. A while later, Li Qin had arrived at Toham Mountain. He wiped his sweat. I've been here for nearly 2 hours. He looked at the map wearily. Even though it's a 1,000-year-old map, the terrain might have changed, but it's harder to find than I thought. Besides, thanks to mastering the magic eye, I can maintain it for a long time. Although it's hard to find, Li Qin cannot give up halfway. He groped along the map, silently wondering, this? On the way, 3 orange-red threads appeared as if guiding him. He observed his surroundings while comparing with the map. He walked until he saw an orange-gold swirl. Discovering it, Li Qion silently guessed, could it be? He placed his hand on the nearest stone to feel. It really is this place. A pale blue aura surrounded him. Li Qion stood up. If so then, he shouted. 3 waves. Blue light covered the area. Brightest was the circle under his feet. That light source clung to the plants and surrounding stones. After that, Li Qin retracted the light and judged. This is the door leading into the seal tomb. Now I just need to transfer mana in the order of the constellations. He touched the stone slab. Blue energy radiated out. Start from the north, then rotate clockwise. But not long after, he realized this consumed mana terribly. Li Qin took his hand off. He was discouraged. It's not easy at all. A while later, when it was getting dark, Li Qion was determined to try one last time. This is the final part. Immediately after, the earth shook, making it hard for Li Qion to stand steady. The internal energy from the stone made the world spin. Blinding blue light radiated out. Li Qion raised his hand to cover his face. What's happening suddenly? He hugged his backpack tightly. Why is the mana so terrifying? Could it be that the long-accumulated mana of Toham Mountain has been activated by me? The internal energy source exploded violently. Threw Li Qin to the ground. He stood up and dusted himself off, breathing a sigh of relief. I thought I was dead. It was pitch black around him, he couldn't see his own hand. He looked around. I can't see anything. Mana is depleted, so I can't even use the magic eye. He took out a flashlight. Luckily, I can't sense any aura or movement. He used the flashlight to observe his surroundings. He unexpectedly shone the light on a fierce bronze statue. Scared the hell out of me. I almost thought I was being attacked. He assessed. With a scale like this, it's definitely not an ordinary ancient tomb. He shined his light on the tombstone. It says they bought land from the divine realm for burial. Mages would be shocked to see this. He shined it on another stone with running script. Martial King Li Hyangsong of the Li clan, aged 122, rests here. He was surprised when he realized the next line of text. All living and dead who wish to enter, turn back. Li Qin felt a flicker of anxiety. It was a warning. Beyond this lies only darkness. He wondered, is there really something inside? Seeing the energy stable, he told himself, mana has recovered a little. Let's try using the mana eye. He used the mana eye to observe but gained no results. He clutched his face. I see nothing. It's like hitting a wall. Just a sharp pain. This has never happened before. Thought. In my past life, eldest brother said he hid this place. All records were top secret. He wondered, why hide it? Because of sins against ancestors? No, if so, they would have hidden the excavation too. He pondered. This is unlike eldest brother's style. The information is only half revealed. If this is a trap. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Many flames drifted out from nowhere. 2 fierce statues approached. Are the human king statues moving? They shouted. Human, leave this place. He gripped his sword. Never heard of guardians here. It's not a monster or spirit beast. Why does it have a psychic wave? He was confused because the mana I saw nothing. Is it moving without using power? He immediately dismissed it. That's impossible. Something caught his attention. It was a cluster of light like pearls strung together. He followed it. That is. Before he could think, the statue lunged to attack. Li Qion reacted quickly, sliding back. Damn it, if only I had a little more time. He steadied himself, calculating. Can't fight a long battle. If I want to win with this little mana, then... Li Qion rushed toward the two statues. They warned him, leave here at once. But before they could attack again, they were blocked by some force. Li Qion was certain. Just as I thought, their movements are very rough and simple. Li Qion swung his sword, using the technique Void, Heart First Form, and delivered a decisive slash. The two statues cried out in agony. He calculated, if I let the distance widen, I'll be at a disadvantage. He tried to shorten the fight to the minimum. The statue attacked. He couldn't block in time, so he had to dodge. When the second statue struck, he used his sword to block. Looking at the size difference, it was clear Li Qion was struggling to withstand this blow. He used Qi reinforcement, Yama. Red threads bound the bronze statue tightly, while Li Qion and the statue were fighting. He was about to swing his sword to finish it when both statues suddenly collapsed. He thought, is my mana depleted? Hard to keep operating. He rotated his wrist. Being able to breathe means there's air. The human king statues aren't rusted either. Immediately after, the two statues exclaimed again, leave here, before Li Qion's astonished eyes. He was annoyed. Troublesome. Mana is recovering but not enough to keep fighting. He used the mana still. Must check to be sure. Must focus more. Inside their chests were glowing spots connected together, just like what he saw earlier. A guess immediately popped into his head. Could it be? Li Qion drew another sword and thought, if it's really them, I must use Black Knight to slash through to the inside with a single blow. Seeing him draw the black sword, the two statues talked to each other. The first asked, what's that? A piece. The second replied, a piece. Both exclaimed, that's our friend. Then they apologized profusely, sorry. Thanks to the mana Li Qion could see inside them. He assessed, these beings that like playing with animals or children and are mischievous, are the mystic fairy race. He pointed his sword at them and asked, why are you acting like this while fighting? The two statues replied, that sword is too scary, sorry. They continued, instead we will heal you. Immediately, they shone beams of light onto his body. Li Qion realized his body was gradually recovering. The two statues spoke, we thought you were a bad person. We've healed you, so accept our apology. Li Qion asked, then why are you here? They replied, don't know, won't tell. He started threatening, I suddenly want to try swinging this sword. Do you want to answer obediently? They cried, humans are so scary. The two statues began to tell, we signed a contract, for 1,000 years, and it's been over 1,000 years now. Hearing this, Li Qion found it strange, because the mystic race should live in harmony with nature. Li Qion asked, you must have had a hard time, having to guard this place all this time. Comforted by him, the statues thanked him, thanks. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person. Is that really a sword? Li Qion asked further. But who did you sign the contract with? The one holding that black sword. Should we say? Probably okay, because his hair and eyes are the same color. That's right. Finally they agreed. Tell him, the one we signed the contract with is the one who went inside there. We were in pain, but he said if we guarded this place, he would protect us. They pointed to the tightly closed door nearby. Li Qion asked, protect from what? They replied, the scary thing, the thing that cannot die, extremely scary. So you attacked me because you thought I was them. Li Qion remembered the mountain guardian saying something similar. He resolved, in the end, there's no choice but to go in. The two statues told him that to enter, he must prove it with blood. Only those permitted could pass. Li Qion obeyed, using his sword to cut his palm. He pressed his bleeding hand between the two doors. The sunken patterns became clearer than ever thanks to the blood. The door opened easily. Inside was pitch black, feeling infinitely deep. Li Qion stepped inside and said, all right, let's go. Meanwhile, at the laboratory, Zabel slumped onto the table inside. So much left to research. Why did it turn out like this? She was dejected. Today is a wash. Might as well go home and eat fried chicken. Just as she opened her phone to order food, the computer screen suddenly emitted a detector sound. Zabel turned back to look at the screen. A detector sound? On the map, a red dot appeared in the city center. She was suspicious. Red means a gate, but how can there be a gate in Gyeongju? Or is the machine broken? However, her expression gradually became more serious. Zabel stared at the screen, exclaiming in shock, No way. 5 gates opening at the same time? She jumped up, fingers typing rapidly. Could it be because of that child? But when checking other areas, everything was normal, making Zabel somewhat relieved. No, on the contrary, the mountain's mana was exactly the same as before. She immediately packed her things to leave. Not the time to be calm. Even if Gyeongju has few residents, it's still very dangerous. Zabel left in a hurry, so she didn't notice the place she had just checked. Place that originally had no abnormal signals. Immediately after, a red dot appeared. This red dot spread like a virus at a terrifying speed, covering the entire map in the blink of an eye. Lee Cheon walked and observed, thinking this didn't look like a graveyard. After walking for a while, he came across an old bookshelf. Lee Chen approached to rummage and found what he needed to find when coming down here. It was the Black Knight creation record. Although he needed it, his instinct told him there was something more valuable. Lee Cheon could feel dark energy oscillating around him. His heart felt like it wanted to jump out of his chest with joy. Lee Chen stepped forward and felt a strange sensation running through his body. While Lee Cheon was still bewildered, he looked ahead and was surprised to see a white-haired old man clutching a sword. Lee Cheon wasn't sure if this was an illusion or a real soul, but he felt abundant vitality from him. He used his eyes to reconfirm everything around him. Lee Cheon was shocked by the sight of murals covered in talismans and tangled with golden threads. Lee Cheon wondered what could make people use so many seals. What on earth were they guarding? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He was confused to see the broken threads. When the threads broke, Lee Cheon saw countless streams of dark energy pouring out and converging toward the old man. Those streams of dark energy also began to rush toward him. Lee Cheon couldn't react in time, so he was surrounded and slowly engulfed by the dark energy. A while later, Lee Chen woke up and saw a mirror placed in his room. Looking in the mirror, he saw a child with sad, lifeless eyes. He thought that was his past life. Lee Chen recalled the scenes of being brutally beaten. Just because when living in that life, he wondered why he had to endure these things and how to escape it. Lee Chen saw the scene of the maid being fired for embezzling family money. When she worried about the young master, a cold voice interrupted. "That's not your business." Lee Chen thought there was no word more fitting than embezzlement. And from then on, he never saw her again. Hyung looked at Lee Cheon and said he wouldn't collapse easily. Even while being dragged away, he reassured him he would return after he cleaned the room. But Lee Cheon knew he would never return. At that time, someone told him to run. He would hide this, but people in the clan would definitely still find him. He said he would find a new life. He ran while thinking he couldn't protect the maid or the uncle, even having to throw away his name to live like a fugitive. Lee Chen wondered why the Lee bloodline was so terrible. He knew these were scars from his past life, the weakest part of his subconscious. Lee Cheon clenched his fists and wondered why. Why show him these things? Lee Chen thought that even though he had returned to the past, this was an undeniable truth. A painful past in his previous life, he had never turned away from them. And those memories were the will that made Lee Cheon exist until now. So he would no longer be robbed and lose what he had back then. He escaped the illusion and saw the creature sealed within those bones. Lee Chen's head felt like it was splitting. He saw the scenes and the old man's words about preparing for the next generation and seal him with that thing. The other person immediately stopped him. Lee Chen was amazed to feel the sensation was like when he read memories with infinite dark energy. Lee Chen wondered if he had swallowed that thing's energy. The old man explained that he was just an outsider and would appear one day. He would carry the thing inside him. He said a child chosen by the Dark Knight would be born. That child would become hope. He gave the other person the stone tablet and told him to create it so it into the world, and there would be a child who would come according to the stone tablet's words and say they would help him escape this burden. End of flashback. Lee Chen vomited out those dirty things. He didn't expect everything to be so difficult. Lee Chen sat on the ground, using his sword as a support and panting continuously. What happened? His hand was clutching his left chest, feeling something that made his expression change slightly. Magic seemed to be spreading throughout Lee Chen's body, and he completely felt the sensation as if the dark energy that was only stagnant in his heart had now spread throughout his body. His physique also became significantly larger than before. He gently opened his palm. Pitch-black magical energy radiated out, even denser than before. But Lee Cheon clenched his palm. What on earth is this? He jumped up, eyes directed at the person sitting above the well. This place is not a graveyard, but a space for sealing. Ancestor waited for a descendant to find this place in the distant future. No, waiting for me. Lee Chen's hand gripped the sword. Even having reached the supreme realm, can a human read fate more than 1,000 years ahead? There is something. He slowly adjusted his attire. But now Lee Chen seriously turned toward the predecessor. Please forgive this junior for the rudeness of being late to pay respects. He raised both hands, looking full of reverence. Descendant of the clan, Li Qion, pays respects to the ancestor. Li Qion bowed low, words continuing. Although it is too late, according to the predecessor's arrangement, I have found this place. From now on, please let me shoulder that burden. Predecessor did not speak, but his body slowly disappeared, and then left behind only a single outer robe. May the ancestor rest in peace. That robe was flying near where he was bowing. When Li Qion received it, he happily said, "It's as if you're giving a gift." "Very well, I accept it." I know how much time has passed, still in this dark place with no one around. Li Qian's footsteps were walking steadily. Out. Done it. Great. Great. This voice echoed as his figure walked in. Thanks, my friend. Finally the promise has been fulfilled. Can we go now? Li Qian glanced at those glowing spots and nodded. Yes, you have tried hard enough. You've worked hard. Specks of light listened to these words and immediately streaked through the air. Thanks, we've recovered too. Thanks to you, friend. Let's play again later. Watching each speck of light depart, leaving the space desolate once more, Li Qian sighed. They left without cleaning up anything. He cried out helplessly. I don't know if reporting this to the clan later will be okay. The spirits had all escaped, and the place had become desolate. Li Qion took his backpack and put it on his shoulders. Well, they'll know how to handle it themselves. Before his eyes, a flow of magical energy suddenly gathered in one spot. There clearly wasn't a door earlier. Could one exit from here? Without thinking much, Li Qian walked directly into the center of that magical artifact. He felt as if he were falling into an undefined void. And in an instant, Li Qian landed painfully. He sat up, rubbing his head. Ouch! This really is impossible to get used to. Li Qion looked at the sky and suddenly realized. Is it already dawn? However, he froze because he felt something unusual. Because of that, Li Qion drew his sword, falling into a ready stance. He stepped back slightly, his feet rustling against the grass. Standing in a circle around him were hooded figures with unclear faces, and Li Qian was surrounded right in the middle. He held his sword, his posture one of high alert. Who are these people? If not for my intuition, I wouldn't have detected them. Suddenly, something was hurtling toward him at high speed, making him freeze. That thing directly shattered the rock nearby. Li Qion reacted very quickly, jumping back a distance. An arrow. He raised his guard. Who is it? What are you people? They're like a pack of out-of-control creatures with strangely pale skin. Found it, the fragment, piece by piece. Must peel off the mask. Peel it off, peel it off. This chaotic sound made Li Qian silent for a moment. A strange voice, as if many people were speaking at once. What? His eyes suddenly widened. Witnessing the scene before him, that flow of energy was clearly the mana of a monster, but the aura was clearly human. They didn't hesitate, immediately jumping up. The door is open. How can a human be in that place? One of them carried a large tree trunk and headed toward him. Hand it over, that is the great free mask. Li Qion gritted his teeth, directly swinging his hand in a slash. Damn it! His sword stroke went straight into the tree trunk the opponent was attacking with. Seeing the tree trunk completely unharmed, Li Qion was astonished. How did he swing that thing just now? This is not something a human could swing. Only then did he look more closely at the guy's face. Grayish-blue skin, facial features like a pig. Is it an orc? But Li Qion dismissed that thought when looking closer. No, not an orc. It's a human wearing orc skin. Why would a human wear orc skin? Meanwhile, that guy made an unpleasant sound. Approaching. Behind the tree trunk attack, something was flashing toward him. Li Qion quickly tilted his body to dodge the attack before him, while simultaneously swinging the sword in his hand. He reacted very quickly, blocking the throwing needle rushing at him. It was a poison dart. That thing was knocked far away, and he had discovered the position of the person who had just sniped him. I don't know what kind of monsters these are, but this place is not suitable for dealing with a crowd. After that thought, Li Qion poured power into his sword, causing the surrounding space to stir. Aura Art. Overlord. Taking advantage of the chaos he caused, he quickly moved out of that spot. While running, Li Qion thought, first I must change locations. The sky had not yet fully brightened, amidst the desolate mountain forest. On a high rocky ridge, a figure wearing a white mask stood silently observing. This person spoke in a terrifying voice. Black hair, golden eyes, the descendant of Sung Mu. I rushed here because the tomb door opened, but what exactly is that thing? You bastard, how hateful. Oh, you who have attained true freedom. I will help you peel off the last remaining mask. The forest space then shook because a bizarre sound rang out. Part of the sky was now dawning, passing through the forest at that moment. Li Qion ran until he was panting. About 30 enemies? They're clearly human but use monster power. It's impossible to tell if humans turned into monsters or vice versa. Fortunately, they don't move in an organized way. Their movement lines also frequently overlap. Even though they are using human weapons, their movements are just like rookies and they only know how to rush in to attack. I'll capture one alive to find out the rest later. In Li Qion's hand now is a shield. It is the masterpiece grade shield Ansili, a reward from the sparring match with the sixth sister. Even though it's a heavenly grade shield according to legend given by the gods to the second king of Rome, Numa Pompilius, this replica is still rated as a masterpiece. I managed to absorb it during my time at Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, he rushed forward very quickly. In an instant, his figure was nowhere to be seen. He jumped up, let out a loud scream, and launched an attack to destroy Li Qion. Li Qion prepared quickly, directly using the shield to block that attack. The hand holding the sword quickly severed his arm. This agility of Li Qion had been trained by reflex beforehand. After severing his arm, he continuously unleashed more sword slashes, making him bleed endlessly. After Li Qion took down one person, the others also pounced on him. Li Qion's eyes were filled with cold sharpness. Their attack method has switched to coordinated combos. Have they not completely lost their minds yet? His shield glowed unusually bright, but that was fine. Li Qion spun around, lashing out with powerful rays of light from the shield, knocking them away. At the same time, he used his sword to spin and swing. Of course, they were tortured no less. Not a single one was spared. Streams of blood fell to the ground before the eyes of the remaining ones. Li Qion was ready to welcome the second wave. If they don't come, he launched himself like a rocket with green energy radiating endlessly. Then I will come myself. A while later, also in this forest, Li Qion easily tied up 3 of them. I broke their limbs so they definitely can't act up anymore. He fell into deep thought as he observed them more clearly. Cloudy eyes, the aura emitted is that of a monster. Doesn't seem like pollution. Is it a type of brainwashing or curse? Li Qion cautiously reached out. Must try channeling mana to see. Suddenly, a burst of sound echoed from afar, deafeningly loud, making him hold his ears in discomfort. What kind of sound is this? This terrible sound wave affected the 3 who were tied up tightly. Their masks suddenly melted. Water dripped onto their lapels. In just a moment, they erupted with extraordinary power to break free. The ropes also snapped completely. Li Qion looked up at the large shadow looming over him, momentarily frozen in place. The 3 of them seemed to have merged into one, creating an indescribably large body. What on earth is this? Scene change. Zabel is hovering high up, eyes directed downward to scan. Why is it so quiet? If a gate was created, shouldn't monsters have flooded out already? She kept looking around this direction, and then looked in that direction from above. A moment later, Zabel landed leisurely and slowly walked on the quiet road. She suddenly froze, momentarily bewildered by what was happening before her eyes. Because in front was a gate stirring, but nothing was coming out. A flow of energy suddenly grazed Zabel's eyelid. This is intentionally creating mana imbalance to open a gate. Terrorism? There must be a limit to madness. She looked around, her heart restless. But if opening a gate for terrorism, the fact that it's this quiet is even more incomprehensible. Zabel froze once again because of a strange sensation. Wait, what is that? Not a normal gate? This pathway looks similar to a teleportation magic circle. Zabel's face darkened, her brows furrowed in thought. But is it just a one-way path to cross here? Right at this moment, another flow of energy grazed her head, making her cry out in pain. Zabel held her head, standing dizzily. This is not magic, it's beyond my understanding. Currently, I cannot decode it completely. Must go check other places too. Because of that, she cautiously flew around this whole street. When passing an area, Zabel saw a crowd of people surrounding a magic gate. Has the army arrived here already? She hid behind a large wall? Or should I just rush in and say I want to check the gate? But Zabel dismissed that idea. No, because the fact that I'm in Korea hasn't been revealed yet. Master also told me not to reveal my identity. Then what on earth is that? She couldn't hesitate long and hurriedly turned away. Must return to research more first. A while later, Zabel lay tiredly on the sofa. Suddenly tense and now relaxing. I feel hungry. Want to eat fried chicken so much. Her eyes suddenly focused on the computer screen. So Zabel sat up abruptly. Could there be another gate? She hurriedly ran to her desk. Then looked at the computer. What is this? This is a mana frequency I'm seeing for the first time. What are these things? Gates are red. Monsters are black. Yet this is gray. Why does it say unknown here? Hands typed quickly on the keyboard. There are a total of 31 mana frequencies I don't know. Wait, could it be? Her eyes suddenly lit up. It's these guys. They are the ones who crossed the gate. Or the ones who created it. And this theory made her blurt out, "That bastard Lee Cheon. He clearly said he would go to MT Tohamson." The yellow dot indicates the owner of the magic eye. After a moment of scanning, Jebel discovered it clearly. Looking anxious. Too dangerous. Lee Cheon is currently still facing that giant monster. Doing it to the point of turning into a monster. He observed that monster and began to evaluate secretly. Looks like a lizard man but slightly different. Clearly a monster body, but the way Mana moves is like a human's. His tail suddenly lashed out. This attack brought terror. Lee Cheon immediately pushed back to dodge. Earlier there was a feeling like it was trying to mimic the fighting style of a monster, but now it's natural as if it found its original body. And it's fighting like a human. However, there is a seal suppressing it right inside his body. Damn it, Mana is suppressed. Even the hand holding Lee Cheon's sword cannot move.
On le saura.
Just as he lost focus, it rushed and stabbed hard into his body. Lee Cheon was hit, knocked away and crashed straight into a large tree nearby. Even the tree trunk shattered a bit. Lee Cheon panted. Damn it. Under his feet is a pile of slime clinging to his legs. Since when was that slime there? Is mana being drained? Could it be energy absorption? Lee Cheon clicked his tongue. Immediately kicked that disgusting pile away. So annoying. Monster also stood still and had no intention of attacking. It didn't rush in immediately like before. Intelligence must have increased. If not, I will come myself. Thinking that, Lee Cheon's eyes suddenly lit up. Mana surged out and he rushed forward like a god. The technique he is using is Aura Art, Gust, a decisive sword stroke slashing across its path. After Lee Cheon finished the attack, he smirked, having slashed into the core so the lizard man now. He hadn't finished thinking when he was surprised to the point of widening his eyes. The monster not only was fine but also swung straight. Its large tail toward him. Lee Cheon discovered the slash mark right on its body. Has it regenerated already? Slime uses energy absorption, the lizard man regenerates, and the cry of the vengeful spirit suppresses mana. In a case like this, whether in the past life or this life, I have never heard of it. This made him grit his teeth, mana or whatever, I don't care. Lee Cheon swung his hand decisively, while shouting, I will slash everything. Mysterious green energy was compressed and unleashed toward it, called Wave. The monster was hit by the energy source continuously and it made it dizzy. Right behind, Lee Cheon launched himself like a god. In the depths of his eyes appeared murderous intent. Let's see if you can regenerate once your head is off your neck. Saying that, Lee Cheon directly slashed off that monster's head. Body fell with a thud. Lee Cheon suddenly went silent because he heard a strange sound. What sound is that? He startled and turned back with a pale face. Could there still be remnants left? But the scene before his eyes made him even more bewildered because something suddenly caught fire. Oh, what is it? As it approached, Lee Cheon gritted his teeth, about to collide. Immediately after, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out. After the ruins of the explosion, the ground in this area cracked. A foot wearing a shoe appeared. That is Zabel, appearing in a confident manner. The lady has arrived. She appeared like a fairy godmother and told Lee Cheon, I'm here to help you. Are you okay? He was momentarily bewildered, except for almost dying because of you just now. I'm still fine. Lee Cheon sighed and continued. Couldn't you have landed more gently? Zabel laughed and waved her hand. I was worried and came to help. And you say that? Acted suspicious. Weren't you planning to assassinate me? She asked foolishly, aren't you still uninjured? Seeing Zabel turn away and laugh, Lee Cheon felt indignant. Aunt, I apologize for comparing you to this madman. She pointed ahead. More importantly, what are those things? Lee Chen replied concisely. Enemies. Hearing that, Zabel felt helpless. I can see that. They turned into monsters from humans. What nonsense are you spouting? He nodded seriously. Exactly as I said. Until just now, they were still in human form. She heard this and retorted irritably. I told you, that's absurd, how could? Suddenly, the enemy emitted a deafening sound. Indeed, the sound made them both clutch their heads, unable to stay steady. What the hell is this? Zabel felt the mana inside her. Her mana system had just been shaken. Lee Chen immediately took a combat stance. Let's talk later. Valerie, can you capture them alive? She was slightly startled. Probably. At that moment, his eyes flashed with a sharp glint. I need to capture those two alive. When I give the signal, you act. While Zabel hadn't yet understood what was happening. Wait, why? Lee Chen had already ignored her and rushed forward. His hand gripped the sword tightly, channeling extraordinary energy. If it was aura, it could even grasp spiritual entities. Lee Cheon immediately used the aura technique Yama, directly severing the red threads wrapped around the opponent. It was time he spun around and spoke. Right now. Zabel quickly used her wand. Oh my! From above it, a magnificent formation erupted. A 6-tier ceiling magic, the 100-direction formation. While creating the charm, she said confidently, dealing with demons. Incantations are truly the best. Obey the command. Finishing her words, a terrifying swirling energy continuously shot from Zabel's hand. At this moment, Li Qion used his magic. Only the slime is left. Even with special abilities, a slime is still just a slime. Thinking that, he decisively swung his hand, punching the pile of slime right under his feet. Li Qion's hand passed through the slime, gripping a green gem, then decisively pulled it out of the slime. Looking at it, he let out a sigh of relief. Li Qion handed it to the other person and said, "Keep this for me." Zabel looked displeased. "Why do you want to take this?" He replied, "Because I might need Valerie to analyze it." She sighed. "Fine for now, and there's this matter too." After Zabel recounted everything, the sky was already bright, and the two voices could still be heard saying that she said a spatial gate appeared in the center of Yangjusa. "That's right, it's an artificial gate." Zabel looked serious. "But it's not a normal type of gate. It's more like a passageway." Li Qion crossed his arms calmly. "Then how is that different from a teleportation formation?" She cautiously explained clearly, "A teleportation formation requires preparation at both point A and point B, like two sides reaching out to grab each other's hands. But this time is different. It spontaneously teleports instantly from point A to point B. Furthermore, it's not by other means, but through a spatial gate." Zabel rubbed her chin, her expression extremely serious. "With current human technology, no, that is simply impossible." Zabel looked straight at the decapitated monster. She continued, "The principle of the gate's generation has been clarified, but using that principle is impossible. With current human technology, no, that is simply a technique that cannot be implemented." Hearing this, Li Qion fell into deep thought. If she said it to that extent, perhaps it really was impossible. There are countless powers in this world that cannot be explained by logic. Even so, I didn't expect that even Valerie's analytical I couldn't grasp the exact theory. Zabel rubbed her wand. "When I finished confirming the gate and returned to the workshop, the detector scanned something very strange. That's why I came back and headed straight here." Li Qion looked at the monster's corpse. "Perhaps the things the detector scanned are these guys." Zabel was still puzzled. "So what exactly are these?" He replied cautiously and concisely. "As I said earlier, humans have turned into monsters." She had a more serious face than ever. "Hey, what have you been talking about this whole time? If it were a graft or something similar, I could understand. Aren't they just magical illusions?" Li Qion sighed helplessly. "Do you think my eyes can't distinguish that? That's why I wanted Valerie to see what I just caught with her own eyes. And I'd like you to check the corpse of this lizardman too." Zabel sighed. Did he really get hit by a magical illusion? Therefore, she decided to listen to him. "All right, let me take a look." Zabel's eyes became cloudy and bright, bearing an indescribably cold sensory perception. When using mana to examine it, she said, "This is just a monster. If you only consider its ability, it's quite special, but in the end, it's still a monster. Although there are monsters that transform into human form, this one is just a lizard man. The mana system is also strange and it has special abilities, but..." Li Qion suddenly interrupted her. "However, there are also those in a human state mixed with monsters. Please come over here and take a look." Sky was now bright. The whole forest was immersed in a bright space. He gently pushed the leaves aside, leading Zabel. "This way." However, Li Qion stopped, startled, noticing something. Because before his eyes was just the corpse of a normal monster. Zabel also didn't guard anything. "Hey, this is just a goblin." Just as she sat down to observe, Li Qion was still stunned. Clearly, when I took it down, it still had a human form. While Zabel was using her examination spell, she suddenly discovered something. This is... Looking down at the goblin's feet. Shoes. Why are these on a monster's feet? She herself realized. Footprints from when it was still human. Even the clothes it's wearing. You can see traces showing it used to be human. Zabel's brows furrowed instantly. Could it be true? She slowly stood up and said seriously, "I must investigate this a bit more. I've taken enough samples, so I'll look into it myself." Li Qion asked again, "Do you believe me now?" She scratched her head awkwardly. "Because these monsters are all strange. The evidence is enough. For now, it's best to burn all the corpses. Have you dealt with them all?" He lowered his eyes, answering calmly. "Yes, I've handled all 30. Zabel was startled upon hearing this. "Huh? Isn't it 31? Just now I saw 31 unidentified mana sources on the detector." This made him remember. Could it be the flute sound earlier, although I didn't see it with my own eyes? It seems there was one more person. And that person was the one who utilized these monsters. At Valerie's workshop. At this moment, Lee Cheon opened the door and entered. Valerie, what are the results? Valerie Zabel gently took off her glasses, not finding much. It's just like what I saw with my magic eye back then. Silent for a moment, he called her name. Valerie, she replied. What? He continued. Do you remember I won the Q&A game? Zabel was startled and slammed her hand on the table. I remember. So what? Lee Cheon crossed his arms calmly. Didn't I say that when you lie, it's very easy to tell? She pouted. You're really insolent. Zabel was annoyed. If you knew how I was in France. He didn't want to argue much and turned away. Yes, I know. However, she was still stubborn. No, it's true. I was the famous Rose of the FO Magic University. This made Lee Cheon pause. A rose? Isn't it a madwoman? Therefore, he urged. I understand. So stop changing the subject and tell me quickly. Zabel pursed her lips tightly. Her whole body immediately trembled. Seeing her trembling like that, Lee Cheon understood. This looks like she's about to get really sulky. Because of that, he had to speak up to soothe her. How could someone of Valerie's caliber not find anything? No need to stall. I know very well how talented Valerie is. Hearing that, she was surprised. Huh. Lee Cheon continued awkwardly. You're the master of the analytical eye. You helped me raise my mana technique level. And you even decoded the secret of the stone tablet my ancestors hid. Surely only Valerie could read it. He spoke at length and then realized. Damn, complimenting too long makes it sound like I'm reciting a reading lesson. She shouldn't be annoyed, right? Suddenly, Zabel stood up, hands on the table. After his string of compliments, she crossed her arms confidently. That goes without saying. There's no way there's something I can't find. Seeing that, Lee Cheon was satisfied. So simple. Zabel was still serious. Before I speak, I have a question. Her face involuntarily changed color. The monsters that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the beginning, right? Lee Cheon thought for a moment. Probably, since they couldn't communicate, I couldn't know for sure, but... Seeing his sentence interrupted, Zabel was more curious. What did you discover at the place with that stone tablet? Do you know what those people are aiming for? Now he sat next to Zabel. A moment ago she said people, right? Lee Cheon with a calm expression. I also gathered a few things, but telling it all is a bit difficult. I trust Valerie, but this matter is a different issue. As you know, that stone tablet is a family heirloom. I cannot disclose it anywhere on my own. This made her silent, falling into deep thought for quite a while. He was also slightly curious. Why are you asking this? Zabel leaned back in her chair. This? Remember that this is just my speculation. You can just consider it as listening to science fiction. The Great War era, there was once an organization. The Great War, the war also known as the World War, started from a large-scale monster invasion. But as the war escalated, it was no longer just a war between humans and monsters. Humans, other races and monsters, their interests and losses converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. A bloodthirsty era, and following the call of the era, countless things that were sleeping beneath the surface emerged. 6 organizations appeared like that. They were strange, mysterious, but on the other hand, extremely fascinating. Each organization had different locations, forms, and influenced the world in different ways. Because of that strange commonality, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Knights. Zabel sat with her legs crossed. Those are organizations very hard to find in history books. Actually, that name was also told to me by my master. Although people group them together, it's said they don't consider each other as the same kind. Lee Cheon asked back, You mean the things I encountered are one of the organizations you just mentioned? She pursed her lips and said, Among them, there is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master is quite similar to the story you told. Their ideology is actually very simple. Break free from rationality. Zabel rubbed her chin. Humans should live according to the unconscious or instinct. Lee Cheon clicked his tongue. Isn't that the argument that scholars and thinkers of that time made? She nodded. If it stopped there, that would be true. The human form is ultimately just a mask. And if we remove that mask, we can achieve true freedom. To obtain that freedom, it's said they operated in the form of monsters. This made him quite surprised, and he let out a huh. Zabel explained further. They believe that monsters acting according to the unconscious is the most correct form of a living being. Hearing that, Lee Cheon couldn't help but wonder. So that means since that time they have turned humans into monsters? If there was a precedent, why did Valerie say it was impossible? Before his question, she waved her hand. No, what my master said and what you said are different. He said they wore masks or draped themselves in skin simulating monsters. Not that humans turned into monsters. Zabel took out a cigarette, struck a match. Behemoth believes their ideology is absolutely correct. They put effort into spreading their ideology and created many followers. It was an extremely powerful organization, to the point of waging war against a nation. It's still unclear whether that person is Behemoth or not, but there is an organization that targeted you and caused this incident. Hearing that, Li Qion remained normal. Yes, I know. The cigarette in her hand flared up with small, light white puffs of smoke. So what? Zabel asked. What do you intend to do next? To be honest, I'm a bit worried. He appeared calm, stating his strategy in a resolute voice. I will continue my training as it is. If I had to return to the clan because of an unidentified danger, I wouldn't have stepped out in the first place. Hearing that, Zabel involuntarily sighed, while her lips curled into a satisfied smile. She showed an attitude calmer than ever. Right? I knew you would answer like that. Returning to his room, Li Qion was examining the cloak hanging on his closet. Looking back, this outfit didn't look like normal clothes at all. He gently rubbed the fabric of the cloak and examined it thoughtfully. As expected, it's not ordinary stuff. From the beginning, it wasn't normal fabric either. And when I first put it on, I could feel it. Because of that, Li Qion cautiously put on this cloak. He neatly put his arms into the sleeves. Wearing it, Li Qion felt very comfortable. As expected, it automatically adjusted. He approached the mirror and observed. This is pretty good. The elasticity is also good, so moving is very comfortable. Just at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Hey, Li Qion. Zabel rushed in from outside, waving her hand happily. Let's order fried chicken for dinner tonight. The word okay had just been uttered when she noticed him looking in the mirror. Li Qion also realized the other person's gaze. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. Zabel immediately burst into a gleeful laugh. Well, it's understandable. He's at that age. Looking in the mirror and spinning around. Is 15 years old naturally like that? She tried to suppress it. Last time I invited you to look at clothes, you, huh? Zabel suddenly approached Li Qion, screaming in shock. What are you wearing? You don't understand what's happening. Why are you like this? Suddenly, he picked up the robe, observing the magic lines clearly. Wait, let me see. When Li Qion pushed her away, Zabel suddenly trembled. Where did you get this? Did you go out to get this? You still don't understand. Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time. She was flustered. It was dark then, so I didn't look closely. Zabel's eyes turned to the robe. This is definitely heavenly silk. This pattern is definitely a spell. But I don't feel any magic resistance. Li Qion was still blank. Heavenly silk? She lowered her eyes for a moment. Don't you know, it is a type of silk created by a spirit beast shaped like a silkworm called an angel silkworm. As far as I know, it's hard to create one thread in decades, yet people use it to sew clothes. Li Qion didn't expect it. Is it that precious? Zabel clicked her tongue. Is it just precious? If that is entirely heavenly silk, it is no different from a heaven-class item. This made him shocked. Heaven-class? Did Valerie misunderstand something? When I observed with my magic eyes, I didn't feel any special power. She waved her hand. Of course, because heavenly silk itself is not a finished type of silk. Zabel's palm clenched. Heavenly silk is a type of silk that grows with its owner. It is extremely rare to the point that spellcasters only use it as a catalyst for spells, yet it was used to sew into a robe. This is a terrifying piece of equipment that human history will never have again. She pleaded. Can I try wearing it once? Li Qion refused. No, there is so much of it. Zabel looked like a starving person. Just one thread. Ah no, just 2 threads. Just 2 threads. You saw it and had to step back. Wait, a moment later, Zabel's sigh of relief sounded. I didn't expect it to have already accepted a master. She hugged the robe and was excited. It already has spiritual sense. Crazy. Truly crazy. Of course Li Qion was not happy. How long do you intend to be like that? Valerie. She heard that and hurriedly mumbled okay. Sorry, I just finished looking. Zabel gave him something and said, Hey, read this. When the book was opened, inside was information about the angel silkworm. A spirit beast that eats mana and grows in places where yin and yang are balanced, hatching eggs once every 10 years and after 20 years will form a cocoon. The silk thread is created by melting that cocoon. In the type of spirit medicine called heavenly spirit water, that is heavenly silk. Heavenly silk has spiritual sense. It recognizes its owner and absorbs mana. Even if cut by swords, it will absorb mana to self-heal. It does not get wet when encountering water, and if burned by fire, it will quickly return to its original state. Li Qion took the robe from the other person's hand. Does equipment also have consciousness? Zeeble calmly replied, a bit different but almost the same. Hey, look here. She pointed to a pattern on the robe. Most importantly, this is equipment with no limits. Magic resistance is almost zero. Even if you coat pure mana on your body, it won't reach that level. Zeeble sighed. A third-rate spellcaster wearing this could become first-rate. If it were mine, I would have asked for a thread. After hearing that, Li Qin instinctively looked down at the robe. I knew it was special but didn't expect it to be to that extent. Zeeble asked next, what is the name of that robe? He put on the robe and answered, it is Silver Cold. The name is written in white patterns on the inside of the coat. Silver Cold, which means Silver Galaxy. There is no name more suitable than that. The sword containing the Black Knight, and the outfit containing the entire galaxy. Although not a pair, they harmonize like a pair. Zeeble nodded. You have obtained something very precious. A few days later, in the bright room, a soft voice sounded, translation takes more time than I thought. Li Qion was holding his head because of the pile of documents on the table, because they were documents written in ancient script. If given to Valerie, she could translate easily, but this is a story related to the family's secrets so she cannot see it. He gently rubbed the back of his neck. Anyway, getting these books was thanks to Valerie. Try translating again. In Li Qion's head, the translated sentences immediately appeared. I leave this line for posterity. Leaving the story about Black Knight is against my father's wishes. This made him think. Was it written by the second-generation ancestor Li Hyungsun? The book records that I also cannot be sure that this record will be passed down safely to later generations. If I do it, it will be. Li Qion read up to here and looked at the book a bit differently. Other contents are still intact. Why are only these parts? Except for a few specific words, no words were blurred. Did someone intentionally erase them? Did someone enter the tomb before me? No, that's impossible. Because in the ancestor's tomb, there were no traces at all. His face showed deep, unfathomable contemplation. Furthermore, the ancestor wrote that, having predicted this, the content was written in a way that it might not be preserved. Li Qion rubbed his chin and thought further. The explanation about the sword seal is not as much as he thought, only at the level that the eldest brother found and announced. Was it written by the ancestor Li Hyungsun? No wonder it only records up to the third seal? He thought up to here and sighed. It turns out the eldest brother did not intentionally hide anything at all. Li Qion's fingers gently glided over the book. He instinctively blurted out, Black Knight is the sword forged by gods to slash at. At this, Li Qion was stunned. I didn't read it wrong, did I? Sword forged by gods. At that moment, the phone vibrated. What the hell is this? He quickly took out the device. The person who could contact at this time is. Seeing the sender's name, Li Qion was slightly startled. Jong Jin-soo? Why did he suddenly text? The screen showed a message from Jong Jin-soo. A problem has arisen. I want to meet you for a moment.